Shadows creep. True cuts deep, sharp as a blade. Warriors fight in the shadow parade. Outcast voices screaming the night, seeking justice on the flickering light. True crime whispers truth or lies. In the cafe where the story dies, seeking true crime truth. Where the skies show proof. Custody queens in the devil's den. We're lost in the tales again. Bronx tale echoes in the city's roar. Bubbly waters mask what we ignore. Lucy Morningstar laughs in the dark. Pavarotti's voice leaves a haunting mark. Convict thoughts locked in the cell. Doc, get the cord to break in the spell. Send your wise writing names in the sand. Cane B's rhythm guiding the band, singing true crime truth. Where the skies show proof. Custody queens in the devil's den. We're lost in the tales again. Singing true crime truth. Where the skies show proof. True cuts deep, sharp as a blade. Warriors fight in the shadow parade. Outcast voices screaming the night, seeking justice on the flickering light. True crime whispers truth or lies. In the cafe where the story dies, seeking true crime truth. Where the skies show proof. Custody queens in the devil's den. We're lost in the tales again. Bronx tale echoes in the city's roar. Bubbly waters mask what we ignore. Lucy Morningstar laughs in the dark. Pavarotti's voice leaves a haunting mark. Convict thoughts locked in the cell. Doc, get the cord to break in the spell. Send your wise writing names in the sand. Cane B's rhythm guiding the band, singing true crime truth. Where the skies show proof. Custody queens in the devil's den. We're lost in the tales again. Singing true crime truth. Where the skies show proof. True cuts deep, sharp as a blade. Warriors fight in the shadow parade. Outcast voices screaming the night, seeking justice on the flickering light. True crime whispers truth or lies. In the cafe where the story dies, seeking true crime truth. echoes in the city's roar. Bubbly waters mask what we ignore. Lucy morning star laughs in the dark. Pavarotti's voice leaves a haunting mark. Convict thoughts locked in the cell. Doc, get the code to break in the spell. Send your wise writing names in the sand. Cane B's rhythm got in the band. Singing true crime truth. Shadows creeping, truth ain't sleeping. Whispers loud, no room for doubt. Chains rattling, hearts unraveling behind the veil where stories shout. True crime warriors, seekers of light through the dark, through the night. Truth and transparency, battle and fight. True crime warriors chasing what's right. Coffee stains on broken dreams, unfiltered tales bursting at seams. Jewelers juggling, Cane B's grind. Outcasts rising, justice to find. In the Bronx tale where the stories weave. In the indie zone where hearts believe. True crime warriors, seekers of light through the dark, through the night. Truth and transparency, battle and fight. True crime warriors chasing what's right. Birdies chirp in the morning haze. Lucy's thoughts in a convict's maze. Pavarotti echoes a haunting serenade through docket decoders. The truth won't fade. The truth won't fade. Neon buzz over busted booths in this true crime cafe. Short fuse in my chest, jewelers of all trades pour stories like cheap wine on a payday. Short breath in my lungs, Cane B, typically unique snaps. Facts on a napkin edge, short stare at the door. Truth and transparency, hashtag birdie scratched on a bathroom wall. Short prayer to nobody, Dago kids outside, tag halos on bricks for the lonely and the dead. Short echo in the stairwell, outcast voices hum under flickering lights and cabbies in his own. Short crack in the halo, hey. jukebox hits a ghost note over frying eggs, sure disagrees. True crime unleashed plays low from a phone face down on the table. Short break from the cop, custody queens talk custody dreams and nightmare scenes in parking lot fog. Short drag of a smoke, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Devil's advocate leans on the bar, says maybe no one here is clean. Short laugh that cuts a convict's thoughts for the steam from his coffee like prayer, like poison. Short wordless nod, Lucy Morning star scribble names in a notebook. Little halos, little horn short shift in the air. True, seeking the truth. Typically unique, yeah. Typically bruising. I said seeking the truth. We dig through the static, through the spin, through the spoof. True crime warriors seeking the truth.
All right, all you beautiful peeps, welcome back to the cafe. We are open late. Great to see you all tonight. Thank you for joining me. I hope you all had an amazing day. I hope you're having an amazing weekend, and I hope you're all ready for an amazing show. Hanging out with me tonight. I appreciate you guys spending your Saturday night with me for this Saturday Night Live Crime Talk with me, myself, and whoever else wants to join us. Of course, we'll be talking about IDAHO4, I'm sure, and much more. Oh, wow. Look at that. I'm a poet. Didn't know it. Moving on, guys. Make sure to hit that like button. Share this out, if you will, please, and thank you. And let everybody know what we're doing here tonight, please, please, please. That being said, you know what comes next. Let's do this thing and get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go.
Flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face at the True Crime Cafe. We serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. Cracked reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the break. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the True Crime Cafe.
All right. Welcome back to the cafe. Doors are open for business, guys. Saturday Night Live with me, myself, and whoever wants to join us tonight. So please feel free. Here in a moment, we will be doing that. Thank you guys so much for being here. Hope you're all having an amazing Saturday night tonight. I hope everybody's having a great weekend. It is the weekend. It is the weekend. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Oh, sorry, guys. 1 second. I got lost of myself here for a minute. Trying to make sure there's something working right. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable if you will. Make sure you got a coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Make sure that cup is nice and full. Get yourselves comfortable and make yourselves at home because mi casa es su casa. And you all know that so very well. Wonderful to be here with you all. Good morning to you all. Good evening. Good night, wherever you are. Hope it's good because it's great to be here with you all. As always, at the cafe. Come on now. That's going to work. There we go. Okay. I think we're working. Pretty much. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable, if you will. Added some new songs I'm working on. I'm messing around with some stuff that has all the creators, all the amazing creators that we know, throwing their names in the mix of it, playing around with it just to see what happened. I hope you guys enjoyed a little bit of some of that as a prequel to what we're doing tonight. Tommy actually, his spirit must have jumped into my head because that's what got me wanting to do this. Or to do that. So I'm just telling you guys, it had to have been his spirit, truly, because I just felt something weird. I started messing around with my little app thing and was writing. I've been writing lyrics for 3 days, you guys. I haven't done that in 25 years. No lie. And then I pulled my little bluesy, my feel. I've always been into blues and metal and stuff like that. So 1 minute, please. All right. I got a couple other ones I got to mess around with too, but it should turn out pretty nice. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. Grab a seat, get comfortable. I gotta grab something. I'll be right back. All right, got it now. He's gotta be. He's gotta be. Let's see what we got in the house here. Looks like Debbie Gazzardo, welcome to you. Joe P, welcome. Miss Rowena's in the house. Miss Krista Marie, hello and welcome. Miss Tandy's in the house. Miss Moonflower Lassa, welcome Moonflower. Wonderful to see you as always. Woke up in 84. Good to see you. Holly Berry, welcome back to you. Vonda Tallman, hello. Holly Berry. Miss Leah's in the house tonight. True Seeker, how are you? The beautiful Miss Bianca, welcome back to you. Joe P. I may double tap you, or double tap, my God. I may say your name more than once, guys. If I do, please excuse it. George Stewart, welcome to you. Woke up in 84, welcome back to you. Miss Tandy, Bemmy Rose. Wonderful to see you tonight. Fizzy's fizzing around as always. That's our baby BB. Welcome back. Great to have you here tonight. Let's see. Senior Wazowski himself. Good to see you, brother. Good to have you in the house. Hemi, what's up, brother? Good to see you tonight. WB, welcome back to you. Let me see. Show. Busy. Me thinks you're right as well, pretty much. Let me see. Wait a minute. Miss Cat K, welcome back. Good to see you. Michelle F, same to you. Elizabeth Wagner, always happy to see you. Divine Lee, all the way from Sydney, Australia. Love my Aussies. Welcome to you. Jackie Bushable, welcome back to you. Great to see you tonight. We love our Aussies and our UKers, guys, for sure. We have so many of them. It's amazing. Appreciate you guys taking that trip over the pond to hang out with us over here in bland old US of A. Mo. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Good to see you tonight. Miss Molly, by the way, is the videographer that created that amazing intro song that you guys hear every time we come live now. You gotta love her. Last 24 is in the house. Good to see you, bro. Thank you for joining us. Let me see. Beach Babe. Bring some of that sand and sunshine in here tonight. Thank you so much. Great to see you, Beach Babe. Cat K's in the house. Dropping one of the first of the goals. We got 1 of 2 dropped already. That is amazing, Cat. God bless. I appreciate you so very much as well. Let me chee. Is that my song? Yes, that's one of them. I'll explain that here in a minute, Ro. And Bemmy dropped 1 too. Thank you so very much. First super chat of the evening. Says, let's keep it going. Thank you, Bemmy. God bless. Very, very gracious and generous. Thank you so much. You have no idea how much that means and how much I appreciate that, you guys. Truly. Kate's in the house. Welcome back, Miss Kate. Good to see you. Look at all this green, guys. All this green is amazing. Yvonne Poole, welcome back to you. Let me see. Cho. True Secret. Louis Vallis, welcome back to you. Great to see you again. Debbie Gazzardo, if you didn't hear me, welcome. Looks like a new name, new face, and I love seeing new faces and names, guys. We are plus 90 subscribers, guys, over the past 2 weeks, and I am excitingly I love it. Thank you so much, and welcome to all these amazing new people. Thank you, Jackie. I appreciate that. I don't know what's happened lately, but it's really flowing, like tingling in my fingertips, Jackie. Truly, I'm telling you. Tommy's spirit is flowing through me. I'm telling you, he just truly has to be. I haven't been so interested in my music in years as I have been recently. It's crazy. Teresa, welcome back to you. C-Jag, welcome back. Great to see you tonight. I think we're going to have to do ourselves one of our music nights coming up here. Trish Crow, wonderful to see you tonight, dear. It's been a minute. Great to have you here. Jackie dropped a super sticker as well. That's amazing, Jackie. Thank you so much for that. God bless. I may have to start a new goal here. Something's wrong with that settings on that. I can't get it right. So if I do, I will. Either way, Mega Star Meg is in the house. Good to see you. What are you doing? Holy Helena handbag. Is that Alicia I see in here? Do I see it? Kaylee's in the house. Welcome, Miss Kaylee from over the pond. Did I see Alicia? That's a good question there, Mr. Wazowski. Amethyst Noor. Wonderful to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Wade Bird, Miss Christine, welcome back. You know, I do a little bit of both, Senor. A little bit of both. I get an idea in my head. That is actually, was that Alicia? I think it was. Wonderful to see Miss Alicia. We miss Miss Alicia. It is her. There she is. Hey, hey, Alicia J. What's up, butthead? I bet you she don't say it tonight. We have our own language, folks. Miss Typically Unique. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Miss Kim is in the house. Let me see. Moonlight, welcome back to you. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable, if you will. Saturday Night Live. Prime Dog with Dago and whoever else wants to get into that. I'll try something new, maybe. Fox Rooter, welcome. Great to see you. Thank you so much for that, Fox. God bless. Stitches, welcome back, neighbor. Good to see you. Welcome. I see so many of the Blue Crew in here tonight. I'm excited to see you guys. Thank you so much for joining us, because we all know I couldn't do this without them, of course. Pretty much. I think I've gotten everybody, guys. If I miss you, I promise you I didn't do it on purpose, and I promise you I will catch up with you. See a lot of white in here, though, you guys. We got to get that white green if we can. Let me see. Dopey. Absolutely. Okay, so with that explanation, you guys, I don't know what is going on. I have for 3 days been like just wanting to write down lyrics to songs and messing around with this little AI creator thing I have. Messing around. I picked up my guitars and I started messing around with different guitar riffs and stuff like that today and yesterday. And then I run back to this thing over here. True Crime Unleashed. Robert's in the house. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much. I didn't see yours, Robert. But thank you, brother. I didn't see it. I don't know where it must have rolled off. And I started coming up with these things in my head and writing these things down. Mama Coco's in the house. Wonderful to see you. Mama, she says, hello, everyone. It's funny you said butthead. I use that all the time. Never heard anyone else say that before. Me and Alicia talk to each other that way. It's our terms of endearment. Miss Vonda, thank you so much for that super sticker. God bless. Very much appreciated. Very generous and very sweet of you. Thank you so much. Joe D, welcome. Good evening. Good to see you. From Canada, we got another Canadian in the house. Speaking of the Canadian cat lady from way up north, wonderful to see you tonight, dear. Great to have you here. Is that AR, our brother AR Hayes in the house? Good to see you, sir. Crime Solver, welcome back to you. And Robert, again, thank you so much for that, bro. I appreciate that so very much. AR's in the house. Good to see you, bro. So, Crime Talk with Dago. And it's going to change up as we go. But what I'm going to do, this is Saturday Night Live tonight. I'm going to pin the link. You want to join me or us or whoever it is? We're going to talk about whatever we talk about. If it's Idaho, it's Idaho. If it's Summerwell, so whatever it is what it is. It's up to you to bring that to the table. And if not, then I will, sure, at some point. Leah Story, welcome. Moonflower, again, wonderful to see you all in here tonight. I appreciate you all so very much. I noticed there's a lot of people that were a lot of times mostly in Tommy's community that have been joining us, and I really want you to know that this is your home as well. We're grateful to see you all in here, and I hope you all want to be here as well. And you know, it's just amazing to see you all. I want to tell you that much. It makes my heart feel good, and I'm sure, considering that, oh no, it's raining. the horrible circumstances that have just happened. We're going to make the best out of that we possibly can with all you amazing and beautiful people. Thank you so much, Moon. We love you to death, dear. And you make the best slippers in the world. I've been wearing them for years, and I love them to death, and they haven't worn out once. So, again, I appreciate you so much. Come on in. Grab a seat, please. We got 130 peeps in the house, guys. Looks like 82 likes. Let's see if we can make that match and get this in an algorithm if we can. I hope so, Leah. I hope so, especially you're part of this team here. I hope you do. This is your home, guys. Everybody's home away from home right here. Krista Marie's in the house with the reality. Thank you so much, Alicia. We love you, sis. Appreciate you very much for that. I hope you guys are all having an amazing night tonight. Uh-oh. I'm sure he probably did. I think he here it is. If I'm pretty sure he made that decision that day on the bench, Hemi. That's my opinion, of course. False Star, what is going on? Good to see you tonight. Hey. Come on in, grab a seat. Let me check something while we're waiting on everybody to pop in here, guys, just in case. I never know. It is Saturday, but you just never know. Stranger things have happened. So come on in and get comfortable. Warm up by the fire if you're cold, of course, because it was hot today. Not hot. It was warm compared to what we had beforehand. You know what I mean? It was way warmer. I understand, Moonflower. My door's always open to all of you. Always has been, of course, but I want you to know that it always is. If you want to call this home, you are more than welcome to, and I would be honored, 100% honored if you chose to, Moonflower. Nothing but love goes out to all of you. Every one of you that are here, just so you know. I'm always here. And the rest of this crew is here if anybody ever needs to talk. To express feelings, emotions, we're here. You're all welcome to join the Discord. There's no wait on that. You don't have to be a member for a certain amount of time, nor do you have to be a member to join the Discord. I've left that open for a while now to be able to bring people in and let them get comfortable. There's always somebody in there to talk to about anything. And you can also gain some really cool recipes and some other cool things in there. There's some amazing people in there that will definitely sit down and talk to you. So we got 3 documents that are listed as new. We have the order of restitution and judgment for the Goncalves family, the order of restitution and judgment for the Laramie family, and the order on the state's request for restitution. So I guess we have a topic tonight, folks, that we will be discussing for sure. So come on down, grab a seat, get comfortable, because we got plenty to talk about. Sorry. Let's see. That's right. That is right, Moonlit. Come on in, Holly. If you guys need to or want to join the Discord, we'll set you up and let you know what we got to do. There's the Tomboy. Good to see you, Tomboy. There's Miss SRB putting it out already. And if we can't get through to Miss Brandy, I'm sure we can get Cassie to throw it up there. Dago, when you come to my live earlier, I thought you meant you were going live at... No. Oh, no, bro. No, all I was saying was audio. I couldn't hear you for some reason. I was trying to support you, bro. Well, maybe you can join us tonight since you figured out how to hop up on StreamYard, brother. I would love for you to pop up here and discuss some of these things with us. And who is this lady right here? The mysterious Mama Bear? She said, who the hell is Alicia J? I've lost my link skill. Oh, you're all good. You'll get it back. It's just like riding a bike. Welcome, Mama Bear. Great to see you tonight. Come on in, everybody. 130 of you guys. So, yes, we do have a new topic of discussion. Surprise. Yeah, I heard that it was cold up north there, Miss Bemmy. Not a whole lot, Michelle. Not yet. I've been following it. I believe me, I promise you. I'm waiting for that trial to start. Miss Javon said, I think Blaker took the DNA sample to Othram on 11/28. Hit not 11/21. I can't say why yet. But is there a way to verify his flight to Houston? I'm sure there probably is, Javon. We can look into that. Got my How Did Your Dago coffee? Oh, that's awesome, Moonlit. Good to hear that, and I hope you enjoy that stuff too. The hoodie looked awesome, amazing. You got one with the old logo on it, and I love that. That's what I threw up for our I can't think thumbnail. There we go. Is the old logo. Great to see you tonight, Fall Star. Robert's in the house. All right, guys. Miss Paula, the positive one, in the house. Good to see you tonight. Oh, that's awesome, Moonflower. I'm a little bit. I get a little bit of stage fright, I guess you could call it, a little bit shy on that. I put together a couple different versions of different songs I was throwing together because I got bored. And then I got, whatever reason, like I said, I started writing things down about all the awesome creators that are out here. Senior Wazowski, Typically Unique, Tommy Jude, Truth and Transparency, Jewels of All Trades, Devil's Advocate, Unfiltered Lucky. And I've been struggling around trying to put everybody's name and channel into one specific song. And it's hard. It is hard. So I've been working on, I got a couple different versions of different ones. Big Red, welcome. Good to see you. And it pulled the blues out of me. That's one of my biggest influences is blues. Love blues, love jazz. I love all types of music. I'm a metalhead. Everybody knows that. Oh, thank you, Lisa. I appreciate it. Should I diet so I don't look like an old man? Like somebody told me the other day, you look like Mel Gibson. No, I don't. No, I don't. The beard does, but not me. I did, Mike. I wrote a couple. I'll let you. Well, we're still waiting on a couple people to pop in here. If you want, I can let you guys hear a couple of them real quick. You don't have to, but still waiting on a couple of people, and I don't have to worry about you YouTube hitting me for it. Yeah, I wrote the lyrics on these, and I threw them into this AI thing. Most of the lyrics, and I mixed it up, and I thought, I don't know. Like I said, I told you Tommy must have jumped into me somewhere because I had not felt like this for a while. Stevie Ray, I'm a big Stevie Ray fan, Moonflower, as you might hear in some of this. Listen to what I'm about to play for you guys, and you tell me if you don't think about Stevie Ray, because that's what I've been channeling for days now. It's weird. And it hyped me up too, guys. It's crazy. The Vaughn brothers, for sure. And like I said, if you want to, you can laugh at me, you can make fun of me. I was just being creative. I was bored for the most part and being creative, and I started writing things down. I got just basic lyrics, but creator names and lyrics I mixed together, tried to, and I came up with a couple of things I thought were the music turned out amazing with what I added to it. The type of guitaring and the type of drums and the bass and all that stuff is where that I added in. So trying to find the one. Let's see here.
True cuts deep, sharp as a blade. Warriors fight in the shadow parade. Outcasts.
All right, here's one of them. I have like three or four different versions of these, but here's one of them. And like I said, be honest, folks, and critique it, please. You're not going to hurt my feelings. I've been a musician since I was 10 years old. I know good from bad. I know I'm not the greatest. I do what I can. So.
Screaming the night, seeking justice on the flickering light. True crime whispers truth or lies. In the cafe where the story
So don't take off anybody either. Once we get through this, then we're going to jump into what we're actually going to do tonight. But I'm just giving you guys a little preempt thing to this to get your. I really truly want to know what you think, and then we'll get into our combo.
Seeking true crime truth. Where the sky show proof. Custody queens in the devil's den. We're lost in the tales again. Bronx tale echoes in the city's roar. Bubbly waters mask what we ignore. Lucy Morningstar laughs in the dark. Pavarotti's voice leaves a haunting mark on Victor's locked in the cell. Dark, get the code to break in the spell. Send your wise writing names in the sand. Kane B's rhythm got in the band. Seeking true crime truth. Where the sky show proof. Custody queens in the devil's den. We're lost in the tales again. Seeking true crime truth. Where the sky show proof. True cuts deep, sharp as a blade. Warriors fight in the shadow parade. Outcast voices screaming the night. Seeking justice on the flickering light. True crime whispers truth or lies. In the cafe where the story dies. Seeking true crime truth. Where the sky show proof. Custody queens in the devil's den. We're lost in the tales again. Bronx tale echoes in the city's roar. Bubbly waters mask what we ignore. Lucy Morningstar laughs in the dark. Pavarotti's voice leaves a haunting mark on Victor's locked in the cell. Dark, get the code to break in the spell. Send your wise writing names in the sand. Kane B's rhythm got in the band. Seeking true crime truth. Where the sky show proof. Custody queens in the devil's den. We're lost in the tales again. Seeking true crime truth. Where the sky show proof. True cuts deep, sharp as a blade. Warriors fight in the shadow parade. Outcast voices screaming the night. Seeking justice on the flickering light. True crime whispers truth or lies. In the cafe where the story dies. Seeking true crime truth. Where the sky show proof. Custody queens in the devil's den. We're lost in the tales again. Bronx tale echoes in the city's roar. Bubbly waters mask what we ignore. Lucy Morningstar laughs in the dark. Pavarotti's voice leaves a haunting mark on some God in the band, singing true crime truth. Where the sky show proof. Custody queens in the devil's den. We're lost in the tales again. Seeking true crime truth. Where the sky show proof.
All right, so that one's kind of long. Sorry about that. And the arrangement I have no control over. I just put the lyrics in. I choose the instruments that I want and the style that I want with this. They they kind of take they make the arrangement with it, with the AI things. One thing I don't like, but it is what it is. It did not add, and it pissed me off. It did not add all the names, but I have different ones. This other one is not as long. Just bear with me, you guys, please, and thank you for your patience. But I really, truly do. I appreciate the kind thoughts you guys have put in there so far. That's one of my favorites, though, because that's my bluesy. I just was feeling myself on that one, you guys, with the way I was putting the instruments in and how I wanted it. So it turned out pretty good. Welcome, Miss Jana. Good to see you tonight, James Moen, brother. Good to have you in the house. Thank you for joining us. Miss Melissa, welcome back. Great to see you, as always. All right, let's move on and get through these so we can start talking. And I hope you guys enjoyed that one. I think this is the right one. I didn't number these right, so.
Shadows creeping, truth ain't sleeping, whispers loud, no room for doubt. Chains rattling, hearts unraveling behind the
Well, thank you, dear. I appreciate your feelings, sir.
true crime warriors, seekers of light through the dark, through the night. Truth and transparency, battle and fight. True crime warriors, chasing what's right. Coffee stains on broken dreams, unfilled.
Welcome, Gogo Cat.
Tales bursting at seams, jeweler's juggling, cane bees grind, outcasts rising,
Thank you, Molly.
justice to find. In the Bronx tale where the stories weave, in the indie zone where hearts believe. True crime warriors, seekers of light through the dark, through the night. Truth and transparency, battle and fight. True crime warriors, chasing what's right. Birdies chirp in the morning haze. Lucy's thoughts in a convict's maze. Pavarotti echoes a haunting serenade through docket decoders. The truth won't fade. The truth won't fade.
Thank you, Annie.
Whispers in the cafe, voices in the haze, Jewelry spinning trays can't be set in the blaze. Outcast hearts beating in the Bronx night maze. Kathy's Indies own hiding truths in the phrase. Good sturdy queens, devils, advocate schemes. Lucy's morning star burning through dreams. True crime warriors seeking the truth. Birdies fly, cutting through the smooth. Unleash shadows, stories they pursue. True crime warriors.
Take it, Dana.
Chasing what's new. True crime warriors. Chasing what's due. Chasing who? Chasing who? Chasing who? Dago streets hum, secrets in the air. Tommy Drew's tune, decoding despair. Docket lines blurred, the lies in the care. Unfiltered lucky, the burden we bear. Pavarotti's cry, cutting through the night. Murder, metal, mayhem, justice in the fight. Bubbly waters ripple under dim light. A convict starts wrong from right. True crime warriors seeking the truth. Birdies fly, cutting through the snow. Unleash shadows, stories they pursue. True crime.
Have a good time. It's fun. Thanks for stopping by, man.
True crime warriors chasing what's new. Whispers in the cafe, voices in the haze. Jewelry spinning trays can't be set in the blaze. Outcast hearts beating in the Bronx night maze. Kathy's Indies own hiding truths in the phrase. Good sturdy queens, devils, advocate schemes. Lucy's morning star burning through dreams. True crime warriors seeking the truth. Birdies fly, cutting through the smooth. Unleash shadows, stories they pursue. True crime warriors chasing what's new. True crime warriors chasing what's due. Chasing who? Chasing who? Chasing who? Dago streets hum, secrets in the air. Tommy Drew's tune, decoding despair. Docket lines blurred, the lies in the care. Unfiltered lucky, the burden we bear. Pavarotti's cry, cutting through the night. Murder, metal, mayhem, justice in the fight. Bubbly waters ripple under dim light. A convict starts wrong from right. True crime warriors seeking the truth. Birdies fly, cutting through the snow. Unleash shadows, stories they pursue. True crime warriors chasing what's due. True crime warriors chasing what's due. Whispers in the cafe, voices in the haze. Jewelry spinning trays can't be set in the blaze. Outcast hearts beating in the Bronx night maze. Kathy's Indies own hiding truths in the phrase. Good sturdy queens, devils, advocate schemes. Lucy's morning star burning through dreams. True crime warriors seeking the truth. Birdies fly, cutting through the smooth. Unleash shadows, stories they pursue.
chasing what's due. Dago streets hum, secrets in the air. Tommy Jude's tune, the code in despair. Docket lines blurred, the lies in the care. Unfiltered lucky, the burden we bear. Pavarotti's cry, cutting through the night. Murder, metal, mayhem, justice in the fight. Bubbly waters ripple under dim light. A convict starts wrong from right. True crime warriors seeking the truth. Bird is flight, cutting through the snow. Unleash shadows, stories they pursue. True crime warriors chasing what's due. True crime warriors chasing what's due.
All right. There's that one. Sorry, Brian. I'm just showing you, getting some, basically some, what do you thinks of these? That's all. That's all. We will be chatting. I only did a couple of them. I think that was it. I think that was the only other one I did. I have other ones, but I'm not going to do this to you guys all night. This one is, yeah, I did the 3 because I have, like I said, they were not adding all of the names that I wanted. As you heard, there's many more names that I didn't get into some of these, so I had different versions of it. I think this is the last one, and we will start our talk, guys, please. And if you don't, thank you so much for that, Cat. Dropping a membership for somebody, and it looks like Miss Debbie Gazzardo got a new membership. Congratulations. Welcome to Stoss, Debbie. We got a new meatball in the house, guys. Actually, we got 2 of them. 2 new meatballs jumping into Sauce with us. Welcome. Welcome, and thank you so much, Kat. That was very generous of you. God bless, hon. Wonderful to have you here. All these new meatballs. I'm loving it. Let me see. I don't think I played this one. Like I said, I didn't label these right, so...
Neon buzz over busted booths in this true crime cafe. Short fuse in my chest, jewelers of all trades pour stories like cheap wine on a payday. Short breath in my lungs can't be typically unique snaps. Facts on a napkin edge, short stare at the door. Truth and transparency, hashtag birdie scratched on a bathroom wall. Short prayer to nobody, Dago kids outside, tag halos on bricks for the lonely and the dead. Short echo in the stairwell, outcast voices hum under flickering lights and caddies in his own. Short crack in the halo. Senior wise reads a Bronx tale of a wrinkled court file. Short pause, bubbly waters and plastic cups fizz like nerves on trial. I send Jordan out of jaw. True crime warrior seeking the truth. Seeking the truth. Typically unique, yeah. Typically bruised. I said seeking the truth. We dig through the static, through the spin, through the spoof. True crime warrior seeking the truth. Pavarotti on a busted jukebox hits a ghost note over frying eggs. Sure disagrees. True crime unleashed plays low from a phone face down on the table. Short blink from the cop. Custody queens talk custody dreams and nightmare scenes in parking lot fog. Short drag of a smoke.
I hope you enjoy it, Melissa.
Devil's advocate leans on the bar, says maybe no one here is clean. Short laugh that cuts a convict's thoughts, the steam from his coffee like prayer, like poison. Short wordless nod. Lucy Morning Star, scribble names in a notebook. Little halos, little horn short, shift in the air. True, seeking the truth. Typically unique.
Love you too, Brian.
Typically bruised. I said seeking the truth. We dig through the static, through the spin, through the spoof. True crime warriors, seeking the truth. Neon buzz over busted booths in this true crime cafe. Short fuse in my chest, jewelers of all trades pour stories like cheap wine on a payday show.
All right, that one rolled and started over again. I'm sorry, you guys. Is that all of them? I think that's all I had brought in. This is the one that I wrote for Idaho, the IDAHO4 real quick, and this is short, and then we'll get into our talk tonight. Thank you so much.
Shadows move slow, like blood on the snow. 4 young souls, Idaho. A scream swallowed whole. Who will know? The truth hides deep where the dark winds blow. Police lines blur, whispers in the air. Prosecutors stare, but do they even care? No voice for the voiceless, cries in the night, lies in the system. Black takes the light. No voice for the voiceless, the broken and lost. The truth's too heavy to hide the cost. Evil's a whisper, a knife in the dark. The system creaks, the machine won't spark. Conspiracy hums like a vulture's mark. Broken lives, just ashes in the park. Corruption's a shadow, it devours the weak. They silence the truth before it can speak. No voice for the voiceless, cries in the night, lies in the system. Black takes the light. No voice for the voiceless, the broken and lost. The truth's too heavy to hide the cost. To hide the cost. crime warriors marching strong. Convicts' thoughts where we belong. Bronx tales echo shadows long. Dago's cafe where the beats feel wrong. Transparency burns like a knife. Justice clawing through the strife. Unfiltered, lucky truth unleashed. Voices raw, sharp teeth unsheathed. Morning stars burn in the darkest feast. We don't back down, we don't appease. 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 Pavarotti screams over metal grind. Custody queens break the bind. Seeking justice, truth unkind. Kathy's in his own state of mind. Sirens scream in the dead of the night. Bass shakes, bones rattling right. Outcasts howl like wolves in the fight. Seeking truth, justice ain't polite. Unfiltered, lucky truth.
Oh, sorry, guys. That rolled around. I don't know why this is doing this. They're just rolling like repeat. My apologies. You guys have heard that. Wait. There it is. And after this, we're done. I'm sorry. I know some of these are heavy for some of you guys. Just bear with me.
Sirens scream at the edge of the night. Blood on the sidewalk, no wrong or right. Shadows twist where the street lights fade. A convict's thoughts sharp like a blade. Docket decoder breaks the seal. Truth unleashed, what's fake, what's real. True crime warriors on the prowl. Outcast voices screaming loud. Seeking justice in the haze. Burn the lies, set fire ablaze. Ah, Lucy Morning Star lights the way. Cane Bean whispers what they won't say. Tommy Jew paints in black and white. Dago's cafe talks through the fight. Custody queens hold the line. Bronx tales written in grind. True crime warriors on the prowl. Outcast voices screaming loud. Seeking justice in the haze. Burn the lies, set fire ablaze. True crime warriors on the prowl. Outcast voices screaming loud. Seeking justice in the haze. Burn the lies, set fire ablaze.
All right. I've shook you guys up for enough for tonight. Miss Diane's in the house. Dagburn, Johnny Gobble. Good to see you. Gen 7, welcome back. I got a few more guys, but I'm not going to keep doing that. Like I said, I'm trying to get one together that has everybody's name, and they won't do that, so I had to make multiple versions of it. So a little heavy there, a little bluesy there, a little jazzy there, whatever you want as a mix of it. And I'm working on them, I'm still tweaking them, so I hope you guys enjoyed some of that. And like I said, I know some of these are a little heavy for some of you, and I'm sorry for that. But I have a big, broad spectrum of my music, my love for music. So, but like I said, lately that bluesy stuff, God, it's gotta be Tommy. You know what I mean? Because that was his thing, and just great stuff. Really got me like my mind going. I've been writing things left and right, lyrics. I even got the kid behind me that I'm probably going to be going to help me out with some of the other stuff too at some point. So. That's a great song too, Jen. Great stuff. So moving on. Anyway, thank you guys for the kind words for that. I do hope some of you guys enjoyed some of it. But thank you, Beach Babe. I appreciate that very much. I don't know. It's been interesting because I haven't really thought about or messed around with any of my music for a long time. And now that I have this thing to play with, it's like when you write music or you put music together, you want all these things are in your head. Okay. If you are a musician, you know what I mean. And you want to do all these different things. Okay. I'm a drummer. That's my thing. So I can do that. I've engineered drum tracks for multiple people that I'm friends with. I'm doing them right now for a buddy that's writing an album, and I'm engineering all his drum tracks for him. So this allows me to throw in whatever I want, however I want, whenever I want, things that I can't even do anymore because I'm too old, and I love it. I do. And I can get different types of guitars and different types of basses in here and different riffs for that. And it's been a lot of fun. So something did it to me, and it is therapy. It truly is, Alice, and it's helped me in a sense to deal with the sadness that we've been dealing with for the past few days. And I'm telling you, I'm channeling Tommy Jude. I know that sounds dumb, maybe a little crazy. I'm not though, and it feels good to say that because I guarantee you that he's looking down over this, and he would love that. He would love it, and he would love this. So throwing all the names to all the creators in there was just an idea I had as I was sitting here writing things. And I'm like, all these people are amazing people. And they do amazing things out here in the true crime community. And I would like to honor them all in some sense. That was it right there. And the ones that I'm still working on in the background is all I'm saying. So anyway, moving on. Thank you guys for your patience to go through that. Mary Holt, welcome. Good to see you. Holly Berry, thank you so much. Yeah, it's also almost impossible to play on the drums, Jen. I don't know how he did it. I tried to mimic it and I can't. So, well, thank you, Brian. I love you, brother. I appreciate you. It's just that's just my thoughts, Melissa. Musical Contessa, good to see you tonight. Mary Holt, Gen 7, Reality. Krista's in the house. Miss Rach. There she is. I feel like that's me when it comes to paint. Right. Like as a musician, you want to write 7 songs at one time. And you can't because you can't put all the different styles in there. But with this thing, it lets me basically play whatever tracks I want musically, with that whatever instruments I want and all that. And it just woof. I can put in, guitars that are in drop D, which is like corn. And it all fit. It was perfect the way they arranged it. The arrangement for it was nice. It was a lot of fun. So anyway, enough about me. Move back to you. Oh yeah, I threw you in there too, Robert. I got AR Hayes, Robert. I got Bronx Tale, Jules, Birdie, Outcast. There's Miss Potts. Like I said, some of it didn't throw them all in there. I even put Lucy Morningstar in there. Pavarotti, Devil's Advocate, Unfiltered Lucky, as many as I could get in. And they won't let me put them all in one song because of the amount of lyrics. I'm still working on it. I'm going to get it right where I have everybody in one song. And that'll be my finished product at some point. Meanwhile, I'll have 35 other versions of it. It is, Jen. It's beyond insane. If you take all my influences, you guys, Phantom Mom, welcome, good to see you. Yes, AR was in there too. If you take, right, Miss Allison, be careful. If you take all my influences and mix them into something, it's nuts, folks. Alice in Chains, Korn, Metallica, Slayer, Slipknot, Robert Johnson, bands like Tool, okay, Neil Peart from Rush. Too many to put into a Travis Barker stuff. You know what I mean? Those are the influences that I have. That's a whole separate thing, Miss Tandy. I've already got that in the works, my dear. That's all by itself. I am writing a mod song. Just so you guys know, I'm writing a mod song. Miss Alicia's birthday's coming up. Monday. You better bring your bootay in here on Monday, Alicia. Ginger Baker, Kenny Jones, Dago. Oh, yeah. Yeah, mine is 8 days away. My birthday. I'll be 51. I'll officially be in my 50s, not just 50. Thank you, Brian. Moonflower, congrats. Welcome to the sauce. Moonflower is a new meatball. Yes, I know, Elisa. I know. Well, Monday will at least pop in to say hi if you have the ability for that specific reason, if you could. Thank you, Brian. Very generous. We love you, Bri Guy. Thank you for that. And welcome to the sauce, Moonflower. Christmas is 3 weeks away. That's awesome. That is awesome. And we'll make sure CZ's in the house. Good to see you. Oh, yeah. Truth and Transparency was in there too. Like I said, I have 3 or 4 versions of this because I couldn't get everybody into one. So I had to make different versions of it to make it have everybody have different names. You know what I mean? Yeah, I definitely would not leave out Miss Lana. I even thought you are so welcome, and thank you for being part of our family, Moonflower. Still a baby? I know. That's okay. That's okay. December 1st. Miss Bonda said she'll be 60. Wow. Time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it, Miss Bonda? Yes. Alice in Chains is a big... some of my other influences and stuff too, folks, are like Bing Crosby, Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra. Okay, so if you can't fit that, I've done that. And I love symphony, orchestral music. I wrote the True Crime Symphony song. I wrote that too. I don't know if you guys have heard that one. I love that one because I love, thank you, CZ. I'm a huge fan of Amy Lee and the band. I can't think of the band right now for some reason, but I put that together too. Because I love that type of stuff mixed in with like metal guitars and stuff too. My mind is just too much sometimes. You are a meatball again, Moonflower. Yes, you are. Welcome back to the sauce. Evanescence, thank you. Good God, I can't for the life of me. And Hemisphere's in the house. What is up, Hemi? How are you, sir? Can you hear me?
Yes, Dago. I had to turn down my echo.
Oh, no problem, bro.
I still had the YouTube window playing.
Oh, I got you. How are you tonight, sir?
I'm doing good. I hear you played some good music.
I hope you enjoyed it.
Hey, I did, man. You didn't do anything wrong with that.
That's good. That's good to hear. Yeah, I'm gonna put those on my probably the ones that I saw a lot of people saying they liked that. I'll put those on my main page, and you can take them and use them for yourself if anybody wants to. Don't worry about that with me. Yes, I do too. Oh, that was the other one. That's what I was trying to play for you guys earlier. Yes, Alicia's birthday is Monday. That's the one I was trying to play for you guys earlier, and I skipped over that one, and I clicked on that other one on accident. So did I, Jet. Hang on 1 second, you guys. Bear with me for just one more second. Hemisphere, hang loose 1 second, brother. Please. I'll be right back, you guys. I gotta do this. That's the one I wanted to see what you guys thought of. Hold on.
All right.
Here we go.
Shadows creep, blood on stone, secrets whisper, truth unknown.
Take a break.
Cold steel whispers, justice blind. In the dark, who pays the crime? True crime symphony echoes in the night. Screams in silence, wrong and right. Crime symphony, the guilty run, but the hunt's not over till the deed is done. Broken chains, footstep fade, a tale of lies and lives betrayed. No escape, the hunter's call. Every secret must face its fall. Whispered sins, shouted pain. Who will rise? Who remains? True crime symphony echoes in the night. Screams in silence, wrong and right. Crime symphony, the guilty run, but the hunt's not over till the deed is done. Fight and scream, justice cries, drums of thunder obey. Baselines pulse, hearts collide. The truth revealed, nowhere to hide.
All right. Sorry, it rolled over. Anyway, that was the one I was trying to play earlier. Anyway, there you go. And it's not. I just was like trying to get like an Evan Evans spiel out of it. But I seen what you were saying about the Dragon Force and Nightwish stuff. I agree with you. I didn't know you knew music like that, Hemi.
No, boy, hey.
Good stuff.
I love music, Dago. You know, the only thing that really turns me off is when you got a whole lot of growling.
Yeah.
Like Trivium. I
Yeah.
like Trivium, but he does a lot of growling. I just don't really.
I know. A lot of people are big fans of it. I like a little bit all of it. I think you can be able to do that without that whole like you can't understand what they're saying. Like Slipknot, they can do that heavy stuff, but and you can still understand what Corey's saying when he's singing. You know what I mean? That's why I like them so much. But there are some other groups that you just can't understand it, and I don't get into too much of that anymore. I used to back in the day, but
I like Trivium, but like I said, it's just when he sings, he can sing. When he
yeah,
just wants to sing, he can sing. But when he introduced the growling part of it, it's just
yeah.
it
But just like
overwhelms it.
that group Ginger, I showed some of you guys years ago or a couple years ago. This is a 5'2", 97-pound woman that came on, and she sings like an opera singer. She's got a beautiful voice. And then the chorus kicks in, and she sings and growls deeper than most men do. And I was like, "What the hell is this?" It's wild, wild. But you know, you can't understand what she's saying until she goes back to her regular vocals and stuff. It's pretty interesting.
I'd never gotten into Nightwish until they got Floor Jensen.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
when I heard her sing Ghost Love Score,
Gotcha.
oh my God, dude, she put hairs down my neck, literally standing up.
Yeah, you
I
made it.
mean,
Some of it
she
will make.
touched my soul.
That's how I feel about Amy Lee. Her voice just like gives me goosebumps every time I'm in love with her. My wife even knows. I was like, that is if something ever happened with you and me, and that was all that I could do, that's her right there. I love her voice. I do.
That
Welcome,
one
welcome,
part,
Diane.
but there's that one part in that
Thank you.
song where it is building up all the way to the end.
Yeah.
And when she hit that note, oh my
Yeah.
God, Dago.
Yeah.
I seen Corey Taylor in concert. Amazing.
It's the only thing I can say is wow. You go, girl. Wow.
Yeah. She's amazing. So, how are you tonight, Miss Diane?
I'm doing good. My allergies have got my voice just
I
all
got
screwed up.
Yeah, it's been doing that to me too. Dealing with the sinus issues and the allergy issues and all that crap. So,
Oh yeah, it's lovely.
yes. So thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate it. It's been a while. Angel D, my favorite Aussie in the house. Good to see you, Angel. So everybody, welcome to our Saturday Night Live Crime Talk with Dago. After all that whole music thing, I've just been busy playing around with it. I appreciate you guys, all your positive comments about it, whether true or not. I do appreciate that so very much. Means a lot.
Um, Dago, are you going to be going over crime scene photos?
We can. I said it's all up on you guys tonight. Whatever you want to do. I do have 3 documents I want to look at that are brand new. I do want to review those if we can. What's my favorite Kiss song? My God, Robert. Of all bands, I love them all, but God Gave Rock and Roll to You and Beth are my 2 favorites. I don't have one. I have 2. Miss JC, hello and welcome. Oh, really now? We got a birthday today, Miss JCJ.
Thank you, musical Contessa. I swear, it seems like I go like maybe 2 weeks out of the year and my allergies are, I don't have a problem. And then the rest of the year, boom.
Yeah, allergies are horrible. Horrible. Happy birthday, Miss Jace. Everybody, please make sure you wish JC a happy birthday, if you will, please.
Happy birthday.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Fonda. Appreciate that. Jordan, welcome. I hope you're having a great day, Jace. Literally just chilling, wanting to make it a true crime day. Well, here we go. Welcome to Crime Talk with Dago and whoever else wants to join us. We are talking crime tonight. I am reviewing 3 documents that were dropped in Idaho. If we want to pull up those photographs and go over the rest of those, we can. Whatever you guys want to do, it's on you tonight. But before we do that, let's do this.
I just have one question about the crime scene photos. It shows the mattress and Brian's car. I'm assuming that is Maddie's mattress.
I don't know. Because I know they tossed some of them. I don't know for a fact whose that is. It looks like it because I think it would have to be because Xana had a like a futon mattress is what they had in her bedroom. So I'm guessing that would be hers. Yes.
Okay, my question is, if all that blood is Maddie's, where's Kaylee's?
I'm sure it's mixed in there somewhere. It would have to be. It would have to be.
Well, the side that Kaylee would be on looks perfectly clean to me.
It could be. That could be. Like I said, I'll pull those up. We can go over those again and we can analyze that. Plus, there's many other ones. Last night when we were in here looking through these photographs, there was things I saw that I didn't see the first time I went through those. So whatever you
That's
guys want.
when I noticed it last night. I thought, wait a minute. If
Yes.
all that blood is Maddie's, where's Kaylee's?
Right. Well,
I
we
just
did
seen
notice
the pillow.
the pillow was Miss Annie, Miss Potts over there. She showed us the pillow, and there was a blanket. Looked like it was wrapped up. So I got to wonder if a lot of that blood got absorbed into that blanket that Kaylee was wrapped in, possibly, maybe.
Well,
That
that's true.
that could be. Now, Xana's mattress, from what I could tell, folks, when I was looking at those photographs, Xana's bedroom, it looked like a futon mattress. My understanding was Xana stole her bed. You guys remember that? And then at that point, then there's that's it. So it would be there's only 2 mattresses that we saw them take out of there, and there was should only be 2 mattresses that had blood on them, obviously. So I think Maddie's looked like a full size, possibly. Maybe it's a single, but it looked like a full size to me. And then, like I said, Xana had that futon, so that's how we can differentiate between the two. So let
Was
me throw
that in
this.
that garage like storage container they had? With
That's their
Brian's car?
evidence. That's their evidence storage garage. So let me throw this up real quick for Miss JC, real quick, guys. Make sure you tell her happy birthday if you will. I appreciate that, as I'm sure she does. And here we go, real quick.
JC, happy birthday, JC. Happy birthday, JC. Happy birthday. I wish for your birthday all that you want in your life. Hope that your birthday's happy, full of surprises. You're one in a million, you're one of a kind. You're special, you're a treasure, you know you're sublime. Happy birthday.
All right, Miss JC, there you go there. And of course, one second. Let's see here. 1 second. All right, one moment. Everybody gets a cake here. So here you go, Miss Jace. It's your cake. Make a wish, blow out your candles, and I hope you had an amazing, amazing day.
Dago, I don't think it was a futon that Xana had, because the chat's right. Ethan was a big guy. I thought she got a bigger mattress.
Sorry. Hold on, you guys. I just clicked the button. I didn't mean to. 1 second. Hold on, Diane. 1 second.
Okay.
There we go. Sorry about that, Jace. There's your cake. Enjoy. I hope you have an amazing rest of your day and a great year leading up to next year so we can do that all over again. So we love you, Jace. Thank you for being part of this family and this community. And happy birthday to you. Okay, so when going back to the photograph that you were talking about there was talk way back that Xana had sold her bed and bed frame and all that stuff at some point, and it looked like the mattress itself looked like a futon. It may not have been, but we'll look at it. Absolutely, we'll look at it. I am a Sagittarius, Miss Jen myself. Gotta love Sag. Oh, that's
Is
awesome.
your birthday on the 23rd?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
So was my dad's.
Well, that's awesome. That's really cool. Yep, November 23rd. I will be 51 years old. Thank you, Jordan. Excuse me. I think it's, like I said, it's like 8 days. No big deal. I'll just, like I said, I'll be in my 50s instead of just 50 now. Okay.
I'll be 29 till I die.
There you go. There you go. Welcome, Monique. Thank you for that. I hope you enjoyed that there, JC. Again, guys, the link is pinned if you want to join us for Crime Talk tonight as we get into this. Let me hit these. Yes, it is the 23rd. That's right. Let me hit these docs real quick, guys. It might have been a single. It looked bigger, though, in those photographs. It looked like a full size to me. Wow, Daisy, I thought you were like in your late 20s, hon. Interesting. But now my mom's 29. Your knees are 85. I feel that one. I do feel that one. All right. Let me pull up these docs real quick and we'll hit this real quick. This is the answer that Hypocrite decided that he wanted to give to the restitution hearing, as he said he would take it under advisement, which we all know that he decided before he even started the hearing that day what he wanted to do. But maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? I've been wrong before. I will be wrong again. So let me see. Show. 1 second here.
I was watching. Oh shoot, what's his name? He had a video. I was watching a video about it earlier, and they was talking about it.
Oh, okay.
This ruling that Hipper did is ruffling some feathers, I tell you.
Oh, yeah, we'll see that here, I'm sure. And he did it separately for the Goncalves and the Laramie families, and this is wild, folks. Well, I guess I'm not surprised, but
it's not surprising because I feel this is what it seems like. It don't matter what the defense is going to say. It don't matter how they argue it.
Right.
It don't matter.
I can agree.
If it's something that he wants to get done, he's going to go do whatever he has to do to make
Oh,
it.
Yeah, he will do what he wants, when he wants, and how he wants to do it. So, absolutely. So this were filed on the 13th. This is the order of restitution for this one here. Pursuant to state September 22nd of 25, request for restitution in favor of Steve and Christy Goncalves of Rathdrum, Idaho code 195304 and 195305. The judgment is hereby entered against the defendant in favor of Steve and/or Christy Goncalves in the amount of $1,420, payable through the Ada County Court Clerk's Office with interest thereon at the judgment rate of 9.125% per annum from the date hereof until paid in full, and for such further costs and disbursement that may hereafter accrue in this action. It is so ordered the 13th day of November. Signed by Judge Stephen Hypocrite. Wow. So there's the order for the Goncalves family. $1,400. Where'd it go? $1,420. Right there. Crazy. Anyway.
Out for the earns. This for the earns.
Say again.
That's all for the earns.
Yeah. Now, this is interesting.
So,
this next one is for Maddie's family. The Laramies. Okay. So, again, pursuant to state September 22nd, 25, request for restitution in favor of Karen Laramie of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho Code 195304 and 05. Judgment is hereby entered against the defendant and in favor of Karen Laramie in the amount of $1,587.79, payable through Ada County Clerk's Office with interest thereon, same as the other, at 9.125% per annum for the date hereof until paid in full, and for such further costs and disbursement that may hereafter accrue in this action. Those two, there they are.
But see, that what they're going to do is they're trying to split up Maddie's ashes and Kaylee's ashes into two urns.
What's up, Satire? And the original judgment amount they talked about was $3,000 some odd dollars. They split it in half and gave it to two of them, and I don't know, but this next document, hold on a minute here. So the introduction here, this is the order on the state's request. Before the court is the state's request for can you guys, Diane and Hemi, can you hear me okay? Do I sound clear?
Yeah.
Hey, you fine.
Before the court is the state's request for restitution for funeral expenses, incurred by the parents of Kaylee Goncalves and Madison Mogan. The state, oh, wait a minute, there's a footnote there. Okay, it says the state originally requested restitution for expenses incurred by these parents for travel and accommodations to attend hearings and trial. However, the state conceded at oral argument that those expenses were not contemplated under the plea agreement and withdrew its request. Thus, only the funeral expenses will be addressed. So, the state requests $1,420 in favor of Stephen Christie and $1,587.79 in favor of Karen and Laramie for expenditures made for urns. An itemized statement with receipts was provided with the state's request, although the defendant agrees that the plea agreement allows for these expenses to be sought as restitution. He argues that the request should nevertheless be denied under IC 19-50304-7, based on his inability to pay. Oral argument on the state's request was held on November 5th, after which the court took the matter under advisement. The court will order the restitution in the amount requested by the state. A district court's order of restitution is discretionary. The court can determine whether to order restitution and in what amount via State versus Johnson 167, Idaho 454, 460, 470, page 3D, 1263, 1269, Court of Point, 2020. And then it says, the plea agreement requires the defendant pay for funeral expenses as requested by the state. While awards of restitution typically governed by IC 5304, restitution obligations under the statute can be altered through plea agreements. Again, case law. Finding the plea agreement precluded the prosecutor from requesting additional restitution. Plea agreements are contractual in nature and generally are examined by courts in accordance with contract law standards. State versus Japik 141, Idaho, more case law. A plea agreement is ambiguous if it is reasonably subject to conflicting interpretations, more case law. The determination that a plea agreement is ambiguous is a question of law. Interpretation of an ambiguous term is a question of fact. More case law. Ambiguous plea agreements are to be construed in favor of the defendant. More case law. 1 second here. The plea agreement is at issue, provides that the state may seek restitution orders regarding funeral expenses. These classes suck. Funeral expenses and crime victim compensation reimbursement in the amount to be determined. There are no other provisions governing restitution, and there is no dispute that the expenses incurred for the earns are funeral expenses as contemplated by the plea agreement. There we go. The dispute is whether defendant agreed to pay restitution for the funeral expenses as requested by the state, or only after the court considers the factors set forth in IC 5304. Defendant argues it is the latter. The court finds the former to be only reasonable interpretation of the plea agreement. If the parties intended that restitution only be ordered in amounts to be determined by the court under IC 53047, these aren't working either. There would be no reason to include the restitution provision in the plea agreement, given that the state, on behalf of crime victims, is already permitted to seek restitution for economic losses under 5304. By specifically including the restitution provision in the plea agreement, it is clear the parties intended to bypass this step with regard to two specific categories of expenses. One was funeral expenses, and two, crime victim compensation reimbursement. Thus, because defendant agrees the expenses incurred for earns are funeral expenses.
I can't hear you, Dago.
You can't hear me? Can you guys hear me or no? Sorry about that. Can you hear me now? Hello? You can hear me? Okay. Sorry. Even if the court were to find that the language of the plea agreement requires the court to consider the factors set forth in 53047, before ordering restitution, those factors favor ordering the amount requested by the state. Pursuant to 53047, in determining the amount of restitution to order, the court must consider the amount of economic loss sustained by the victim as a result of the offense, the financial resources, needs, and earning ability of the defendant, and such other factors as the court deems appropriate. The statute further provides that the immediate ability to pay restitution by a defendant shall not be in and of itself a reason to not order restitution. Rather, a court may order restitution based on foreseeable ability to pay the reward. So basically what they're trying to state there, what do we got going on here? Did you fall out, Diane?
No, I couldn't hear you. So.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So what that means, what I just said there is basically they're looking at the possibility that in the future, say, for instance, there's a book written and Brian gets $500,000 out of that, or a movie that's made or something like that, and he makes a big lump sum of money, then he would be liable to pay that. So that's why they're putting that in place. I think that's ridiculous, but that's my opinion. So where did I go? Oh, rather, a court may order restitution based on foreseeable ability to repay the award. More court law, case law. Indeed, if a defendant is unlikely to ever meet the full amount of restitution, an order of restitution may be upheld if it does not require installment payments or deadlines, but simply gives the victims the present ability to obtain a judgment. The defendant argues that restitution for funeral expenses should not be ordered, given his other financial obligations associated with the case and his inability to earn money. He argues his consecutive life sentences preclude him, from earning through employment. Again, IC 5301 prevents him from profiting from the crime by way of book, movie, or entertainment. The state responds that although the defendant may not be able to earn money during his sentence, it is not a basis to deny restitution, particularly here, where defendant has received significant financial contributions while incarcerated. The state further argues that the operation of IC 195301, any money that would otherwise be paid to the defendant for future media contracts can be collected by the state treasurer to be placed in an escrow account to pay restitution orders recovered as civil judgments. The economic losses sought by the Goncalves and Miss Laramie for funeral expenses total $3,007.79. This is in addition to the criminal fines and fees of $251,227.50, civil judgment of $20,000 for each family, and $31,964.67 in restitution orders defendant stipulated to in favor of crime victims' compensation in the families of Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin. The amount at issue represents a minimal additional burden on the defendant's financial obligations in connection with this case. Further, he has received nearly enough through donations to cover the amount of restitution already ordered. While these funds may no longer be available to the defendant, it is foreseeable that he will continue to receive donations in the future, particularly given that much of the donated amounts came from his family. In addition, there is no reason a defendant cannot secure prison employment for remuneration. Given his limited needs in prison and his youth, it is foreseeable that throughout employment and donations, the defendant may receive sufficient amounts over his life to at least come close to meeting the financial restitution obligations. In sum, although the court finds the language of the plea agreement obligates the defendant to the restitution in the amount requested by the state for funeral expenses, even if it did not, the court finds the requested amount is warranted under 195304.7. Separate orders awarding $1,420 to the Goncalves family and $1,587 to Miss Laramie for funeral expenses will be issued. It is so ordered, again, by hypocrites. I think that is ridiculous. So basically, in layman's terms, all that's saying is that they wanted to get it on record just in case Brian came into some large amount of money, so that way they could tax his money and take the restitution out of it, just in case. Even though they don't expect him to be able to work while he's in prison because he's in protective custody and things like that. That's what they did. I think it's kind of ridiculous, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying.
He's only allowed out 1 hour a day. And that is, if I'm understanding correctly, in what they call a cage.
Yeah.
And
yes.
Work is not one of.
That's his rec. That's it. He goes inside a 12 by 12 cage and can walk around or run, jog in place, whatever. That's it. It's nuts. So they're anticipating that just because he possibly could, or somebody, say for instance, if one of a YouTube creator wrote a book about this story and donated, whatever money came to Brian, they want to be able to attach that to give that money to the victims' families. These two families. You don't see anything in there about Ben Mogan, Kara Northington, or the Chapins, interestingly enough. But I don't know. I don't find this to be fair, I guess you could say.
I think it's disgusting. I think the lawsuit is disgusting. When you go for money, instead of going, hey, who else's blood is on that sheet? But hey, give me $100 million. That's disgusting that you have
a $400 million lawsuit, folks. That's what that lawsuit's going to be based on. Are you serious? I've never heard that in my life. Thank you, AR. He corrected. I just said 12 by 12 because I didn't know, but it's a 10 by 15 open air cage outside unless the weather's too cold. So yeah, that's what he gets. Thank you, AR. Good to see you, brother. By the way, the link is pinned. AR, if you want to join us up here, you're always welcome, bro. You know that my door's always open to you. So yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not saying that these families don't deserve restitution in some aspect, of course, but they're getting it. They've gotten it, I believe, from the victims fund that was it listed in here too. I believe that that's already been paid to them. I think the funeral expenses have been handled as well. So they're just trying to take anything they can from him, you know, in some aspect. And I'm not defending him, but I just think it's ridiculous the way they're doing it is all I'm saying. So
when you want money over the answers of who else's blood is on that sheet, it's disgusting.
Well,
they're disgusting. That's my opinion.
That's a good point, because here's the thing. Why is there not a lawsuit filed against Moscow Police Department or the Idaho State Police or anybody else in regards to getting the truth? I've not seen that. Has anybody else seen that? Have you seen a lawsuit filed that, you know, because they need the truth for $100 million? No. Have you seen a lawsuit filed to find out who the other possible suspects are? No. None of that's been filed. None of that's even been spoken about, you guys. So that's my point right there. That should be the number one priority. They know that this is not the truth. They know that there's a truth out there somewhere. And that's not even being spoken about at this point. All they're talking about is paying for some urns that are rightfully owed in some aspect, but just saying. Why does that family deserve it? They ever paid for anything for Kaylee? She's an adult and was estranged from them. Well, that's a good point, Rach. That is a good point. You know, I'm not going to go blatantly attack these families, but I mean, I kind of find this a bit arrogant. Okay, for lack of better terms, I guess you could call it a bit of arrogance, in my opinion. I think it's kind of wrong.
I'm not saying that the families don't deserve something, but when you go for money over answers of who murdered your child, that's despicable.
Yes, ma'am. And they have received quite a bit of money via their GoFundMe's that it was supposed to be vetted, you know, pointed towards the for the trial, to stay there for housing and food and all that kind of stuff. And there's no trial, so there's no reason. You know what I mean? So there we go. The man himself. Welcome, brother. Good to see you tonight. How are you, bro?
I'm doing well. Can you hear me okay?
You sound really good tonight, actually. Very good.
Hello, AR.
Hey, Diane. It's great to see you. I hope you're doing well.
Yes. Yeah, it does, Jordan. I agree. It does seem it does have like a retaliatory vengeance type feel to that, in my opinion. I agree with that. How you feeling today, brother? You doing good?
I'm doing well. I mean, I've been working. I stayed up all through the night, which I'm getting too old for that stuff. But I'm working on a new series called Facing Murderers Face to Face, which is a documentary about the people that I've done prison time with. And so I'll be talking about a lot of the high profile case people that I've been incarcerated with and about their crimes and what they were like in the penitentiary. So
that sounds amazing, and I cannot wait to be there to see that, bro. I will absolutely be supporting you on that one for sure.
So will I.
Yeah, that sounds like a really good idea. I like that idea.
Looking forward to it.
Yes, sir. And everybody in here, of course, mods, please make sure we drop AR's link in here. If you're not subscribed to a Convict's Thoughts at this point, what are you doing with your life? Come on now. Let's get that done and handled. Make sure to hit the notification bell. You don't want to miss anything this man puts out, because it's all very, very good.
I'm also working on, I know you guys got into discuss a little bit about the housing situation of Brian Kohberger. And I think that a lot of people don't realize I've been housed in that very penitentiary,
right? And
even served time in that very block, J block. And that is where they house the death penalty and the death row inmates around the corner. So it's a little around the corner, but it's still there. And a lot of people had questions why they moved Brian Koberger's cell to cell via staff request last week. And it's because he was literally on the corner where death row was. And they wanted to get him downstairs onto a lower tier and away from those death row inmates. So they did put in that request to have him moved. There's a lot of misconception. I think a lot of people believe this 23-1 means that every single day you get out for an hour every day and you get to go to rec and you get to do this outside. And, I want to bring to people's attention, that's not actually true. You don't get to come out of your cell every day, especially in segregation where he's at. He's actually considered above close custody, which is maximum security. Close custody means you have a door that seals locked on your cell, where most open yards don't have that door. They've got other ways that they keep you confined, even dormitories.
Gotcha.
He himself is considered above close custody. So he's got more than that door. He's got literally loss of privilege. So he gets only about half of the amount of commissary. He can't work. He can't go to educational services outside of what's mandated by the penitentiary itself. So, I mean, there's a lot of misconception. He doesn't get to go outside every day. It's typically 3 times a week. You will get recreation outside. They'll take there in Boise, Kuna, at the max security. They'll take 4 inmates out at a time. They don't walk you at the same time, but they'll take 1 at a time out. They got 4 cages outside that are approximately 10 by 15. They feel a little bit smaller than that, but that's what they say they are. You got enough room to spin a few laps, do a few push-ups in there if you want to. You can talk with the other inmates. You're right there. You're face to face with them. You just got 2 chain link fences that are about 5 feet apart in between you.
Right.
So yeah, you can cuss and curse at each other all you want to. Most times people are just minding their own business, trying to get in their own, time, get in their own workout, get their sun time out, whatever they deem that they want to do. You can't wear your headphones out there. Segregation, you don't get your Walkman and the typical things you get on lower yards.
Right.
And those are typically the days when you go out to rec, that's your day to come out and you get to put in to be able to use the phone on that day and you get to take a shower. So typically they'll give you an additional hour on top of what you're outside for.
Right.
To use the phone and you could take your shower. And if you don't want to do either one of those things, they just lock you back in your cell and you lose that hour. So, it's very confining, and I just wanted to jump up just for a minute because I know a lot of people have questions. I've been meaning to put out a video in regards to the Kuna unit there, the maximum unit, and the way that it actually works, because it is very confining. You're caged at all times. You are in cuffs. Outside of your cell or outside of that cage outside. Even when you're using the phone, you'll be cuffed up while you're using the phone. So it's not a fun place to be, that's for sure.
Right. I appreciate the input for sure. And I mean, you're welcome to stay up here as long as you want, bro. You don't have to worry about jumping down. We do appreciate knowing those types of things and understanding, because a lot of people don't, unless you've been, they don't put out, like a documentary and explaining this is what Brian Koberger is going to go through. There's some creators out here that are trying to pretend like they know, and they've been wrong based on the things that people like you have explained to us. They're completely backwards from what they've said. So that's good to know. And it's good to have your experiences here to be able to explain to us, because people do want to know, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it's extremely frustrating. Not only I can understand it as individuals like yourself that work so hard for the truth and you want to know what's legitimately happening, even behind the scenes, to someone like a Brian Koberger or anybody else being housed. And it's frustrating to watch someone like a Brian Enton that walks into the facility and maybe spins a few laps and spends 2 hours and then wants to come out and speak as if they know what's going on behind the scenes. And it's like, you saw nothing and you know nothing about what's happening for real in there, because they walked you into a unit that they went in prior to you showing up saying, hey, we're going to give you extra privileges if you act appropriately. And they walk you through the best of the units on the yard. That's not your troublemakers. That's not the real way that works.
Right.
And to sit there and listen to how they dictate this stuff. And let me be very clear with people too. Brian Koberger will not spend the entirety of his life on a maximum security yard.
No.
He just won't be. He will work his way down through time to earn privileges to go to a much easier, less restrictive, confining unit. He'll be able to get a job. It just takes time because you have an inside and an outside risk, and he's maxed out by both. So it'll take a little bit of time.
Like I said, with anything, he's got to work his way into that situation because it is so new, so fresh. And of course, I'm sure that there's people that are harassing, that will be harassing, there's threats made, things like that, and they have to watch all that. Once he gets his time in, he's been there for a while. My understanding has always been, give it 5 or 6 years or something, and he'll be fashioned into the situation and his lifestyle, and things will calm down around him, and then they'll be able to put him out there, like AR said, and to be experiencing these other things that other inmates will.
Well, he'll go up in front of a reclassification board every 6 months. Now, your points don't drop that fast because you're talking about an internal score and an external score. And his external score is going to be higher than his internal because of the fact they're worried about him escaping what he could potentially do on the streets if he got out.
Sure.
So, I mean, the internal score will go down much quicker, which will give you privileges to be able to go to school. It will give you privileges within the facility, but it won't lessen the yard you'll be on. I say give him 1.5 to 2 years, and he'll go to a closed custody, non-segregated yard, meaning he'll be able to get more store. He'll still be single man celled, but he'll be out for 2 hours a day. He'll be able to go to education. He'll be able to get more rec time. He'll be able to have more privileges.
Right.
As long as your disciplinary actions and the way that you treat faculty within that, if he acts like a complete jackass to the guards or to the warden as he walks by, then, he's going to stay right where he's at for a while. But
which, from what we've seen thus far of him and the respect that he's shown in the court systems to law enforcement, I can't imagine that would change going to prison. He may. He may change, but I doubt it. I think that he would probably be the same within the system, and he's probably going to be a model prisoner. This is my opinion, of course, in that aspect, and will probably get every privilege he can to some extent, and possibly, I don't know, AR, you could speak on this better than me, but may at some point have the ability to become what do you call the inmates that have they have more privileges than most anybody does.
It's almost like a trustee.
Trustee, there we go. That's the word I was looking for. At some point, as a model prisoner, I can imagine that he probably could become that. At 4 life sentences, you're not going anywhere.
In the penitentiary, it's actually not called a trustee. It's called a
you know what I meant, though, yeah.
What the hell is it called? It's a run worker where you get to clean the run. I can't even think of it off the top of my head.
Yeah, they get more privileges and more like leeway with things. They get to go out more often, so on and so forth. So, yeah. That's what I was.
Yeah, the minute he comes out of segregation, he'll go to what's called close custody, which is just a plain out maximum security yard. It's far less restrictive, and your door will slide open, and you'll come out of your cell to go to the chow hall. You'll come out of your cell to go with other inmates to the rec yard. You'll come out of your cell to work in the day room, and you'll be able to walk up and down the tiers.
Yeah,
and that could happen at any point in time. They're not going to have to hold them in segregation forever like people think. That's just, it's not possible. They don't have enough room. They don't have enough room.
Right.
I
And
think that's when he'll get into trouble, is when he's able to mingle with other inmates.
So you think he'll get in some trouble, Diane?
Not. Maybe trouble isn't the word I'm looking for,
People will
and
come
AR
at him.
knows better than I do. There's you will. He'll have to pick a side.
Yeah, I mean he's going to get tested. Diane. You're absolutely right, but he's already going through that now. And you got to remember where he's at right now, Dago and Diane. He's literally in the top of the food chain right now.
Right.
So the minute that he comes down off of this to what's considered a closed custody yard, he's already earned the respects of the hires, the people with the actual voices for the entire system of Idaho.
Yeah.
And if they send word down, because they send kites,
right.
And the closed custody yard is literally not far away from where he's at right now. A kite will get sent that either says, "Hey, he's got to be got," or "He's got to be left alone. He's good."
And and that's what I was imagining too, AR. I appreciate you putting that in there, because with his knowledge, with his education background, my imagination said, hey, like this is going to be what I would imagine to be a prison lawyer or a prison, what you would call a prison attorney or something like that. That's going to help people. People are going to want to use him, in my opinion, to be able to work through their cases that maybe don't have the life sentences, that want to go in, that are, working through the appellate courts and stuff like that. That was my opinion, of course, as to what I'm looking at down the road for him, possibly.
Well, it's even more so than that, to be honest with you, Dago. It's where can this young man get a job within the facility, and with his educational capabilities, he's going to become a sidekick to one of the counselors there, or a teacher there, or the law library, or he's going to be the sidekick to somebody. And that's when inmates will kind of snuggle up, because he's going to be able to potentially give good word to those people to help other inmates, or maybe get some contraband or things of that nature. So Brian Koberger's going to be able to dictate his path. It's not always by what other inmates have a feeling for, because I've seen many inmates that you could just tell don't need to be on a prison yard. They don't belong there. They don't fit in there. They mind their own business. They do their own thing. They go to the chow hall. They meet people that are similar to them, and they make it through their time. And Brian Koberger will sort that out, and he'll find people that he's capable of getting along with.
That's kind of what I was, where I was going, because that in itself, you folks, because of the personality that Brian has, people don't seem to understand it. He's a rule follower. He's a by the booker. You want to call it that way? What we already know. He opened up, and this is just me saying this, putting it in my own terms. Like, he opened up the handbook and saw that this is what goes on in a day in prison, and expected those things to be just as they're written within a handbook. And it didn't happen that way. And therefore, in turn, started making complaints, so on and so forth, which is, I think AR and I both spoke about this. Like, this could put him in some serious hot water at some point if he doesn't slow down. So when he gets close to people that can say, hey, bro, settle down, okay? Back up. I know you don't quite get this, or maybe they don't know that, but it'll have to be learned. It takes time. And he'll get himself in that comfort zone at some point, in my opinion, and be able to work through that situation. Like I said, that will be what will give him the protection he deserves at some point, is having that background that he has and protecting him in that aspect at that point. Not saying he necessarily has to pick a side, or pick a, whatever you guys want to call it, an affiliation or whatever. Some people I've heard don't have to do that. If they find the ability and the way to do it, they can get along with everybody and mind their own business. You know what I'm saying? It does happen. I'm not saying it happens all the time, but it does happen.
And Robert, you nailed it, man. I'm sorry. Robert threw it out there before it skips me. He said the exact word. It's a porter. That is the next step for him to get some privileges out of his cell, is he could be hired as a porter. Comes out a couple of hours a day, mops the floors on the tiers, cleans the day room, throws out the trash. And that's where he'll make his connections, because he can go door to door and kind of mingle with the other inmates. He'll pass kites. He'll do things to help other inmates in there get stuff that they need or pass stuff. And that's where he'll make or break his time right there, to be honest.
They take those porters and they use them. But, hey, bro, can you run this up and run it through the microwave for me and bring it back? And they do things like that. You know what I mean? And like Robert said. So that's the word. Thank you, Robert. Porter. I couldn't think of it right now.
It was blowing me away too.
Right. I'm thinking that at some point will happen. You know what I mean? I know I've seen a lot of people like putting out this image, this visual for people that Brian's going to be in an 8x8 cell with his stuff, nothing else, no interaction with other people for the rest of his life. Well, no, that's absolutely not. I looked into that immediately. I looked into that facility immediately, and nothing's better than what AR is telling us because of the background and experience that he has. There it is, folks. That's the truth. And if he does it right, I think Brian actually could have probably a decent life for living in prison with his knowledge, his background, his abilities. Now, here's my other question to you, AR. I'm sorry.
Man, I've seen so many people similar to Brian that are doing life sentences that have no issues on the yard whatsoever. They got good jobs. They got commissary in their cell. They got, well-pressed clothes. They go work out on the rec. They're living a normal, what I want to call a prison, normal everyday life. And they're doing okay. They got their TV. They got their support. They're fine. It's the people that legitimately go out, that create a disturbance, that are going to have a hell of a time on the yard. Or someone like myself. They go, I brought it on myself. My time in the penitentiary was hard because I wanted to get sneaky. I wanted to bring in cell phones. I wanted to be a hustler that brought shoes on the yard. I wanted to be involved in everything. And look, so affiliations don't recruit inmates.
Right.
Inmates earn the way into those kind of like at an initial stage, showing that they're interested to do what these affiliations would want them to do. And then they build some of a bond. So like a lot of people have asked me, were you recruited? Did they come like to your cell and tell you? No, they didn't come to me and tell me I had to do anything outside of follow the rules of the yard.
Yeah.
They told me I had to follow the rules of the yard. I had to mind my own business, never snitch, never be excuse the language, don't be a bitch, don't do these things, and you're going to be fine. Now, if you want to go up and above, then, like me, when I wanted to get into the hustling where I wanted to make money off of cell phones and I wanted to make money on shoes, which Brian will have the opportunity if he wants it, he could do it too. You have to start by learning the process. You got to learn that there's taxes. There's things that have to be done to get into that game. But he's not going to just be recruited to go do that. And to be honest with you, Brian Koberger's not going to be recruited for anything outside of his knowledge, his brains.
Absolutely. He's not going to be recruited to be a hitman or something like that. That's not Brian. That's just not who he is. And you can look at that and tell by who he is. And real quick, I hate to step sideways here. Please excuse me. But again, guys, everybody that's in this community knows the only rule that I have, and that's to respect each other and each other's opinions. I'm going to say this once and once only. Everybody's opinion is very important here. Everybody's thoughts and feelings are very well respected, but at the same time, you need to respect the other's thoughts and feelings as well. That's all we ask in here. My moderators will do what they need to do. They will not be questioned, and I will support them 100% if that were to happen. So thank you all for supporting this channel, myself and my moderators. Please and thank you. Just follow that rule and respect each other. That's all I'm asking. Sorry, AR, I didn't mean to step on you, brother.
Oh, and that's fine. And I just want to reiterate to people, I can only speak based upon personal experience and the fact I know people in that very prison right now. So when I give a piece of information, like he was moved from a certain cell to another cell, it's not because I'm paying off a CEO or I got this really great investigative. No, I actually have an inmate that's housed in that unit. He's serving a multi-life sentence that writes me occasionally, and he knows I'm following this case. And it was a shakeup on that whole tier of what happened, and they moved Brian Koberger from one cell to another. He's still on J Block. He's just on the bottom floor tier now. He's not on the top tier anymore. It's pretty simple. You know, I unfortunately, Dago, in my younger years, I dove headfirst into this whole, I'm going to be this Billy badass prisoner when I went to the penitentiary. So a lot of people don't understand. I'm not the same person today that I was then. So when I talk about the penitentiary history and the knowledge I have, I was a different individual that dove in headfirst into, I want to make money. I want to fight. I want to create, issues. And trust me, at the end of the day, it cost me everything. It cost me my visits, my phone calls, my commissary. It cost me everything. I literally spent the majority of my time in the very type of situation Brian's in right now because I earned that. Brian is not there due to disciplinary, and that's why he won't stay there for long. Brian's there because it's an original housing due to his points of where he comes in classified wise as an internal risk and as his external. Internal means is his life at risk based upon others and what he could potentially put others at risk with his actions. So they got to figure that out. It takes a minute. They got to figure out how is he going to mingle. Is he going to be a fighter? Is he going to attack people, or are people going to attack him? Once that gets sorted out, the internal rank will go down. But the external is always going to be a problem just based upon the crime that was committed, considering it was deemed a capital crime, and it's multi-homicides. It's not one, it's multi, and they see that as a risk because if he gets out, is he going to do it again? So his external risk factor is what will keep him on a higher yard longer than his internal.
So he doesn't have a tablet right now, AR?
From what I understand, no. And a lot of times when you're in segregation, because it's a disciplinary unit, they don't allow you to have one. In his case, because he's not disciplinary, there could be potential times they do allow him to use one, but I'm not sure if he's capable of having it full-time in his cell. That's not something I can get info on because, I mean, that would be only something he would know, whether he bought one or what. That's a good question, though, Diane. I'll have to look to see if I can get my hands on the actual ordering for commissary sheet to see if they're offered and whether the time to utilize that is offered, because minimum, medium, maximum, close custody, they all have different commissary lists of what you could actually order and have. And in my opinion, I don't think he would be allowed to have one in a segregated unit because of the risk of him sending messages or conversations for others that are housed in that unit that are actually highly affiliated.
The reason I ask that is because another creator is putting out there that you can't buy him one. And the reason you can't buy him one is because he's not in that prison.
That would not be why you couldn't buy him one, but
you mean he's not in the prison that they're claiming that he's in, Diane, or that he's not in prison, period?
He's not in prison, period. And that's why you cannot buy him a tablet.
Well,
I can put a little bit of that to bed. Like I said, I communicate with people that are housed in that. I was housed in that penitentiary, and I've known quite a few people from the area of Idaho. My wife grew up in Idaho, lived there for quite a few years. I lived in both Washington State and Idaho for a time period. I was incarcerated in Idaho. I also did time in Washington State. So I've gotten to know people that I still communicate with, and I'm sorry that any content creator would try to displace Brian Koberger and his family are going through absolute hell. He's incarcerated in Kuna unit.
Yeah.
He's in J Block.
I looked it up. I looked up the documents that are filed, this and that. From what we have the ability to see, and it's all listed there. I mean, I can't imagine they would put that out and lie about it if it wasn't true. I don't think you could truly. Where did you find that at again, Diane? Did you say?
I can say the creator.
Yeah, I don't mind. That's okay. We talk
Phoenix Talks.
Okay. I understand. That's okay.
And the thing is, I don't want to put down anybody's thoughts or theories or anything of that nature. But the one thing, Dago and Diane, I hope you understand, I bring real to the table.
Exactly.
And the real that I can bring to the table is my life in the penitentiary was really, really real to me. This is not a place anybody wants to be. It's not an easy lifestyle. And I understand what Brian Cober's going through, and I don't think that we should discount the very pain that his family's going through and the very pain that his friends are going through. This is real. He's in prison. He's been sentenced to prison. We can all fight and debate on whether he's innocent or guilty, but just know for right now, with everything going on, he is in prison. He's in a segregation unit, and that would be why he cannot have a tablet. You're not even allowed a TV on the segregated unit. So I would really highly doubt anybody could buy him a tablet.
The only other thing I could see, and I may even be wrong about this. This is just a guess, okay? Because Brian has certain background issues that he may be in a medical unit, possibly. If that's the only thing I can see being different than where
all of J Block houses medical.
Okay.
All of J Block houses medical, whether it be mental issues, whether it be diabetic, whether it be some sort of medical condition. It houses death row. It's around the corner, and there's a bottom tier and a top tier. Bottom tier, you have to have a pass to be on that states. Can't climb stairs, can't climb these things. Sure. So they get the bottom tier. Top tier is, typically just your pill taking, whether you got high blood pressure that's a concern or things of that nature. But all of J Block, you have some sort of medical condition to be in that block. And then, also in that block, they do substance abuse. So
gotcha.
They have in and out people that come in there that have been found on lower yards that have had substance abuse issues while in the penitentiary, and they'll come in there and help them detox.
Sure, yeah.
H is really big in the penitentiary. It's very hard for people to kick, and it's very dangerous to kick it.
Right.
So somewhere like J Block would be a place to where they could quickly get to them, because the medical facility, the actual hospital wing, is not but a short distance away from there. So they get there quick. They get there very quick.
And here's the thing, guys, that you got to think about the reality of reality. Okay. There's other people in prison that are in this same prison that he's housed in, that speak to their family, their friends daily. Okay. Multiple people. I don't know how many people it houses exactly. I can't give you an exact number, but
538 people. They've got 30 medical beds, and then it's segregation throughout the other housing.
And how many people? Thank you for that. I'm glad you have that knowledge, AR. How many people would you say are on J Block that have access to the outside world via phone calls, tablet, and all that kind of stuff?
Every cell in there, everybody that it's constant. So I want to say 45 people minimum, including the correctional officers on top of that. You've got the nurses on top of that. You've got not only internal people that would know that he wasn't there, but you've got every bit of external people
there you go. So you knew where I was going with that, AR. So let's just say we got 45 people at the minimum that will be talking to people that live in the public eye, that live outside of this prison, including guards, including medical staff, including whatever you have in this prison, that will see this man, that know he's there, that if he wasn't there would have said already, He's not here, you guys. He's not here. They're lying to you. But they
Thank
have,
you, Dago, because that's what I said in
and
her chat,
right.
and I got blocked immediately.
Listen, guys, I have no problem, and you guys know this, AR, bro. You know this for a fact. We've talked about this shit in the past. I respect everybody's feelings on something, on everything, but on some things, the problem is, guys, and it's been bad with this case, is there's so much misinformation that has confused so many people that don't quite understand some of this stuff. Okay, there's too much of it already. So I'm going to stop things when I see and hear them that I do not believe are true and say, hey, let's be realistic here. Let's keep this true, folks. Let's keep this real. There's enough bullshit and enough confusion for us that is running around this merry-go-round. We don't need more. So let's keep it real. And I'm not disrespecting any creators that have said things by any means. I respect their thoughts and feelings as to why maybe they're saying that. But you got to be realistic and you got to stay grounded in truth, guys. That's all I'm asking and all I'm saying. So
just real quick to answer this question, so much corruption asked me in regards to most states. I mean, it is actually most states. You got to get approved. Typically what that is you apply for phone calls and you apply for visitation rights. Yeah. When you're approved for visitation and phone calls, now you're actually also on their approved care package list where you can send care packages and various commissary upgrades that other prisoners, you wouldn't be able to do that. The state of Idaho is a little more open in the sense that they'll allow you to send financial means to just about any inmate in there. Now, sure, they're going to monitor that to see why that money could potentially be coming, meaning they're going to read every letter. They actually photocopy every bit of, correspondence in and out, especially for someone like Brian Koberger. So they're going to monitor that. You can't buy Brian Koberger a care package at the time. I know, you can't get on his phone list. You can't get on his email list. You can't, there's a lot of things you can't get. And I think it's going to get even tighter. I think the penitentiary is going to lock that down even more from what I understand. And that's another thing too, just real quick, and my final point, I'll throw it back to you two. And it kind of goes, Diane, in hand of what you're saying with these creators that say these things. They come into my chat of my videos and they start accusing me of not knowing or not accepting the fact that Brian Koberger just is most likely not even in prison. And I came back, I said, look,
yeah,
I just want to ask you something real quick, because I take this very real and I make it very simple. I've been through the penitentiary system for the majority of my life. It sucks, but it's real and it's true. You don't think that I know people in the penitentiary that correspond and would let me know that everything I say about Brian Koberger would be a complete load of crap? I mean, it's like he's there. He's in the penitentiary. I even have COs that have reached out to me. They have let me know he's not all that well liked because people don't know whether they could trust him or not. That's very true. That's the way prison is. Till I know I can trust you, I don't pay you any attention. I don't like you. But to go as far to say, like, he's living in Africa, drinking martinis off $1 million severance pay and all this stuff, it's not real. It really, Dago, I hate to say it, Diane, I hate to say it, but it really just tickles me the wrong way, because it makes my entire life of everything I went to just seem fake. Like, why didn't I just take the ability to walk out the back door and sip martini somewhere? Yes. If all it took was to pretend to be a Fed and do all that, hell, I would have done it too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's a good point. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Diane, and it does happen. Unfortunately, it happens quite often in different platforms and stuff like that. If somebody has an opinion, unless you can, here's my thing, okay? And again, I'm not being disrespectful to any creators that would do this. If you have something, a document that proves this, or something like that could prove this, and you show it to the world, that's a different story. Until you have something like that, though, I don't think you should put that out there as a piece of factual information. You need to say, hey, in my opinion, I think this is what's going on. And it makes it easier and people don't get confused because there are people that would take something like that as a factual statement and run with it. And then they will be attacked in other communities for making statements like that because they believe that's true.
Well, it's the same creator who said he got a total, the operation of a new face. His face was taken off and a new one was put on. And I'm like, what?
What was that movie? It was with Travolta and Nicolas Cage called Face Off. One of the greatest movies ever. I didn't know we were doing that in real life now. I mean, shit, I'm going to go find that.
Yeah.
I mean, we gotta stay grounded in reality, you guys. There's been so much, I'll say nonsense and ridiculousness because there's enough confusion. We don't need any more. Okay. We know what's happened. We know whether we like that idea or not. And I'm telling you, and I'm not saying that all creators do this, but there are creators out there that will put out misinformation on purpose because they know it's going to bring views and drama, and that brings them views. So be it. If that's what you choose to do, then do that. But I think there should be a disclaimer beforehand that is put out there that states, hey, this is absolutely 100%, theory. And in my opinion, it's not factual information because that is all I've tried to put out as fact. Based on documents, based on things we've learned, so on and so forth, because there's too many people that I know just within this community that spent 3 years confused. That's not good. Okay. There's enough. We don't need to be confused, guys. There's enough within the case alone. I'm sure you, AR and Diane, you can both agree with this. The investigation itself and the way things were ran is beyond enough confusion for me.
Yeah.
I don't need extra added bullshit to go to that to make it worse, So
I think at this point, the realness of this is the conversation needs to transition into look at the negativity, look at the issues that have arose from this case, and how do we push our legislation, our court systems, our jurisdictional systems to improve the very things that we've seen.
Right.
It's okay to feel as though there's many that feel as though Bryan Kohberger's innocent. There's many that feel as though he's guilty. There's many that are right down the middle that just have no damn idea. But we don't need to create stories to get to trying to recruit people to believe us. Like, come join me in my believings. No, we need to discuss the root issues. And that's why I come to the platform. And the best thing that I can offer to people is this is where our justice system stands. These are the very issues that happen both inside and then outside, trying to work your way through it. I could bring some attention to some of the falsities that people want to put out there. Like, hey, Bryan Kohberger's not in the penitentiary. So are you telling me my buddy and I had to tell this individual this, my buddy of over 25 years that I served over 10 years in lockdown with as a cellie. We made it through hell and back. We survived race riots. We survived food outages. We survived everything together. He's going to lie to me about Bryan Kohberger being on the run?
Right, because what does he have to gain?
Right. Truly, why would he do that?
How long is he there for, AR?
He's got life sentences. Okay, he's not going anywhere.
He's not going nowhere. He's not nothing to gain here. You're not going to get nothing out of making up a story other than to look like a fool if it's not true. You know what I mean? So I doubt that would be a scenario. Absolutely.
I agree if they are. I have never in my life seen a judge testify in a hearing.
None of us have, and that's truly what the man did. I agree with that. I do agree.
Well, what's frustrating is, okay, this was not a prosecution versus a defense team heading towards trial, working their way to trial situation. This was the prosecution plus a judge against the defense team trying to work it out so it did not go to trial. This was said and done. I'm telling you, I had a conversation with my wife the other night, and we revisited our feelings from when we were in that Idaho courtroom, because we both attended when Judge John Judge was the judge, and then we attended with Judge Hippler. And we both said, well, Brian messed up not having judge because he was so dumb. He would at least give the defense a chance to argue. Judge Hitler 100% shut everything down and made the arguments for the prosecution, so there was no way they could lose the motion. He
Agreed.
brought up the case law when all he's supposed to do is sit back, allow the arguments to happen, and then dictate via the case law and say, no, that's out, that's in, this is out. No, he prosecuted Brian Koberger. And hell yeah, you know what? The more I think about it, I told my wife this the other day too. I would have taken a plea bargain because I would have wanted to be around my wife. I would have wanted to be able to talk to my wife for the rest of my life. Yes, I understand. She probably would have moved on, got married, whatever, to someone else because, lifetimes is a long time.
Yeah.
But damn if I wouldn't want that chance to be able to talk and still have some resemblance of a life. And just at the end of the day, Hitler shut down Brian Koberger's even hope of an appeal, and that's why he had no problem of waiving it. Because the appeal process would have had to start with Hitler. It would have had to start in that very courtroom. So you waive it and you hope down the road, Hitler retires, Hitler moves on, Hitler disappears somehow, and someone else is in place that's willing to listen to an argument. Yeah. And that might be Brian Koberger's best chance.
Gotcha. Absolutely gotcha. This is interesting. Great conversation, by the way. I really appreciate your thoughts on this and your information and insight, AR. As always, much appreciated. It lots to learn in a lot of senses. But yeah, I absolutely agree, and I feel that Hitler was testifying for the prosecution per se in this aspect, and truly helped to lock down the situation with Brian in that situation. Just saying. And it's very sad. It's very sad. I've never seen that in my life. A judge, folks, I've said this before 100 times. I'll say it again. A judge is to be there to regulate the situation, to protect the defendant in the situation, and make sure and to truly ensure and protect his rights to make sure he gets a fair trial. And Judge Hitler, Stephen Hitler, did not do any of that. He did in my opinion, the absolute opposite of that, folks. Which is unbelievably unseen to me. I've never seen that in my life, ever. Okay, the man. Well, yes, I have. I'm sorry. Once again, Judge Gall. Judge Gall was like that a lot too, in some senses. But it seems like when Hitler sat down, the day that he sat down for the first time in a hearing with all these people in his case, he knew where he was headed. Jen said, AR's wife, the day that they were there. The first time that Hitler was on the bench, Jen walked out and said, "It's over. It's done." Hitler made his mind up. That was the first day, you guys. That should have said everything. And I agreed with her. And we saw it all the way till the end.
I can't remember, Dago, if my wife during that live talked about how sick I literally got in the courtroom, and I didn't even want to come back after lunch. I told my wife, I'm just going to go ahead and leave. You can stay. We had other people in our little group that she could have stayed with. I said, I can't come back in the courtroom. Like, I just can't, because I feel like I'm potentially going to get sentenced to prison right here, right now, too.
Yeah. And she just looked at I remember it being brought up because it was just that. I remember you saying that you were just that feeling of like what the hell did you say? That dark, whatever. It was probably anxiety is what it was, came over you based on what you've been through in your past. Watching this man be who he was just kind of made you feel like, oh shit, So I get it. I do.
My stomach was growling so loud for being so tightly wrenched. Everybody in the crowd thought it was the service dog on the floor laying in front of us. They all thought it was a dog like farting or burping or growling. And it was my stomach, and it just was constant for like an hour. And I finally excused myself and I left. And that's when Steve and I came face to face. I was coming out of the bathroom. He was coming into the bathroom, and I just stopped cold. And this is where I was thinking, okay, well, this is an interesting situation. Where is he going to go from here? Because, he had reached out to me. I've shown everybody that him and I communicated for a time period of time. And, I listened to things he had to say. He listened to things I had to say. And then here we are face to face. And it was like, oh, this is good. I'm coming out of the bathroom from being sick.
Right.
And now I'm face to face with a man that I think could maybe potentially get me a charge and put me back in lockup.
Sure.
But we were able to avoid it.
100%. I can agree. The man made me nervous watching him, and then it just the first initial statement that Stephen Hitler made, that when he was introduced to the world in the IDAHO4 case, that told me right there that we have a problem.
Yeah.
And all he said was, I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that I'm happy to be here, because I'm not. And I went, who, what? Like, you don't say something like that, okay? You just don't. And he proved himself time and time and time again with everything in this case as to what he believed, where he was going, and what was going to happen. And I think everybody knew that. I got to say, going back to Sarge, God love him. Sarge said that that this judge would have had to rule in the right direction, and that Brian very well could have been, acquitted, I guess you could say, because going in front of a jury, so on and so forth. And I kept arguing with him, Sarge, do you think this is real? Do you think this is like what would happen in a true to life case? And he believed in that. And I said, I don't believe that this could happen in a case like this because of the actors we have. And I say actors as meaning the people playing in this situation, the prosecution team, the judge, the law enforcement officials, all of it. Okay. It is nothing like anything we ever saw, but it seems to be the regular now. We have Delphi, we have the Karen Reed situation, we have this. What's next? It's very scary. I'll just say that much. It's very scary.
I've had judges in some of my lower scale cases that were very similar, and let me tell you, it's very difficult to work your way through your case when your judge is against you, when your judge has it out for you. And I mean, just the best way to actually ask this question, and maybe both of you on panel can figure it out. Name one motion the defense with Hitler won.
I can't think of one.
One motion to eliminate, one motion to suppress, one motion on anything within the case that could benefit Brian Carpenter. Name one motion that they won.
I truly can't. He didn't give them anything that we could see in any sense. He made a couple arguments and said that, he would allow for certain things, but they never happened. Okay. For instance, when Anne said that she wanted to impeach, oh Lord, I just lost his name.
Balance,
yeah, Nick Balance, and he argued with this situation with her all over the side race stuff, and then that brought up, and he argued with her. Then he claimed it and said, "Okay, I'll allow you to do it outside of the jury." Well, what's the fucking point of doing that when the jury can't see and hear the situation? So he really didn't even give her anything at that point either. Not to mention it never happened because we didn't get to that point. So,
well, you also have to remember within that, he also said that Cy Ray could not be a part of the cross-examination of that.
Yes. And
so Cy Ray had to sit it out unless Hitler decided he wanted to call him.
Exactly. And the day that this all came into question, Cy Ray was in the courtroom with them on Zoom, ready to go to explain everything that Hitler challenged and called out and brought into question about Cy's, his reputation, I guess you could call it, was right there. He was ready to speak on this, and he would have explained every bit of it. And very quickly, Hitler dismissed it all. He didn't want to hear a word from it, folks. Not one word. That told me all I needed to know at that point. After calling a professional a conspiracy theorist, ignoring the fact that he has the ability to prove what he's saying to you, and you not wanting it, there's your answer right there.
Yeah, when you call the man who wrote the book, I mean, literally, did the software, wrote the book.
Yes, he created it.
Yeah, and then you go, well, he's a conspiracy theorist. Well, when, and I'm thinking, wait a minute. This is the first time he's ever decided to go for the defense. and he's a conspiracy theorist now?
Yeah.
What was he before?
And what would he have been called if he had taken the stand and testified? What would, in front of the jury, Judge Hitler done to that so-called conspiracy theorist? Would he have actually been cross-examining him as well? I mean, it's crazy to even think about.
Right. What would have happened if he'd have been there for the prosecution? You got to understand. You got to wonder, would you have been okay with him, Steve? You know what I'm saying? Like, or Hitler, sorry. Well, that's my thought right there. And I'm pretty sure I'm right on that. So
Oh yeah, it's slander.
soon I will show you. I appreciate it, Lucy. I'm sure he did. What's up, Buddy Bear? Just as much as they're talking about those AT&T documents that started all this bullshit, okay, I can tell you that I am so confident in saying that absolutely Ashley Jennings has those and had those, and that's what the argument was, and I'm almost positive too that Hitler knows that. In turn, she should be sitting in prison, in my opinion, as well as Bill Thompson, because of the way they absolutely lied and handled this situation 100%, folks. That is my opinion. People can, I know there's people out there that think I'm ignorant for saying that, but it's absolute fact in my mind that that's where they should be. It's illegal, the things they've done. And we all know the ringleader, the number one, the big guy in charge is BT. Bill Thompson was the one. Nothing happened without him. Nothing happened. Nothing went around him. Nothing could be done without his approval. So
they had to have Hitler in their pocket because he stood, who was it, Nye, who stood up and said, the only thing we have of evidence against Brian Koberger is on the sheet. That's it.
There is nothing more. Nothing more. I'm so tired, guys. November 15th of 2025, 3 years into this situation, okay? I'm hearing people say, but they have so much more, Dago. The prosecution has so much more evidence. Where? AR, did you see more evidence that they were presenting at the hearing at the end when Bill stood up and read the damn PCA, basically? Did you hear anything new, any more evidence? And people are saying, well, they never got to trial. They never got to show it. Stop. Please stop.
I thought he just read the PCA over again with a little different wording.
That's all he did.
I don't think he...
That's exactly.
I mean, from what someone told me, that my wife said, oh, he added the cleaning supplies for the car. And I'm like, dude, I'm going to go to prison tomorrow then, because I clean our car every other day. I mean, they're going to come get me for cleaning the car.
And there's still people running with these narratives, you guys. The two lead detectives stood there in front of the whole world and said, no, it never happened. Brian was not found cleaning his car with bleach. That never happened. Everything that has been put out there as a false narrative has been proven wrong by the people in the investigation, including the prosecutor. Why are we still going there?
Yeah. Did we see any photographs or anything in the evidence of the car being torn apart with a bucket of bleach and all that, like they claimed that? So many people have told me that. But these are the same people, Dago, that literally emailed me and accused me of being a part of this case because I'm affiliated with these people or those people. And I've
had that happen to me years ago, dude. I know all about it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm so involved, so
100%. Because I had to be involved because I'm a pro burger. No, I'm not. I'm a truth burger. Okay. If you want to call me any kind of a burger, I'm a truth burger. I want truth. And it hasn't been presented to me, not yet.
Yeah,
not
I mean,
time.
Oh, shit.
Go ahead. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. The truth is all the. I mean, the victims, the poor victims, deserve that.
They absolutely do. There is no voice for the voiceless in this case, folks. As I've always claimed, that's what we're out here trying to do, is be a voice for victims that can no longer speak for themselves. They have denied that. They have absolutely cut that off, denied that, and choked it out because there is there's not allowed to be a voice for the victims, folks, because it's all lies.
Well, what I don't understand, Dago, is why do people come out attacking me? Like, I can only use me as a reference. I know you guys go through it too, but people come out attacking me like you're defending this and you're guilt tripping it. I've never said anybody else was guilty or innocent of anything in this case.
Right.
I've never even said Brian was innocent or guilty in this case. I've only spoken about thoughts and feelings based upon what's been released to me. And typically I stick with the documents and I say, well, here's how I feel about the documents. Or here's what I feel about what people are saying, prison being in, or Brian being in prison. So I'll go into what prison's really like. I'm only sharing with you my perspective, my thoughts, my experiences. I'm not dictating that anybody committed this crime because I have no damn idea. But at the end of the day, people that are pointing at me, accusing me of all this stuff, including guilter and guilter, but grifter and all this. And I'm like, do you understand anybody and everybody that comes to YouTube that does anything on any channel would be deemed a grifter then? Because all they're doing is talking about things that interest them or they love or showing them on a skateboard or whatever it might be. Yeah. That would all be deemed grifting because I'm not here saying I solved the case. I have no damn clue. And neither does law enforcement, neither does Bill Thompson, neither does Judge Hippler. They're all lost. Well, they are all lost.
Agreed. And we've all been, that's a good word to use too, Robert put out there. We've all been demonized, AR, unless we're sitting here saying, okay, Brian Koberger 100% did this all by himself. He's the one that did it. And if you're not saying that, you're demonized. Late facts. That's it. It doesn't matter who you are. I said forever, I'm going to say probably 2.5, almost 2 3/4 years that I was on the fence. Okay. That I don't know if Brian did this. I don't know if he's innocent or guilty. I just want to see that proof and then I can give you a decision until all of this stuff started dropping over the past 3 months. And I finally hopped down off that fence and said, you know what? I think the man's completely innocent. That's my opinion. And I always put behind that the words opinion. My opinion. I'm not saying, guys, it's a fact that Brian didn't do this. It's my opinion.
The only thing I said when he first got arrested, I was like, oh, they got him. And then I got to reading the PCA. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
They can't even put him near that house or in that house.
In the beginning, you're right. Because I think in the beginning, all of us said, good, they got the guy that did it. We all thought that's true. Because why would we not? Okay. Until that document was released and we all stepped back for a minute and we're handing it over to each other going, did you see this? Did you see that? What the hell is this? What the hell is that? And you have to say, I got questions. That's a red flag, a red flag, a red flag, a red flag. So we're just supposed to sit here and wave these red flags and say, okay, I'll eat dirt. Whatever you want me to believe. I can't do that, folks.
The 8-hour delay also was just a huge problem for me.
Well, I think that's what everybody stopped and questioned because of that. What do you mean they didn't call 911 for 8 hours? Why? And nobody's ever been given an answer on that. Ever. As much as they want a motive in this case, they've never given a motive for that. Nobody has. Well,
and I've told you, Dago, my opinion, Dylan was too comfortable with coming out of that room.
Well, everybody has, yeah. And I got yours, and a lot of people have opinions, but we've never been given an absolute answer that has facts behind it as to why there was an 8-hour delay before calling 911.
I've shared my thoughts, Dago, both ways. I have been very open to speak on both sides. Hi, typically unique. I'm sorry, I'm going to let her jump in. But I've been very open to saying, could potentially Brian have done it? Yeah, let's talk about it. Sure. Could he maybe not have done it? Yeah, let's talk about it. And people want to accuse me like I'm picking sides. I haven't picked any side. I'm talking about all sides.
Yeah, and
I'm talking about anything.
I always said I will listen to it. I'm down to hear it. If you can show me, if you believe that he did this, please show me how and why you think that. That's all I want to know. Nobody's ever been able to do that. All they've said was his DNA's on the sheath. He drove by there 23 times and stalked them. He took his phone and turned it off. He didn't have a license plate. Are you serious? none of these things, most of those things were debunked. So once again, you've not shown me anything that proved to me that Brian Christopher Koberger committed these crimes. And also I want to see and know and understand is how you put him in that house and how he killed 4 people in 90 seconds or whatever the hell it is. Nobody can prove that to me, including the prosecution, including law enforcement. So that's why I believe what I do. And again, welcome, Kim. So wonderful to have you tonight. Thank you for joining us. I'm sorry I rambled too much.
Yeah, I just had a comment on one of my videos that was like, you YouTubers need to lay off.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, oh my gosh. Like, and they said he never said he was innocent and he pled guilty. That was their point. And I'm like,
that's all they have to
we're
reach
not
for.
laying off because we're not saying he's innocent. We're saying we're looking at the evidence that's coming out and the documents, and stuff isn't matching up.
That's it.
I'll tell you what worked for me the other day. I had the same thing. You guys need to lay off. I said, why would I lay off? You keep coming back to watch, and I just love your attention. So I keep doing it. So you keep coming back to comment. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, I started off with thanks for your thoughts.
And that's what I say. Thank you for the views. You're here and you tell me you can't stand me, but you're watching me. Why?
Yeah.
Okay. And all I'm saying to you is what I think. It's my opinion. Just as much as you have yours. And I'm not telling you you're wrong for yours. Why are you so mad at me for mine? That's all I'm asking.
My questions back to them were, who do the other mixed blood samples in the house with the victims that are not Brian's and not Ethan's, but they're male? Who are they?
They get mad at you, don't they? That's when they get mad at you, because that is the thing that they don't want to talk about.
I haven't gotten a response yet.
Oh, I get.
If we lay off, it will happen again. And this, I don't know if Brian did it or not, but I have seen out of the PCA, you can't put him there. You can't put him in the house. There's no one that can say, yes, that was him. Not even Dylan.
They themselves have said
if
they
we
can't
lay off, it will happen again to someone. And Brian could be innocent.
They themselves have said
he could be guilty.
Diane. That's the problem.
It's just such an injustice that happened. It's appalling.
Sad, very sad. And what's going to happen? That's a good point you brought up too, Diane. What's going to happen, you guys, if in 2 years or 6 months, and not that I want this to happen, God knows I don't, but what if this happens again with the exact same MO, with the exact same type of situation? What are they going to say then? Oh no, we might have made a mistake. Or will
what happens when it's one of these people's kids that are combating us for continuing to try to find truth and transparency and to push for these things to be rectified within our court system, our justice system, to be more honest, more upfront, more show it to us. Show us what you claim that you're able to do to solve these cases. Prove it to us. We're the citizens. But yet, if one of these individuals' son or daughter or loved ones just unfortunately lost their lives, they would be not only devastated, but pushing for every one of us to be getting the word out about their cases and to find truth. And that's where I just kind of hang up, and I'll be back with you guys. I got a dog issue here. I'll be right back.
Okay, bud. No problem. We'll be here. So exactly. Or better yet, what if one of these people that swears up and down he did this and it couldn't happen, they get accused of something horrendous that they didn't do, and now you're not going to have the people supporting you that you should, because you said we're crazy, we shouldn't be doing this. Just saying.
The Delphi case is a classic example, and I know one of the jurors, and they just wanted to give comfort to the families.
And that's you've said that before.
Oof.
And that's a bad thing.
That's not their job.
No,
not their
it's
job.
not.
Their job is to bring justice to a situation,
Yes.
to listen to the case and understand it and make a decision not to comfort the families of the victims, period.
And it's like I told her, you gave comfort because she admitted there was just no evidence against Richard Allen.
They didn't even show them, in that case, you guys, 60% of the evidence going the other direction, which we've now seen is being brought forth in the Appalachia situation now. And holy shit, you're allowed to say the word Odinism now, but you couldn't in Gall's courtroom.
No.
What is wrong with that picture, folks? Honest to God. Think
The
about that.
DNA that was at the crime scene in Delphi, it was not Richard Allen's at all.
Yeah.
No, there was none. And we have a man that literally asked a question to a police officer because he's such an idiot and said, what would happen if you were to spit on their grave or on the victims? What did you just say?
Elvis Fields.
Elvis Fields. They didn't even look at him twice. Are you serious? We have a guy that posted the photographs, basically a reenactment on his Facebook and other things about the crime, so on and so forth, but you're not going to look at him twice. You got the man on the bridge, as far as I'm concerned. You had him in custody at one point.
Yes.
And they were found on his property, but and you can hear his voice, in my opinion, of course, on the audio, but you're not going to look at him again. What the hell are you guys doing over there?
Me and my friends went out there in the fall, like I think it was September. I think we went out there and we were walking down the trail and it was already creepy. We're already freaked out. And this guy, older man, was sitting on a bench that was like more in the trees facing the river down below.
Right.
Came out of nowhere, scared the crap out of us.
It is
And my
creepy.
friend was convinced it was Elvis Fields. I'm like, no, it's not.
That's crazy. I can imagine that. And not to
But-
mention, you guys. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, we were convinced we were followed out there. Like we went way back by the farm. I'm not recalling all the names now, but
I know what you mean.
the family that owns the farm out there. And there's a 1-lane bridge you have to go over. And before we went, only one vehicle can fit over it. So you got to wait. So there was a white truck coming. So we waited for them. Then we went and we like found the farm. We jumped out. We took a quick picture. We turned around. By the time we went back over the bridge again, that truck had turned around and came back. And there was nowhere that they could have went. Like there's no store. There's nothing.
No, there's not.
Yeah,
I hope you guys got the hell out of there then, because that would have freaked me the hell out, to be honest with you.
No, that was before we went on the trail.
Oh Jesus. Okay, I got you now. Makes sense. Absolutely.
It just has a creepy
The whole
feeling to it now, no matter where you're at.
Not
And
to
the
mention-
closer you get to the crime scene, the creepier it gets.
And not to mention, there were 3 police officers in that case, folks, that stuck with the Odinism theory in the background, and one of them lost his life. You're going to tell me that is just coincidental? Sorry, but no, I don't believe that. Okay, you can't. No, there's too many things in that. You talk about red flags in this
And
case.
the guy that leaked the pictures.
That man is, they leaked
Him
the crime.
too.
They leaked the crime scene pictures. Okay, but that's not a coincidence. And
I think they had to do that. I wish they would have done that. I wish someone maybe could have leaked some things for the defense side in the Brian Kohberger case.
Agreed.
They did that on purpose because the courts were not letting that information come out.
Not right. That's exactly what was happening right there, because they were not. She was not allowing. Guys, it was so bad that if you said the word Odinism in her courtroom, you were held in contempt.
Yeah, you were escorted out or held in contempt of court.
Are you kidding me? He blackmailed the defense attorneys into recusing themselves. Blackmailed them.
Yep.
This is a judge, by God's sakes, that does things like what planet are we living on that this shit is real? Okay. And
in the meantime, they have the guards that are guarding Richard Allen with the Odinism tattoos and symbols on their jackets.
Yes, and then you got people running around. Yes, exactly. You got people coming in there, but Dago, Richard Allen said he did it. Sit down. Okay, you know why he said it? Because he had a guy on either side of him saying, if you don't say this, your family is not going to survive. I don't know that's a fact, but I'm going to tell you right now with what we've seen and heard about this, I bet you that's how that went down, folks, okay? That's the only reason why this man, he was out of his mind. He was
Most of the
threatened.
guards in Indiana
And
either have the tattoos visibly showing or some type of pin on their
he had a patch
uniform or
on his
whatever.
uniform, and they made him remove it, so he goes and gets a tattoo of the same thing right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not even allowed to have facial hair, folks. I can't have this as a CO in a prison, but you can get a tattoo under your eye.
Oh wow.
Sit down. But yeah, like I said, those are the things that and they have this man because he went in to try to help, and they found a bullet, one bullet that was never fired from the barrel of a gun, and it matched his gun. Now, when they came to the trial, they said that it was racked in and out of his gun. It was never shot through the barrel, but that's the only way they could prove this, by running it through the barrel of the gun.
Right.
What is going on?
Yeah, it was an unspent shell casing. So it was never racked through a gun.
No, it never.
But
never fired
the one that Richard Allen had, the only way to match it was to send it through that, right?
Yes.
Yes.
They had to fire it.
A completely different situation, that's all they had. There was no DNA. There was nothing there that put that man as the person that did this. But there's 4 to 5 other people that there's absolute proof that they could have done this. They didn't even look at them twice.
One is dead.
And one of them is dead now. But and it's also, I'm gonna tell you now, for those of you that have been here, you know that because I'm very passionate about the other case that I covered that I'm telling you was absolutely linked to the Delphi murders. And it's the
Flora.
The Flora. Thank you. I'm telling you for a fact, I proved that already, because one of the men that's absolutely involved in Delphi lived 4 houses down from where the Flora 4 situation happened, on the same damn road. So tell me that I don't believe in coincidence. Tell me that that's not linked, and I'll tell you you're wrong.
Yeah.
It's linked.
It's insane. And they just look the other direction like, I don't know what you're talking about. You must be crazy. Miss me. Sorry. Anyway, moving forward.
These cases that go to trial, they don't want them to go to trial. Like they want these plea deals. Someone made a really interesting comment on my page that if every person in every court in America on the same day insisted on a speedy trial, they could shut the whole system down. Like if everybody said we want a speedy trial right now, they wouldn't be able to handle it.
No, they wouldn't. But we got prisons to house them. And some are overcrowded, which, that should tell like I said, it isn't about trying to prove that Brian is innocent. The way oh my God, the way the whole thing went from the investigation to a prosecuting attorney going, well, Your Honor, the only thing we got is this trace DNA, but we got blood on one side that's mixed with the victim's DNA, and we got just another blood sample of a male. When he took the plea deal, I am so surprised that Santa Claus did not jump up on the table and go, ha, he didn't, we couldn't prove he did it, but he just said he did. So
we know that Santa Claus got down on his hands and knees and begged him to take the plea deal now, don't we? That came right out of the Mr. Gonsalves' mouth himself.
Yes.
So how interesting is that for you, folks? Just saying.
I don't think they wanted to take the chance. They knew they had Hitler, which was going to create a problem no matter what.
But they knew they didn't have a case against him.
That's right.
There, they knew that, and they knew they knew because they didn't have a case that Anne was going to shred them like pulled pork, folks. I'm telling you, she was going to destroy this, and they knew he wasn't going to take that chance.
If that one juror, if they just one juror was going, wait a minute, this don't sound right to me. This is all you got? And why is the judge testifying? I don't think you can, they just could not take the chance of that one juror.
All it
And
takes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Good point.
it
Good
was
point.
planned all along. They just went, they overcharged. They were scaring him with it wasn't even just the death penalty, it was the firing squad,
yeah,
right? That's a tactic. That's what
Absolutely,
they
it is.
do. And especially the more weak the prosecution's case is, the more likely they're just going to offer a plea deal.
It was
They're going to
absolutely.
get a guilty verdict no matter what. And they'd
The
rather
whole-
not go to trial.
Absolutely. I agree with that full-heartedly, Kim, because the whole time that was the plan. And as they got closer and closer to trial time, they realized they're going to destroy this. That we don't have a way to deal with this. So then they started making threats. Okay. And you can't tell me that those threats didn't come from something to do with the prosecution side of this. Then Brian's family starts to get threatened. Then Ann's family gets threatened. And other people are getting threatened. Now, don't tell me that that's a coincidence, too, because these are all tactics, folks. Just like Kim said, it's a tactic to make things happen the way they wanted it to. The propaganda that was from the moment that they put bracelets on that man to the day that he said, to the last time we saw him in the plea hearing, okay? The sentencing hearing, I'm sorry. All the way through, even now, they're still running propaganda to make everybody stick to the point that he's guilty. He's guilty. It's like they're brainwashing the world with this, okay? They cannot let it go. He's in prison. Why are you still going there with this?
that's why I asked you about that crime scene photo of his car and Maddie's mattress.
Yeah. We have those. We're gonna head. I've had a lot of requests actually, just so we've been sitting
His
here
car
about
and what?
Maddie's mattress.
The blood, I'm assuming, is from Maddie.
Real quick, if I can
But
just
the-
chime
oh,
in and what you guys were talking about before you guys move on,
Yeah, go ahead.
in
Go ahead.
regards to the plea agreements and the way those, I get how a lot of people look at the prosecution and the pressure and the very things that the state side of things do. I actually 100% through my experience want cameras in the discussion room when somebody goes in there to talk about plea bargains with their own personal defense attorney that is a public defender. Because let me tell you, for those that have not been through it, the pressure put onto you by your own attorneys to accept plea bargains offered by the state is unreal. I've actually had attorneys threaten that they would stop fighting for a lesser sentence, that if I didn't accept this very plea bargain in front of me, they would be okay just going for the max. And they wouldn't dispute it because they felt as though this plea bargain was too good to pass up on. And I'm like, I thought it was up to me on whether I want to go to trial or not, whether I want someone to have to prove me as guilty. And you're telling me here in this private room where I know there's no cameras because it's client privilege or whatever with their attorneys. No, I think there needs to be a camera because the state appointed public defenders push just as hard as any law enforcement or any of the prosecutors. Mine potentially pushed harder and wanted me to take plea bargains. And I've been housed in the jails where I sat in the day rooms and I heard everybody coming back, and every one of them had a sheet of paper in their hand after their first court hearings of a plea agreement offered to them after their very first court appearance.
Yep.
Here's a plea agreement that's been offered to me. I'm not saying everybody took it, but I'm telling you, I've even learned the logistics. On the third time, it gets worse than the second time. The fourth time is going to be your best chance. On the fifth time, you're going to try. I've learned all the logistics because I've watched so much of these plea bargains that intertwine every day. I know people say 95% plea bargains. I want to say 99.9%
Yep.
plea bargains.
Yep. They do not want to go to trial.
Not at all. That's a fact, guys. That's a fact. And if you look at those stats, that's absolutely a real statement. True to form.
I've gone to an arraignment. Nope.
Did Richard Allen have a public defender or did he hire attorneys?
No, he had public.
They
He
started
hired-
off as public defenders, and then then when they came back, they worked pro bono for him, from my understanding.
Well, because that's looks like what it takes to go to trial. You're not going to go to trial with a public defender. You're going to go to trial like Karen Reed, who can afford a good private attorney.
Yeah.
Well, and
Because you're
experience,
paying them. Then you're paying them to do what you want.
experienced inmates will tell you when you come into the jail and you're getting ready to go to your arraignment, if you can't afford your own attorney, right here, right now, we're going to tell you, if you can't afford your own attorney, start working on a plea bargain. That's before you even go to arraignment. That's when you're laying in the holding cell. Because in Phoenix, Arizona, you literally go to arraignment all times of the night within 24 hours. This is no joke. I've had twice in my life in Phoenix, Arizona, I've had plea agreements signed and sealed 3 to 4 hours after my arrest before I even went to arraignment to hear what charges were against me, because the plea agreement offered me less charges, lower level charges, and the capability to leave that day on probation.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
I ain't even been to arraignment yet. They hadn't even read me what my charges were yet. And I was like, plea bargain, and I can go home today? Let's do it. Why not? I'm already on like 3 different probations right now anyway. So what's the matter to me to add one more to this? Let's go.
Right.
That's how sick it can be when it comes to plea.
So the system with these district attorneys, they're elected. So they look better to voters if they have a high conviction rate, right? So it's all just it's just all designed.
It is all by design, in my opinion. Especially
I'm tough on crime.
Well, public defenders also look good when the case gets resolved with the plea agreement. It looks as if they've also won. That's what people don't realize. When your public defender wants you to take the plea agreement, because it makes them not only more money on the case, they get paid for the timely manner of wrapping up the case. I think one of my lawyers let it slip. She made like an additional $400 on my plea agreement because I signed within a month or so. She got $400 added to her pay. But it also looks good for them because it's a win on their side, because you didn't get convicted of all of the charges you were originally brought up. They got some dismissed. So it looks good for them too.
And it makes you wonder if Bill Thompson got a kickback for not letting this go to trial and saving Idaho all that money. You got to wonder.
100%.
Money towards your retirement fund there, Bill, to buy a boat or whatever you're going to do.
And Taylor got a payment too. I'm telling you, there's no doubt in my mind. Everybody across the board made a little bit more money by this not going to trial. And look, this is, somebody's going to hate me for saying this. Even the Gonzalez walked away with all that trial GoFundMe money. They don't even have to go to trial, and they've got, a couple of years worth of income through GoFundMe that they're not going to have to use now to go to trial. Everybody made money. Everybody.
And that's disgusting.
And
that's so disgusting.
Thank you, Tonka. There's so much more to be made too, guys. That's the sad part. Before I forget about it, though, I did want to throw up and review real quick, guys. We finally have an interview with Eric Gower. I don't know if you guys have seen or heard this, but I thought it was quite interesting. AR, that you're here. I'd love to hear your input. And, of course, Miss Kim always has great thoughts. Hemisphere and Diane as well. I'd love to hear your guys' input on this. So I did want to review this as part of one of our topics tonight. Topics. Got it. Anyway. I hope you guys are okay with that. It's not very long at all, but I thought I've been wanting to hear this from day one. I want to hear this guy explain his side, because I have issues with him. I always have. That's me personally, though. So are you guys all for it? Are you guys good with that?
Yeah.
Thank you. And let's check it out, guys. Here we go. And everybody, please thank Miss Christie's Chaos for throwing this out. I like using her stuff because she is part of this community. She's a moderator, and I would rather support her than others in that aspect. So please make sure you hop on over. Thank her for putting this together. Like it up. Make sure you subscribe to her channel if you have not yet, and hit that notification bell. And thank you, Christy, for doing this. God bless.
So, obviously, tell us any information that you have.
Okay.
Okay. So, do you know a Maddie or Kaylee?
Yeah.
Okay, how do you know that?
So I drive for Uber and Lyft. I drive for Uber and Lyft, and so I met them through that, and they kind of became some of my regulars, so I drive them pretty frequently. They texted me last night at, Saturday at 10:02 p.m. Kaylee texted me and asked if I could pick her and some friends up from their house at 11:22 and take them to the club. I got there at 10:15. Picked them up, took them to the club. I think there was 3 of them. Can't remember that for sure, but there was at least a couple in the back, I think, and Kaylee was up front.
Okay.
And then at 1:45 a.m., Kaylee texted me, said, hey, can you come pick me up and some friends from the grub truck? I got there at 1:49, and then they got in the car shortly thereafter, and I took them home. It's only 3-4 minute drive, dropped them off, and then headed out to another ride.
Okay. And who did you pick up? What time did you pick them up at?
I got to the grub truck at 1:49 a.m., and then their sister, I think it was, texted me last night, and kind of talking with her, went and found because grub truck live streams their stuff, went and found them on that, because I couldn't remember for sure who the other person was, and so found them on that, and then they got in the car, and then we drove straight to their house, so I dropped them off.
All right, so let's go back through here just a little bit. So you drive for Uber and Lyft. Mm-hmm. How long have you been doing that?
I've been doing that since 2019. October of 2019, I think.
How long has Kaylee been a regular for you?
I think they started last year. I think they lived there last year. There's a lot of people that come through that house, like friends of theirs and old alumni stuff.
So for about the last year then?
Yeah.
Okay. So you were obviously working Saturday night, or were you just at home?
Yep, I was working.
Okay, so you're out. You have an app that they contact you through, or was she texting you directly?
She is texting me directly.
Okay. So Kaylee has your cell phone number?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, so they contacted you directly.
Mm-hmm.
You picked them up at the house first?
Yep, picked them up at the house, 11:22 there at whatever time, 10:02 I think is when she first texted me. I think I got there at 10:15.
Okay. And you said you took Kaylee and 3 other girls?
I think there was 3 total. I think
there
were
was 3 total, so Kaylee and 2 others?
Yeah, I think. Like I said, there's quite a few that come through that house, so I hadn't gotten names and faces down entirely, and it's always dark when I'm driving people, so
that's fine.
I can't remember who all it was.
Then you got another text from her about 1:45.
Yep.
Asking to pick them up with a grub truck.
Yep.
You arrived there at 1:49.
Yep.
Okay. And when you picked them up, where did you park?
I parked in front of the grub truck, and so then they came to the back of the car.
Now, what do you mean by in front of the grub truck? In front of it.
So where it parks there outside the garden,
okay,
it has space in front of it, and there was a car already behind it.
Okay.
So when I pulled up, I just kind of pulled in between the front of the grub truck and that curb, like where the Friendship Square like crosswalk is.
Okay, so
I'm facing south.
Okay, so you're facing the south direction.
Yeah.
Okay. So you just pull up. Mm-hmm. How long did it take them to get to you?
2-3 minutes maybe.
Have a great night, Holly. Thanks, man.
That where I parked, and she said perfect B in a sec. They are at 75, we were 78 order numbers. Okay. And within a couple minutes, they got in. Kaylee sat up front, and Maddie sat in the back.
Okay. Did they say anything to you when they got in the car?
We talked like usual. Maddie was in the back and was eating her grub truck with her hands. And Kaylee was up front and just kind of was like, hey, I hear you back there eating that with your dirty little hands. Like, don't eat all of that. We're going to split it. She's like, I'm not. Okay. And then, just kind of asked them how the night went and everything. Everything stays fine.
What did they say about that?
I don't remember specifically. I was working since like 10 a.m. I've been out till 3 the the night before, I think it was. So I had a bunch of people, but it's just kind of usual. Like, I don't remember him saying anything like, oh, look, tonight sucked or whatever. I had a lot of people that said, oh, tonight was like so-so, but nothing like that stood out as far as weird or awkward or anything like that. As far as I remember everything was fine.
They didn't talk about anybody else they had been talking to during the night. Didn't give you anything to make you feel that there was anything that had happened during the night.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you still have all their texts?
Yeah.
Can you screenshot those and send those to me from the first text with her to the last one?
First ever? Or
just from Saturday. So starting on Saturday, when was your first text with her?
Let's see here. Saturday, 8:40. She asked if I was driving.
Okay, start with that one.
Okay.
So start there. And then to whatever your last text with her was.
Okay. Yeah, I texted her after I got the vandal alert asking if they were all okay. And then what's your phone number? Yep.
What's your middle initial?
Why would you? Oh, I'll ask that later.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And your date of birth? I'm just going to ask for a what's your address? Okay. And your phone number again? And your license in Idaho?
Yeah. You have, okay.
That's the license out of Idaho or not? So.
Okay.
Okay. And you sent those to me?
Yep. And then it shows what they sent at least.
Now, mind you, this interview was done November 14th, but they didn't search his car till now 8-9 days later. I don't understand that, but okay. I just wanted to throw that out real quick.
I have not gotten them yet.
Oh. Let's see here. I should probably try and screenshot them with the times too.
And you sent them?
We'll try it.
It may come through in a minute or two.
Pull these over here so that we have all the times too.
Okay. I'm just send those to that same number for me.
Sounds good.
Let's go back to my notes real fast.
Yeah,
but based off of your interactions with him, you didn't have any feeling of anything out of the ordinary?
No. Maddie seemed drunker than Kaylee. I mean, you can tell they've been out at the bars, but everything seemed fine. Behavior seemed typical. Like, I kind of usually notice when someone gets in, I'm like, hey, how's the night been? Oh, shitty, or, whatever. Yeah. That's an unusual response.
How intoxicated compared to normal interactions with them were they?
I'd say Kaylee was pretty normal. Maddie was definitely, she was a little tipsy, kind of struggling to stand and walk a little bit. And you can see that on the grub truck thing too.
Yeah.
And then as I was backing out of their driveway, because it's kind of tight there, but I typically kind of drag my feet a little bit.
You guys remember when we were told that he didn't pull in the driveway? He just pulled up in front of the house because he was uncomfortable pulling in people's driveways like that. He just pulled up in front, dropped them off, and took off. That's what we were told before in the beginning, folks. But now he's saying he was backing out of their driveway. So that's interesting.
So I'm backing out and make sure they make it up and everything okay. And yeah, they made it inside safe and sound and everything. Nothing.
Did you see anything weird in the area before you left?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was. I'm trying to remember if that was last night or not. There was right as you come up you're heading to the Queens and you go turn right into their driveway. There's a car parked there and there's kind of a pile of stuff on the road. And one thing was a shoe. And I didn't pull in. I think that might have been Friday night.
Okay.
And because I won't pull in. I don't want to run over whoever's shoe. But I think I was pulled in the driveway and backing out when they were walking up.
Okay.
So I don't think that was the same night.
Anything? So you picked them up on Friday too?
I think so. Go back through here. Saturday. So she did text me Friday at 8:15, just asking if I was driving. I said I was, but then I never heard from him. So, maybe that's a different night or different roommates or something. I can't. Okay.
Do you regularly pick people up from the house?
Yeah, that house and like kind of at the top of King Street there on the left. Those are my two popular ones over there.
Who else have you driven from that house? Can you remember their names?
I was trying to remember when I was trying to text people, see if everyone was okay. I think there's another that lives there maybe, or I've driven from there. I'm trying to remember where she goes.
Fizzy asked me to pause. What's up? Okay. Thank you, Meg. He just said 8:15 Friday night. That text was exactly the same. Wait, what? Hold on. Let me back it up. 1 second.
Trying to text people, see if everyone was okay. I think there's another that lives there maybe, or I've driven from there. I'm trying to remember where she goes. I only see her every once in a while. And but I think it might be in one of those other houses that's just towards King Street, like one of those two that's kind of like the steep driveway. Okay. But they have quite a few alumni that come through that I've driven in the past. Like there's one, her name's as well. She lives down in Boise now, and like it's always kind of a hodgepodge of people from that house versus like it's always the same like 2 or 3 girls. So okay.
All right. Did you pick anyone else up that night and drop them off in that area after Kaylee and Maddie?
And there's
Okay, I back up a little bit more. So yeah, thank you, Happy. That's what I was talking about. He made that statement. He said that there was a lot of crime stuff that happened in that area. It went on around where he was dropping him off at, and he wasn't comfortable with it. So he just pulled up in front of the house, let them out. He didn't even wait to see if they went in. He just off he went. So now that's changed. Now he pulls in their driveway. He waits to make sure they go in safely. And here we go. Another situation. Thank you, Happy, for reiterating that. Just wanted to make sure that I wasn't crazy and heard that somewhere else, but that is fact. I'm pretty sure I read that in one of the ISU reports. So thank you, SRB. All right, I backed it up a little bit further. I hope this is good for where you're trying to get, Fizzy.
But I think it might be in one of those other houses that's just towards King Street, like one of those two that's.
Or does it need to go back further? Hold on. Try that. Oh, okay. That would be that. Yeah. Okay, Fizzy. I'll hold off then. What do we think so far, you guys, while we're waiting on that?
Did he say that Olivia contacted him on the 13th?
I did not hear that. Did you guys hear that? If so, that's interesting.
I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it, but that doesn't mean it's not there. That's the same exact statement that they said Dylan texted him. Okay. Yes, that night she did. Okay.
Olivia is Kaylee's sister, right?
Yeah. Yes.
I heard him say that right after he picked the girls up from the grub truck, that Kaylee's sister texted him.
Really?
That was right in the front of the beginning of the whole thing.
All right. I must have missed that then because I was looking at other stuff and writing things down. Mike says he did say that.
I'm not sure that's what she was referring to.
This is on the 14th, Joanne. Yeah. Yeah, there's always been 2 private drivers. One of them's very close friend came in here and had a conversation with me, and the other one is this guy, I'm guessing. The other one is a middle-aged man who lost a son Him and his wife lost their son by a drunk driver, and that's why they were supposedly doing this. This person is the one whose wife works for the city, blah blah blah, so, or ex-wife now, I believe. And we never knew for sure. I never knew for sure until the documents come out who it is that this was the real one. So, did you find the timestamp, Busy?
Dago, when you were talking about the
Yes,
getting a hold of Olivia getting a hold of him, I was confused about that at first because he kept saying I don't know who the other girl was.
the girl that they picked up and took to the bar. There was 3 of them.
Yeah, but he was talking about it when the officer was asking him about the grub truck. So it was very confusing. Then he says person, the other person. So I'm inferring that Olivia probably reached out to him to find out who Jack Showalter was.
Sure.
Like he was describing it as like, oh, I looked at the footage to like help figure out who this other person was. But it's confusing because when he's first saying it, you're thinking it's someone getting in the car for the ride.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, if there's anything we need to go back and review on this or re-listen to, please, I have no problems doing that. That's the whole point in this, so that we can get the truth, guys. That's what this is all about.
And were there 3 of them going to the corner club from the house? Did they have a friend with them at the house?
There was only 2 that we knew of. He doesn't mention that whenever they got to the
3
club, yeah, that's the thing. But we only see 2 people get into that run to that car, and we don't know anything after that, though. Where did
I'm talking about going from the house to the corner club.
Oh, yeah. There was 3 people. There was Maddie, Kaylee, and their friend, which we never got a name on that.
Okay.
He picked up and took to the corner club, and then when they got there, she just seems to fade into oblivion because she doesn't exist anymore after that. And then they leave, walking back to the grub truck, and those 2 go home. I still like to know who that 3rd person was because we never got a name on that.
I feel like there was an interview where we found out who that was. Was that person interviewed?
See, I don't remember finding it. I could have went over it and not even realized what I was thinking about. So, so we're gonna go back to 9:14 and listen to this part again. Do I need to slow it down or anything, you guys? I can if you want me to. And watch the closed caption as well. And this is what Fizzy wanted me to stop for. So here we are.
Saturday. So she did text me Friday at 8:15, just asking if I was driving. I said I was, but then I never heard from him. So
okay, stop. Oh, I get it now. That statement said that he got a text Friday at 8:15 and said, "Are you driving?" And he never responded. They never heard. He responded, but he never got anything back. So, are we saying that means that the 2:10 a.m. text was not that night? It was Friday night. Is that what that statement means? Let me back up just a little bit further to hear that question.
Well, of course, Dago, because I think I know, but I don't know, but I'm not sure because I think I was dreaming and I don't remember.
And I might be making this up so that I can remind myself of it. Right. That's what it sounds like, Fizzy. That's wild. Let me back up just a tinge more beyond that because that's crazy to me. Hold on.
So you picked him up on Friday too? I think so. Go back through here. Saturday.
Oh, okay. So he said, did you pick him up on Friday too? So that would be a different situation. I'm sorry.
So she did text me Friday at 8:15, just asking if I was driving. I said I was, but then I never heard from him. So maybe that was a different night or different roommates or something. I can't. Okay.
Do you regularly pick people up from the house?
Yeah, that house and like kind of at the top of King Street there on the left. Those are like my two popular ones over there.
Who else have you driven from that house? Can you remember their names?
I was trying to remember when I was trying to text people, see if everyone was okay. I think there's another like that lives there maybe, or I've driven from there. I'm trying to remember where she goes. I only see her every once in a while. But I think it might be in one of those other houses that's just towards King Street, like one of those two that's kind of like the steep driveway.
Okay.
But they have quite a few alumni that come through that I've driven in the past. Like there's one, her name's Swell. She lives down in Boise now, and like it's always kind of a hodgepodge of people from that house versus like it's always the same like 2 or 3 girls. So
okay. All right. Did you pick anyone else up that night? You drop them off in that area after?
Somebody say something?
No.
Oh, okay.
Kaylee and Maddie?
I don't think so. I had rides out of that area, and like I think I had some rides taking people back to there. I think that was before them, and there were girls. And then I picked up a couple from the house that's right there on the intersection of King Road, that kind of house there. And I took some people from there to campus, like Greek Row, I think. And then I had a request from there for that was and everything, but then they canceled, and then Kaylee texted me from Grove Truck. So I don't know if it's for sure the same person.
What time do you think you dropped them off at their place?
Probably like 1. Hold on, hang on. Let's see here.
You keep track of that?
Not really, but I had a ride right after. I was going to go pick up a guy at the alley, and I texted him that I was headed his way at 2:13. I had Maddie spilled some Grove Truck on the back seat, so when I pulled out of King Street, I just pulled right next to those apartments and cleaned off the seat real quick before I headed that way.
Okay.
I'm thinking I probably texted him about the time I was either pulling out or was on Taylor there.
So not right after you dropped
not like
Kaylee and Maddie off.
Yeah, not like immediate, but I probably dropped him off around 1:55, 2, somewhere in there.
You said 2:13 is when you texted the other one?
Yeah, I texted him at 2:13 that I was headed his way, be there in a minute. But I don't remember 100% where I was, but...
Okay. So you're guessing what time that you dropped him off?
2-ish.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that you think would be pertinent information that we need to know?
I don't think so. I've been trying to like think over things, and then the sister that texted me, like, she had kind of asked, like, "Hey, do you remember what time you dropped him off?" and that sort of thing.
We've heard nothing about the 2:10 a.m. text from Dylan saying, "Hey, are you still driving?" and him saying, "Yeah," and then nothing. Why was that not brought up? Just saying.
I don't think so.
Okay. One last thing, and I've been asking everyone I talked to during this. Let me get your hand.
Yeah.
Can you flip them over for me? Pull your sleeves up for me. Over. Okay. All right. Like I said, we're just pulling everything out we can.
Feel free to have to do whatever.
Doesn't appear those have come through yet. What kind of signal strength do you have right now?
2 bars.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still not getting it through.
Okay.
I'll see if after you, it says it sent.
Yeah, it usually has a bar across the top if it's still trying to send.
Okay. My phone just may not have picked it up yet, so I'll give it a few minutes. If I don't get it, I'll retext it.
Okay.
I'll text you and then you can resend it to me. Okay.
All right. Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Well, I think that's all I need from you then for now.
Okay.
So.
Saturday. So she did text me Friday at 8:15, just asked if I was driving. I said I was, but then I never heard from him. So maybe that's a different night or different roommates or something. I can't remember.
Do you regularly pick people up from the house?
Yeah, that house and like kind of.
So it makes you wonder, because everything else she's done has been screwed up. If she screwed that up herself, he doesn't bring that up in this interview that she texted him at 2:10. Maybe she got herself confused again, folks, and threw Fridays in there instead. Just saying.
Okay. All right. Anything else that you think would be pertinent information that we need to know?
I don't think so. I've been trying to like think over things, and then the sister that texted me, like, she had kind of asked, like, hey, do you remember what time you dropped him off, and that sort of thing. I don't think so.
Okay. One last thing, and I've been asking everyone I talked to during this. Yeah. Will you flip them over for me? Pull your sleeves up for me. Over. Okay. All right. Like I said, we're just rolling everything out we can.
Feel free. I'm happy to do whatever.
Doesn't appear those have come through yet. What kind of signal strength do you have right now?
2 bars.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still not getting it through.
Okay.
I'll see if after you, it says it's sent.
Yeah, it usually has a bar across the top if it's still trying to send.
Okay. My phone just may not have picked it up yet, so I'll give it a few minutes. If I don't get it, I'll re-text it.
Okay.
I'll text you and then you can resend it. Okay.
All right. Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Well, I think that's all I need from you then for now.
So, sounds good. Appreciate it.
You go. Pretty excited. Thanks for coming in.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Everything like that.
Please let me know if you need anything else.
Okay. Yep. On your way out, just push the bar for your normal. I'll chill. Okay. Awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you. Get them close.
Very interesting. Thank you, Miss Christie. Again, guys, I want to read something to you. Miss Atlanta posted 37 minutes ago. Booms away. University of Idaho case update. Do not miss the bombs tomorrow night, featuring 30 hours of research and counting. Sneak peek. On November 27 to 22, Danny Vargas claims in a report, number 130, that she just randomly dialed up a resident on Indian Hills Drive for her Nest video footage from November 13th at 3:25 a.m. CF report initials of whom she called. Well, guess who CF is? None other than Molly's other bestie besides Bill Thompson. You know, when Molly told us that she dealt with all that guardianship mess during her interview. Well, CF is Christian Finley. C-Pix, boom. Idaho Supreme Court. Then a couple years later, sneaky Bill Thompson submits his witness list. He played it cool when Bill Thompson, instead of submitting Christian Finley's name and as the witness, he submitted her husband's name for the witness list, Mr. Briscoe, double B initials. In Danny Vargas's report 130. Now, remember when Ann Taylor asked Brett Payne during the May 24 hearing about the Indian Hills Drive camera that was in the PCA and who was the officer or detective that obtained the Indian Hills camera footage? And how did all that come about? Because Ann knew that Danny Vargas's entire report, 130 written up, 125 of 23, which was months late, was pure fantasy. Brett's answer, per usual, he didn't know. Surprise. Not only was Indian Hills Drive not in their neighborhood canvassing area, as no report featured anyone going over to any street in Moscow and searching for cameras, but this street name and its location wasn't a stranger to Moscow PD and company at that point. Why? Well, because a different house that original picked the interest of detectives and investigators was the house right next door to Christian Finley. Yep, folks, that's right. Indian Hills Drive became known to detectives early on in the investigation when detectives interviewed a gentleman who told police that he was at Johnny's Cafe and closed it down with his girlfriend. His girlfriend, who he ended up meeting up with after he got off work at 11:30 p.m. This redacted dude would go on to tell detectives in his interview that he and his girlfriend and possibly a friend got a ride home from a Moscow police officer because his girlfriend was too intoxicated, ISP reports. So was this Jacob and Nate who gave the ride, or was it another amazing officer? And boy, oh boy, I wonder where this house was located in Moscow that the police dropped someone off at. Excuse me, where are we at? The rest of this interview goes on to say that this guy didn't stay the night with his totally intoxicated girlfriend and instead left. I know you guys remember us reading through that. Sorry, guys. And where'd it go? Well, this is when, or I'm sorry, this is where I think Michael Sotolongo and Charlotte Hadlock come into play for Bill Thompson. Not because he was ever planning on calling them to the stand. He just had to amend his witness list after Ann Taylor's witness list featured Michael Sotolongo. None of the other folks listed above, just Michael. P.S. In August of 22, Sotolongo and Hadlock bought the house next to Christian Finley and BB on Indian Hills Drive. Even after purchasing the $500,000 home on Indian Hills Drive, Sotolongo kept his house in Pullman, located right over by Steptoe. Still has it today. He rents it. Oh, and did I tell you that Sotolongo is besties with Xana's very close family, Sheldon Kernodle? Oh, did I tell you that Sotolongo works at SEL? And did I tell you that Cole Berenberg lived with a 3 roommates? 2 of them were a couple, and 1 was a bachelor. Interesting. Did I tell you that Cole Berenberg lied to the police about finding out when he found out about knowing that Maddie was one of the 4 dead? He told police that it was on Monday when the marketing professor emailed the class. Cole B told his roommate, the bachelor guy, on Sunday evening that Maddie was one of the 4, that he knew Maddie. And did I tell you that Cole B got a job at SCL? Did I tell you that Eric Gower's car was searched and photographed the same day that Jack D's apartment was on November 18th to 22? This occurred in Pullman, Washington, according to reports. Yes, Gower's car being searched in Pullman. Why? That's a great question. And did I tell you on November 16th and 17th of 22, Jose Cruz's name was told to Moscow PD and Idaho State Police by Chris Angle of the Pullman Police Department. Chris Angle told Danny Vargas and Andy Hodel, burglary that happened on Pullman campus on October 21st of 21. Short Mexican guy, girl kicked him in the stomach. Did I tell you that Jose Cruz was 41 at the time and was the cigarette butt dude whose DNA was taken, and that was an apartment complex in Pullman. Geez, Lana, did I tell you ISP was searching for Elantras on November 27th? See, this is where that date comes for me. This is why I believe may have be off by days, or she may be, but this is why I believe that they had Brian's name on the 25th of November. In Eastern Washington, addresses that were linked to the people that Jose and Cole knew. Bethany Funk knew. The cities where Bethany Funk crashed her RAV4. Due to Cole saying that he didn't have a car and walked everywhere, this led to ISP looking for people that were in Cole's orbit and Jose's orbit that had Elantras. Cole B used to manage a Mexican restaurant. Did Jose and his pals work there? The 27th of November, remember, is the same day that Vargas hit up Indian Hills Drive for the camera at exactly 3:25 a.m. and boom, there it was. Also, did I tell you that Eric Gower made 2 trips back to the King Road area after dropping Kaylee and Maddie off? Witnesses stated within their interviews of receiving a ride from him. Eric Gower has an address in Pullman right by the Steptoe Apartments as well. Did I tell you that Noah Rice, this is the green Elantra kid that lives next door to the 1122 house, is the same age as Colby and works at SEL, same as Michael Sotolongo. Bill Thompson obtained 3 house footage on Indian Hills Drive. What was the real order of those cameras? And the way I see it, Sotolongo's camera footage was obtained way before the 27th of November, but Thompson needed to make it seem like the camera from Indian Hills Drive came from a completely different source than Sotolongo. Why? Because of the real reason that they were sniffing over on that street to begin with, which links to the original suspects and original motive. As a result, Michael and Charlotte were not going to be used for PCA, and instead, Danny Vargas dialed up CF and BB for probable cause camera sightings of SBI. Well, I believe that Ann Taylor sniffed it out, but did she sniff it all the way out? Find out why I believe Ann Taylor put Sotolongo on her witness list on Sunday night's Big Live. Join me tomorrow night as I walk us step by step. That's going to be exciting, guys. I'll be there for that. Tune in and to Heart It All, Flow Like a Sweet Sunday Night Lullaby. And again, make sure you guys do tune in tomorrow night to Truth Transparency, because I will be there to find out the answers to this. And if you got a pen and paper in your hand, guys, you might want to jot these names down just because they're interesting. And I always love when Lana puts some stuff out. So there you go. Very interesting statement that she just posted a little bit ago. And I really love the work that Lana puts in and the research she does, because no holds barred, folks. She doesn't play around. So thank you, Lana, for that little teaser. I appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to it. So back to where we were. Any questions or any statements, I'm sorry, about the interview, you guys, with Mr. Gower?
I look upon his statements like I do Dylan's and Bethany's. He's a liar.
No, I mean, could be. I am kind of surprised that the 2:10 a.m. text message did not get brought up. They were looking, they were purposely asking, did you have contact with these people? When, where, why, and how, and who, and when? That never gets brought up. So did it happen or did it not happen?
I mean, he said he didn't pull into the driveway.
That changed, yeah.
So
that definitely changed, because we initially heard he wasn't comfortable with that area because it's a high crime area. Makes him uncomfortable, so he just pulls up. He doesn't pull in driveways. He just pulls up, drops off, and off he goes. And he didn't even wait, from my understanding, to make sure they got in the house all right. So that's completely now. As he's backing out of the driveway, which means you got to pull in. So I know these are little details, folks, but the little details can turn into big issues.
I have a list.
Yes, ma'am. I love you. I love when you put these lists together. I like your question.
So one thing that stood out is how he said several times that their house, the 112 house, was just a hodgepodge of different people all the time.
Right.
As opposed to, do you think he was talking about the King girls' house? He kept saying another house in the area. Like, it's always the same 2 or 3 girls from that house that live there that I pick up. That's telling to me.
Yes.
Always different people in that house.
And you know that I've been kind of recently focusing on the King girls now, because they've become an interest to me. So good call, good catch.
I wrote down a few things that people in the chat were saying about they should have taken his phone. And then I wondered, did they is there a warrant that they did for his Uber driving records? I'm sure they probably did that.
Yeah.
Do we know? Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know that they have, but they should have. And yes, I was going to say that same thing. they should have taken his phone and downloaded it like they did everybody else's, but they're asking him for screenshots. Why did you not take? In my opinion, that was one of the last people to have contact with him. He should have been looked at as a suspect just as much as everybody else until he wasn't. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah. The only thing they did was said, "Show me your arms."
That's it. So why didn't you take his phone like you've done to everybody else, supposedly? Once again,
yeah,
that is very questionable. And Mikey said real quick, no one else has said anything about that being a high crime area. They never have, folks. He's absolutely right. Never have we heard that except for Mr. Gower. So.
Except for what did they call? Oh, what did they call the Queen Road apartments?
What was that? The White Harlem.
White Harlem?
Yes.
Oh,
the White Harlem, guys.
That's so bad. That's so bad.
I'm telling you, I swear, he said Olivia contacted him on the 13th.
I didn't hear. Is it the beginning? Because I didn't hear that part.
He's talking about I think it's before he's talking about where he's parking and he picked him up.
Okay. So I will go
Olivia
back.
did say she had that grub truck immediately. Like she got that right away.
Yeah.
She could have had it before midnight on the 13th, don't you think?
Welcome, Witchy. Do you think that she was there already, Kim, like that early on that day looking for information? Do you think she went like that fast?
Olivia?
Yeah.
I think she did it. Oh, well, you can do that on your phone, no matter where she's at. It's electronic.
Well, that's true too. The way she made it sound like she went there and knocked on doors and got information, but that's a good point. She probably did do it over the phone.
I think she's probably savvy to Twitch. Once she probably found out they were at Grub Truck, then she probably found out they have a Twitch feed, and then she probably looked it up. Like, that's reasonable to me.
Yeah, that makes sense. Good point. Very good point. Yeah, that's what she said. That's what they said, Mama Bear, the White Harlem. It's crazy.
And the reason I said there better be a second interview is because I can understand if they don't know yet that if Dylan hadn't said, hey, I texted the Uber driver at 2:10 or whatever the time is, especially because they have a million officers doing interviews and they're not communicating with each other. But once they find that out, they should go back to him and say, hey, like, we need to verify that this was done.
Sure. Yes. That makes absolute sense. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I did find the timestamp for what Diane's talking about the Olivia thing. We'll go back to that after Kim is done going through her list here. And take your time. No rush.
Someone said in the chat, I believe, about the underwear that was out, in the road?
Yeah.
So if he's dropping them off close to 2:00 in the morning and the underwear is not there at that point.
Where did they show up and when?
Then
why did they show up? Yeah.
It's between 2:00 and whoever said they noticed it. I don't know what time.
So that makes you wonder if the underwear is in relation to this situation.
Yeah.
You know, it has to make you think that. That's interesting.
Especially when you think about that car getting broke into and the underwear getting shoved into the console and all that stuff.
There's gotta be damn Kim. There's gotta be a link there then. Yeah, good point. That's a really interesting point.
Thank you, chat. Someone in the chat put that.
Yeah, whoever put that out to you guys, good thinking there. That's a good catch. Were Xana or Ethan missing shoes? I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, that was interesting because there's nothing said about a shoe the day that the kids are outside after the police show up.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, I know that. I know Kaylee was in her. I don't even want to call it an autopsy report because it's a joke, but within that autopsy report,
the list.
There you go. The autopsy list. They talk about Kaylee wearing one shoe, one sock, or having one sock on, one sock off per se. That was something that always kind of stuck me and made me think about that night, like how this went down, how that could happen and why. So that's something I do have an interest in. I'll say that much.
And there was a sock in the living room, right?
Yeah, there was one sock in the living room along with the pair of Doc Martens.
And they should have been able to identify if that was a matching sock.
I agree. Yeah, Kaylee had one sock on. That's what it was. So was she
Ugh.
in the midst of taking her socks off when when this happened? Did one of them did one of them come off as she was running through down there? I mean, that's what I mean. Those
Yeah.
types of details would help us to understand certain things, I think. So
Yeah. Wow.
yeah, the clothing list was definitely weird, Wanda. Good point. Go ahead, Miss Kim.
That's all I had so far.
Oh, okay.
I have a million questions about what you read about Lana, but we can wait if you want to get through the interview first.
Yeah, well, let's go back to this clip here real quick.
Yeah.
See what she was talking about, and then we'll go back to those because I do too. I want to hear your questions as well. Great. As always, great conversation tonight, guys. I love it, and I appreciate everybody's interaction with this. It's amazing. Okay, so we're listening for what Diane referenced here about Olivia to see if we can pick up on this. So I went back just a little bit before it, and let's hear what they're saying.
You pick them up at?
I got to the grub truck at 1:49 a.m. And then their sister, I think it was, texted me last night, and kind of talking with her, went and found because grub truck live streams their stuff.
Okay, so what he's saying is that he got there at 1:49, and then their sister texted me last night, which was the 13th, the night of the 13th. Would be the night of the 13th because this was on the 14th. So, night of 13th. Olivia texted them. Okay, so hold on. On we go.
Went and found him on that because I couldn't remember for sure who the other person was, and so found him on that, and then they got in the car, and then we drove straight to their house. So I dropped him off.
All right, so let's go back through here just a little bit. So
the car, and then we drove straight to their house because I couldn't remember for sure who the other person was, and so found him on that, and then they got in the car, and then we drove straight to their house. So I dropped him off. Found him on that. I got to the grub truck at 1:49 a.m. And then their sister, I think it was, texted me last night, and kind of talking with her, went and found because grub truck live streams their stuff. Went and found him on that because I couldn't remember for sure who the other person was, and so.
All right, I'm gonna stop there. So what he's saying is that he spoke to Olivia the night the 13th, the night of the 13th, which is the day that this all went down. Okay. What he just said, though, kind of blows my mind a little bit because he said he couldn't remember who the other person was.
Yeah.
According to what we've been told from the beginning, this is a very close family friend that picks them up all the time. You know, according to what we understood, that he knows Maddie and Kaylee very well, correct?
Yeah.
So how do you not remember who she is, bro?
That's the part that I was saying was confusing. I think if you play like the whole part all the way through, he's not being clear. He's not describing it well.
No, he's
I think he was basically saying the other person in the video at the grub truck, like Jack Showalter. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if that makes sense. See if you think that, because at first I thought the same thing, like there was another girl or something.
Let me back up a little bit further and see what we got here.
4-minute drive, dropped him off, and then Kaylee texted me, said, "Hey, can you come pick me up and some friends from the grub truck?" I got there at 1:49, and then they got in the car shortly thereafter. I took them to the club. I think there was 3 of them. 10:02 p.m. Kaylee texted me and asked if I could pick her and some friends up from their house at 11:22 and take them to the club. I got there at 10:15, picked them up, took them to the club. I think there was 3 of them. Can't remember that for sure, but there was at least a couple in the back, I think, and Kaylee was up front. Okay. And then
well, that's a little odd too. This is November 14th. You picked them up the night of the 12th at 10:15, and you can't remember for sure if you had 3 or 2 people in the car when you picked them up. Was the dude drinking when he was driving or what? I mean, I would imagine I would remember that for sure, especially in this situation. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to... Go ahead.
Sorry, did that jump from him talking about the grub truck to back to the corner club, or did you move it?
I went back further to see if we could pick up the beginning of that, like you had said, to get a little bit more substance from it. That's all.
Right. Okay. I'll keep listening. Okay.
That's okay.
1:45 a.m. Kaylee texted me, said, "Hey, can you come pick me up and some friends from the grub truck?" I got there at 1:49, and then they got in the car shortly thereafter, and I took them home. It's only 3-4 minute drive. Dropped them off, and then headed out to another ride.
Okay. And who did you pick up? What time did you pick them up at?
Now, I'm going to stop right there because if you guys remember correctly, we were told that the rideshare driver, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, please. We were told that Eric Gower dropped them off, ran through the drive-thru at Taco Bell, and went home for the night in the beginning of this. Remember?
Yeah.
Do you guys remember this? And please, I'll make sure I'm not just thinking of something else, but that is what we were told. And now he's saying he went from this to another ride. So I don't know who the police officer is that is interviewing him. Just saying.
I forget what time he said he went to Taco Bell. Wasn't it around the 4 o'clock time or 3 o'clock time or something?
That's what I was hoping you might have because I don't remember.
I want to say it was later. Like, I don't think it was 2. I think it was like 3 or 4.
Okay, but I just
Lucy.
Yes, you got some explaining to do. I swear I thought that the statement was that he dropped them off, went through the drive-thru at Taco Bell, and went home for the night. Because that's why I was confused when we got the statement that Dylan had texted him at 2:10 and asked if he was still driving, and he said, yeah. That's why I got confused about that statement when we got that. So maybe I just heard it wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember that pretty clear. I don't remember a time, but I do remember hearing that blatant statement that he went to Taco Bell and he went home for the night. So when we got the affidavit stating that Dylan texted him at 2:10, I went, wait, I thought you went home after Taco Bell, bro. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, Mama J just said Taco Bell was 4 and he had a receipt. So there it is. Thank you.
I thought it was later, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah. This is exactly why we do this, so that we can have these facts straight.
I got to the grub truck at 1:49 a.m. And then their sister, I think it was, texted me last night, and kind of talking with her, went and found because grub truck live streams their stuff, went and found them on that, because I couldn't remember for sure who the other person was, and so found them on that, and then they got in a car, and then we drove straight to their house, so I dropped them off.
Okay.
Who's he talking about? The other person?
I think that's what we're struggling with here. What my issue is, it sounds to me, he's saying like, I couldn't figure out who the other person was. Then I dropped them off, picked them up, dropped them off. It sounds like Maddie to me, like he couldn't figure out who the other person was. But if you pick these girls up on a regular basis, you know them by first names.
Yeah, but he's also talking about her in the back seat eating macaroni and cheese with her hands.
Yeah, so how do you not remember from one day to the next and then to make that statement as well? That's a little off to me. If I'm hearing it wrong, then that's my fault. But I'm telling you, it sounds to me like he's referring to Maddie. Especially if he said that they went and watched the Twitch video because I couldn't remember who the other person was. That would have to be who you had in the car with you if you're remembering it, because it wouldn't be anybody else for you to remember other than those two girls.
And that throws out the window. He's a close family friend because he would know who Maddie is.
And that's what I'm saying. We were told how many times that he picked those girls up and dropped them off. Many a times. Steve said that he knew them very well, both of them girls. And now he can't remember who she was?
I don't believe anything that Steve has said. So...
I mean, I understand that too. I'm just saying that's an odd statement to me, and it stood out a little, that's all.
I just don't think he was being clear, and that's why I had to listen to it a few times, and because I thought the same thing. I'm like, you don't know who got in the car, like you don't know Maddie, but then he talks about Maddie, and so we do know he knows Maddie. He talked about her eventually.
Yeah.
So I just this is just assuming because he doesn't say it, he's not clear, but it just sounds like Olivia probably wanted help identifying the guy that was with them. Like that's what I think. So he's
but
probably talking about Jack.
How would he know? Real quick, hold on. AR said he's got to get out of here. AR, thanks for joining us, brother. I really appreciate you and your input. As I always do.
Bye,
Didn't want to
AR.
interrupt you guys. Sorry.
Bye, AR.
It
I
was
appreciate you guys having me.
Every time, anytime, brother. I'm looking forward to the next time, and I hope it's very soon.
Yep, I hope so. And typically unique. Great to meet you for the first time, and I swear I'll email you at some point.
You too. Yeah, it was great to be on with you. Thanks.
Yep. You guys have a great night. Thanks for having me again.
You too, brother. Take care. We'll see you soon.
Yep.
All right. So here's my thing with that. I got what you're saying, and it makes sense. But if he's saying I couldn't remember who the other person was, he wouldn't know who Jack was to remember him because he never had Jack in his car. Okay.
True.
So you don't have nothing. You don't have to remember him. You wouldn't know anyway to remember that. So that's what I was saying with his wording.
Yeah. It's weird.
Which
Now-
makes no sense.
Yeah. So if you take that word for it and say, I couldn't remember who the other person was, that would be Madison, in my opinion. That's why I'm saying that. I don't know. It's interesting. I like how you kind of pointed it that way too, though, Kim, because it made me double think about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's not clear.
And he shouldn't have any interaction he shouldn't have any idea whatsoever who Jack is because he never interacted with him. The girls got in the car and took off, and Jack takes off another direction. When he drops him off at the club, he drops him off. He doesn't interact with Jack. So it's I don't know. It's weird. Interesting. But he should
Dago,
definitely.
I'll be right back.
No problem. Yeah, I agree with Fizzy. He clearly knows Maddie though, because he talks about her. So
right.
What are you doing here, bud? You know what I mean? Yeah, Jack didn't even walk up to the car. That's a good point. That's what I was saying. I don't know. It could be one or the other. We don't know yet. But on we go.
All right, so let's go back through here just a little bit. So you drive for Uber and Lyft. Mm-hmm. How long have you been doing that?
I've been doing that since 2019. October of 2019, I think.
How long has Kaylee been a regular for you?
I think they started last year. I think they lived there last year.
There it is. Okay. How long has Kaylee been a regular for you? And he says they, not her, meaning they. That's more than one. So again, you have to know who these people are. If you've been driving these girls for, like Steve said, or anybody else said, you've been driving these girls for over a year now. You don't know who they are. You couldn't remember who it was. You don't see their face enough to know them by their first name to say, "Hi, Maddie, how you doing?" If you were in a grocery store, in other time, you couldn't wave and say, "Hi, Maddie, good to see you." That's what I'm saying. This is what bothers me with this whole thing right there.
There's a lot of people that come through that house, like friends of theirs and old alumni and stuff.
So for about the last year then?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, stop. There's a lot of people that come through that house, like friends of theirs and old alumni and stuff. Old alumni? Are you talking about like older people that went to Idaho back in the day, or like what? How would he know that? Unless he goes to the house and hangs out himself. That's interesting. How I missed that the first time, I don't know.
Yeah, okay. So you were obviously working Saturday night, or were you just at home?
Yep, I was working.
Okay, so you're out. You have an app that they contact you through, or was she texting you directly?
She is texting me directly.
Okay. So Kaylee has your cell phone number?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, so they contacted you directly.
Mm-hmm.
You picked them up at the house first?
Yep. Picked them up at the house, 11:22 there at
Okay.
whatever time, 10:02 I think is when she first texted me. I think I got there at 10:15.
Okay. And you said you took Kaylee and 3 other girls?
I think there was 3 total. I think
Those
there
were
was
3 total, so Kaylee and 2 others?
Yeah, I think. Like I said, there's quite a few that come through that house, so I hadn't gotten names and faces down entirely. It's always dark when I'm driving people, so
that's fine.
I can't remember who all it was.
Then you got another text from her about 1:45.
Yep.
Asking to pick them up with a grub truck.
Yep.
You arrived there at 1:49.
Yep.
Okay. And when you picked them up, where did you park?
I parked in front of the grub truck, and so then they came up in the back of the car.
Now, what do you mean by in front of the grub truck? In front of it?
So where it parks there outside the garden,
okay,
it has space in front of it, and there was a car already behind it.
Okay.
So when I pulled up, I just kind of pulled in between the front of the grub truck and that curb, but like where the Friendship Square like crosswalk is.
Okay, so you're facing...
I'm facing south.
Okay, so you're facing the south direction.
Yeah.
Okay. So you just pull up.
Mm-hmm.
How long did it take them to get to you?
2-3 minutes maybe. I pulled up and I texted her that where I parked, and she said, "Perfect, be in a sec." They are at 75 and we were 78 order numbers. Okay. And within a couple minutes, they got in. Kaylee sat up front, and Maddie sat in the back.
Okay.
Boom, right there. Okay.
Did they say anything to you when they got in the car?
We talked like usual. Maddie was in the back and was eating her grub truck with her hands, and Kaylee was up front and just kind of was like, "Hey, I hear you back there eating that with your dirty little hands. Like, don't eat all of that. We're going to split it." She's like, I'm not. Okay. And then, just kind of talked to ask them how the night went and everything. Everything seems fine.
What did they say about that?
I don't remember specifically. I was working since like 10 a.m. I'd been out till 3 the night before, I think it was. So I had a bunch of people, but it was kind of usual. Like, I don't remember him saying anything like, "Oh, look, tonight sucked," or whatever. I had a lot of people that said, "Oh, tonight was like so-so," but nothing like that stood out as far as weird or awkward or anything like that. As far as know it, I remember everything was fine.
They didn't talk about anybody else they had been talking to during the night. Didn't give you anything to make you feel that there was anything that had happened during the night.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you still have all their texts?
Yeah.
Can you screenshot those and send those to me from the first text with her to the last?
Can I have your phone so we can download it, since you were the last person to see them alive? That's what it should be.
First ever? Or
from Saturday. So starting on Saturday, when was your first text with her?
Let's see here. Saturday, 8:40. She asked if I was driving.
Okay, start with that one. Okay, so start there. And then to whenever your last text with her was.
Okay. Yeah, I texted her after I got the vandal alert asking if they were all okay.
Okay.
And then what's your phone number again? Yep.
What's your middle initial?
S. Yeah.
Okay. And your date of birth? I'm just going to ask for a wheelchair address. Okay. And your phone number again? Your license in Idaho?
Yeah. You have... Okay.
That's the license out of Idaho or not? So okay. And you sent those to me?
Yep. And it shows that they sent at least.
I have not gotten them yet.
Oh. Let's see here. I should probably try and screenshot with the times too.
And you sent them?
We'll try it.
May come through in a minute or two.
Hold these over here so that we have all the times too.
Okay. I'm going to send those to that same number for me.
Sounds good.
Okay. Just going back to my notes real fast.
Yeah, I agree, Mama J. That seems like ultra personal. You know, like you texted them specifically to ask if they're okay when they didn't give any names or anything as to who was involved in the situation. But I mean, I guess just trying to be nice in general, maybe to make sure you're okay because you don't know who's involved. But it does seem a little super personal, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah,
But based off of your interactions with him, you didn't think nothing. You didn't have any feeling of anything out of the ordinary.
no. Maddie seemed drunker than Kaylee. I mean, you can tell they've been out at the bars, but everything seemed fine. Behavior seemed typical. Like, I kind of usually notice when someone gets in, I'm like, hey, how's the night been? Oh, shitty, or, whatever.
Yeah.
That's an unusual response.
How intoxicated compared to normal interactions with him were they?
I'd say Kaylee was pretty normal. Maddie was definitely, she was a little tipsy, kind of struggling to stand and walk a little bit. And you can see that on the Grove truck thing too.
Yeah.
And then as I was backing out of their driveway, because it's kind of tight there, but I typically kind of drag my feet a little bit as I'm backing out and make sure they make it up and everything okay. And yeah, they made it inside safe and sound and everything. Nothing.
Did you?
Oh, there it is. He's backing out of their driveway, which means he pulled in, and that is not what he said the first time.
See anything weird in the
And yes, he did say typically.
area before you left?
Yeah, there was I'm trying to remember if that was last night or not. There was right as you come up you're heading to the Queens and you go turn right into their driveway. There's a car parked there and there's kind of a pile of stuff on the road, and one thing was a shoe, and I didn't pull in. I think that might have been Friday night.
Okay.
And because I won't pull in. I don't want to run over whoever's shoe. But I think I was pulled in the driveway and backing out when they were walking up.
Okay.
So I don't think that was the same night.
Anything? So you picked them up on Friday too?
I think so. Go back through here. Saturday. So she did text me Friday at 8:15, just asking if I was driving. I said I was, but then I never heard from him. So, maybe that's a different night or different roommates or something. I can't.
Okay. Do you regularly pick people up from the house?
Yeah, that house and kind of at the top of King Street there on the left. Those are my two popular ones over there.
Who else have you driven from that house? Can you remember their names?
I was trying to remember when I was trying to text people, see if everyone was okay. I think there's another that lives there maybe, or I've driven from there. I'm trying to remember where she goes. I only see her every once in a while. And but I think it might be in one of those other houses that's just towards King Street, like one of those two that's kind of like the steep driveway.
Okay.
But they have quite a few alumni that come through that I've driven in the past. Like there's one, her name's as well. She lives down in Boise now, and it's always kind of a hodgepodge of people from that house versus there's always the same 2 or 3 girls. So
okay. All right. Did you pick anyone else up that night and drop them off in that area after Kaylee and Maddie?
I don't think so. I had rides out of that area, and I think I had some rides taking people back to there. I think that was before them, and there were girls. And then I picked up a couple from the house that's right there on the intersection of King Road, the kind of house there. And I took some people from there to campus, Greek Row, I think. And then I had a request from there for that was everything, but then they canceled, and then Kaylee texted me from Grove Truck. So I don't know if it's for sure the same person.
What time do you think you dropped them off at their place?
Probably 1. Hold on, hang on. Let's see here.
You keep track of that?
Not really, but I had a ride right after. I was going to go pick up a guy at the alley, and I texted him that I was headed his way at 2:13. I had Maddie spilled some grub truck on the back seat, so when I pulled out of King Street, I just pulled right next to those apartments and cleaned off the seat real quick before I headed that way.
Okay.
I'm thinking I probably texted him about the time I was either pulling out or was on Taylor there.
So not right after you dropped
Not like
Kaylee and Maddie off.
Yeah, not like immediate, but I probably dropped him off around 1:55, 2, somewhere in there.
You said 2:13 is when you texted the other one?
Yeah, I texted him at 2:13 that I was headed his way, be there in a minute. But I don't remember 100% where I was, but.
Okay. So you're guessing what time that you dropped him off?
2-ish.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that you think would be pertinent information that we need to know?
I don't think so. I've been trying to like think over things, and then the sister that texted me, like, she had kind of asked, like, hey, do you remember what time you dropped him off, and that sort of thing. I don't think so.
Okay. One last thing, and I'm going to ask everyone I talk to during this. Flip them over for me. Pull your sleeves up for me. Over. Okay. All right. Like I said, we're just pulling everything out we can.
Feel free to have to do whatever.
Doesn't appear those have come through yet. What kind of signal strength do you have right now?
2 bars.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still not getting it through.
Okay.
I'll see if after you, it says it's sent.
Yeah, it usually has a bar across the top if it's still trying to send.
Okay. My phone just may not have picked it up yet, so I'll give it a few minutes. If I don't get it, I'll retext it.
Okay.
I'll text you and then you can resend it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Well, I think that's all I need from you then for now.
Okay.
So
Sounds good. Appreciate it.
let you go. I'm pretty set. Thanks for coming in.
Oh, yeah. No problem.
Everything like that.
Please let me know if you need anything else.
Okay. Yep. I'm really out. Just push the bar like normal. I'll shoot. Okay. Appreciate it. Thank you. It'll close.
Why didn't he ask who the guy was that he picked up?
Very interesting. Good question. Ryan says he ain't the driver. We need to go back to his doc, Dago. Yeah. I agree. I should have wrote down what documents were what, and I didn't do it. So running through it the second time, any thoughts? Anything different? Anything new? Anything change for anybody?
Why didn't they, again, why didn't they ask? Because he said he was picking a guy up in the alley. Why
Yeah,
didn't they ask who that was?
Good point.
That's interesting. I mean, we have to figure out if Dylan, how do we know she texted him at 2:10? Do we know that for sure? Is it listed on the text?
It's actually in Hitler's affidavit that she texted him at 2:10 a.m. So that came from the grand jury testimony.
I mean,
So
we got to see the verification of that. Like that's
the only thing
crazy.
the only way we got that verified, like I said, it was in Hitler's document from the grand jury testimony, the affidavit he put out. And it's in the documents on record. So I would imagine Hitler approved that statement. If it, you know what I mean? It would have.
It's on her side.
Yeah, on her
Like
side.
they're saying it on her side, but yeah, you got to see did he receive that or
Right.
What was his
Yeah, it's in the
response?
documents that he texted her back that he was driving.
But there's a lot of things in the documents that don't match.
Exactly. And she also
Interviews, what's said, things like that.
she's also told a lot of untruths too, folks. Remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I wrote, what if she texted Molly instead of him?
That's interesting. Well, wait a minute. Hold on, stop. Okay, yeah, because 210. At what time did she add the new contact? 3:51?
Yeah.
You just got to wonder if there's a link somewhere down the road. But that would be interesting. That's a good point, Kim. I like that.
That's just me putting a crazy thought out there, but
From what I'm reading here, it says Kaylee made a series of phone calls late that night, mostly to her ex-boyfriend Jack, between 2:26 a.m. and 2:52 a.m. Kaylee's phone replaced multiple calls to Jack. Maddie also tried calling Jack during that same time window. It says timing notes. The calls occurred after they were already home, not while they were at the corner club walking to the grub truck. No public record of messages during the club and the grub truck window. There is no evidence released that Kaylee sent text messages or made phone calls specifically between 10 p.m. at the corner club or 1:56 a.m. at the grub truck.
Right.
See, that's huge because for me, you see it at the grub truck video. She's constantly on her phone.
The whole time, yeah, it was nonstop.
And then you see it again when she's at the grub truck. Not the grub truck, the corner club.
On the way
She's
from
busy on her phone.
Right.
I can't, I'm just speculating because I don't know and they don't have the record to show it. I'm wondering if she's potentially like conversating with the killer.
Well, yeah, that's a thought that's been talked about before. That she's having a possible disagreeable conversation with somebody that later on that night turned into a very bad disagreeable situation. You know what I mean? Um, if I've always thought that whole walk to the grub truck, that whole whatever went on her phone, statement to Maddie, all of that comes back to what happened possibly and why. That's just my put together on that.
So far as this is saying here, the last time she ever made a phone call was at 2:52.
I think that was when that was the very last, yeah. And that was the part of the Jack thing.
Then that's when I started hearing stuff like, well, that could have been the killers just taking her phone call and just calling Jack, trying to get him to come to the house. That's quite possible.
Right. Does anybody happen to remember by some odd chance which ISP document that the Gower interview was? Which one that was by number, by chance? If not, no worries. But if you do, throw that in chat for me real fast.
The reason, I was asking about, the one photograph of his car and the mattress and the blood, which obviously is Maddie's. I don't think Kaylee was. I think she was brought into the room. I don't think she was. What am I trying to say here? I think maybe she was downstairs when all this took place or started, and she was brought up to Maddie's room.
A lot of people have stated that. there's different variations that people put out that she tried. Well, based on Dylan's statement that she heard Maddie say she was going to bed, tromp up the stairs, scream somebody's here, and run as fast as she can back down the stairs to the bathroom area. So,
But that's Kaylee. Are you talking about Maddie? Was she talking about Maddie?
Diane,
Kaylee, the picture that Miss Potts put out of the pillow,
Yeah.
That's an eyelash.
Yeah.
That is a very distinct eyelash. That means her face was down.
and you're referencing what the Goncalves told us about. She was found sitting up in the corner.
Yeah, but I think maybe somebody was pushing her head down, and a gunshot.
Could
Because
be.
I can't, and I could be wrong. I just can't see where a K-bar would do the damage that was done to her. I mean, yeah, you could probably knock the teeth out and put some bruises on the face, but to the skull, that just
There was way too much damage to be done with just that knife. I'll tell you that. Yes.
I think Maddie, what time did they took the dog out at? What, 3:30? Is what they
No, that
said?
was my understanding. Well, okay. Olivia, Kaylee's sister, stated, again, we know that this is questionable, that she watched her sisters get dropped off at 1:56, go inside the house, and come back outside to take Murphy out.
That's impossible.
Those
Yeah,
were her
what
words.
camera is she seeing that on?
She claimed it to be the 11-12 camera, and I said, I've been arguing, like, how did you see that? That
No,
camera
you
faces
can't see the house.
right, and that's what my question was. So,
But Bethany said her and Maddie took the dog out.
Right.
Was that wasn't that at 3:30? So I'm just thinking, because then Bethany says she goes right back inside. So we don't know how long Maddie's outside for, because they say she lost the dog. That's getting awfully close to when Molly shows up.
Sure is. Thank you. And no,
That's why I have this tendency to think something started outside with maybe Maddie being outside.
Could and you know what? Let me add this, because I've been talking about this with my wife. Everybody swears up and down that they believe that that's Maddie's jacket on the fire hydrant. And it
Yeah.
does very much resemble it. Yes. Okay. Let me throw this at you real quick. And real quick to answer Fizzy's question, I don't remember, Fizzy, if it was ISP or MPD. I'm sorry, hun. So let me throw this out there real quick. So let's say, like you just said, Bethany says that she went outside with Maddie to take the dog out, but was out there for 10 seconds and ran back in because it was cold. Her exact words. So we don't know. Like, so Maddie's outside by herself with Murphy. Did she walk down across by the whites to walk the dog or whatever? Okay, because she was pretty intoxicated. Maybe she was wandering around. Did something go down at that point? Because now we were told shortly after this that Murphy was missing.
Yeah.
Okay. But Bethany says that Maddie comes back in, knocks on her door, and says, "Have you seen Murphy?" So nothing bad happened at that point, or she would not have been able to knock on the door and say what she said, unless it did and she just ran from it, came back in and didn't remember to talk about it or something. But
or she never came in and knocked on her door.
There you go. That was my next statement. Thank you. That's exactly what I was getting ready to say. So, is it possible? Yeah, as everything is in this case, and it makes me wonder: did something happen outside at first? We keep hearing about this dark shadow that is in the tree line and around watching Kaylee and these, things like that. So I gotta just question. That's all I'm saying. It's a question, and it's interesting.
And in the report, I think it was in the reports, they called the jacket a vest. That is not a vest.
No, it's not. Not at all.
Yeah.
Has there been a list of things that were taken out of the room, like shoes, jeans, a
Some of
jacket?
some things, yeah, but not everything.
Well, there's no black jacket in that house.
Not that we saw. So that's why
No.
I finally came to a conclusion that maybe it actually absolutely is her jacket. But here's the
Yeah.
problem.
I mean, how coincidental is that? A black jacket that looks just like the one that she's wearing shows up on a hydrant?
Yeah. And somebody else brought to my attention and said, Dago, what if they were not dropped off in front of the house like they claimed? Maybe they were dropped off by the Banfield and walked up to the house from there because he had another ride that he was picking up over there. He claims he had another ride. So what if that were the case? And I was like, okay, that might be interesting. But at that point, though, why is the jacket off of her? Okay, they made it into the house, guys, at some point because they were wearing pajamas. That's what we were told, pajama pants and stuff.
Yeah.
Or did they go back out in their pajamas for some situation and then it happened? I mean, I don't. There's too many little things like this that are making me go, "What the actual hell is going on?" That you have to question.
I don't remember what they said Maddie was wearing.
I thought that I had remember hearing that they were both wearing pajama pants, but I could be completely wrong. Don't quote me on that, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then those officers that show up that pick up the jacket and search it and then throw it back down. Who are those officers? Do we know?
That was I swear that was the chief and somebody else. It looked like, at least from the angle that I saw it in. I can't remember, or was it Lanier?
I feel like I've seen two different videos of that. Yeah, like I think in the report, or maybe it's like the written report says Fry and someone else, but then you see those, they almost look like because they pull up in that black SUV. Don't they? Don't they get out of the black SUV and they've got like flannels on and
that was at the house itself, I thought. Or is that what you're talking about when they get out of the
No, down by the hydrant, and it did not look that video didn't look like Fry, but I think in the report it says
maybe
Fry.
That's what I'm crossing over. Fizzy said with tennis shoes, so okay, gotcha.
Yeah, those little things that just what we see and what is written don't match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of that's happened with this, and which is why, again, we have to repeatedly have these conversations to try to understand these things. You know what I mean? And Lucy, are you high tonight or something? That statement right there, I'm like, what are you talking about? All them documents.
I'm still I just made it to 100 on MPD documents today. I'm going slow and steady, so
I went through them one by one, word for word, and then it's kind of funny that she said what she just said because now I don't remember any of that.
Yeah, I'm doing 10 at a time. That's all. I'm 10 at a time.
Thank God I downloaded them so that I can go back and reference. The MPD ones are easy to get, and most of the ISPA ones are too. But to remember what I should have written down specific things that were important that I didn't. So, just saying.
I think the documents that they get that Hitler is letting out is just to pacify everybody.
Can you imagine? Yes, I agree with you. But can you imagine, Diane, what they're not letting out? What has been redacted? The information that they have. We could probably solve the case if we got everything that's been redacted. To be honest with you,
I mean,
did 1122 have a door camera? It was a light bulb cam, Vonda. Like you screw into your outside light fixture. And again, guys, I've never been able to understand why she made that statement because that house, the front porch, the back of that house faces the parking lot for 1122. So how the hell does that light bulb camera on the front porch that faces King Road pick up the girls getting out of the car at 156? That's what I've never understood.
It didn't.
And the apartment complex straight across the street from the parking lot for 1122, the house, the actual house.
Yeah.
Is that the Whites? You would think they would have a camera.
Well, here's the thing. When Rory was live, and he was walking that whole area that night. We were all live.
I
He
was
was,
in that. Yeah.
yeah, he
I
was
was yelling at him to yell.
right,
Yell.
right, yeah. So he was boots on the ground, and he was pointing out cameras in different spots at some point. So if I can remember right, I wish he would come back and jump in here and talk to us from time to time. But if you were standing at the front door of the 1122 house, looking across the street,
Right.
the back of the Whites is there.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm pretty sure he pointed out a camera up on the corner of the end of the Whites apartment to this side, to the
Uh-huh.
right of the 1122 parking lot, and there was one to the left as well, if I remember, and one at the corner. Don't quote me because I don't.
Yeah, wasn't there one on a house?
Yes, the corner house.
Yeah.
I believe that there was one there too. So I'm thinking to
Yeah.
myself, we have 3 cameras, and I think that's what Jules went looking for because she was around back then too. Around, we were all doing the same stuff, and I think she was pointing out that she remembers seeing and hearing that there were other cameras. Plus, I think, don't quote me on this either, but I'm pretty sure that we pointed out, or he pointed out, that there was like a pole that went up and down on the little drive there that we see that is right
On the
next to the
side.
house. So there's a utility pole right there. Okay. And at the top of it, I'm pretty sure he thought he saw a camera up there too. So guys, there's cameras all over this place. There were truly all over. If you go up Linda Lane, they're everywhere. King and Queen Road, they had cameras. So where's all that footage? Because I promise you that if most of these people have cameras, since it's the White Harlem, if all these people have cameras and all this stuff goes on in that area, they're not just there for looks. So where's all that footage at? In my opinion, I think that the cameras that are on the back of the White's apartments, because people park their cars back there, which is why they had cameras, probably tells the truth to this entire case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
We'll
saying.
never see it.
There has to be more footage, and they are withholding stuff. And that isn't that called Brady when they hold stuff back? Is that the Brady violation? So
That's how the Brady Giglio stuff gets started. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just reading some article about these prosecutors, and that they don't care about it because there's no consequences for it.
Bingo. Yes, ma'am. There you go, right there.
So they don't care; they'll just do it
because they know what are you going to do, and
yeah,
they know nobody can do anything. It's
Not with Hitler.
Kind of sad. It is really actually kind of sad.
It is when you have judges like Hitler that are just like fighting for the prosecution. They're just hiding it. They just hide it.
Very good point. Very, very good point.
I have a question. Can judges be prosecuted or held like misconduct?
Absolutely, they can. There is a thing, I looked that up too because I want it to happen so bad to Stephen Hitler. There is something called judicial misconduct. If they don't follow the laws that their draw is based on, then they absolutely can be taken off the bench, disbarred from. They can lose their legal license because most judges are attorneys firsthand. All of that stuff, and it doesn't happen often. There's the problem. It said it right in that article I was reading. It's very rare that you'll see that happen because most judges, like most law enforcement officers, have each other's backs. So
the public can complain, though. There is a public forum that the public can complain against judges, and if there was enough of them,
I would imagine they would have to say, "Hey, we need to take a look at this." Yeah, I agree.
Because that's what happened to that judge in Nevada with Cy Ray.
Yeah,
like there were other complaints. There were a lot of other complaints against him.
That's exactly how that happened.
I'm glad you mentioned Cy Ray because a lot of people has already alluded to that fact about his statements about Cy Ray.
Yeah.
There's a reason. Is there a reason why Cy Ray has been very, very quiet on the IDAHO4?
He's still under the gag order.
Well, it's not the gag. No. His stuff is still not been unsealed, and he's trying to be careful. We know after how Hitler treated him, that he knows that they're probably eyeballing him, waiting for him to slip up sideways or something so they can come down harder on him because of what he said. So from what Lana said, because Lana has this whole thing set up with him, she's going to do an interview with him after the fact, but he has to wait till everything is completely unsealed and give that some time so that he can be, comfortable with what he's doing.
My guess is Cyril, if he had changed his opinion about where Brian was, and the prosecution would have jumped all over that, going, well, look at this. Cyril's opinion has changed. They didn't.
If that was the case, but here's the thing: I think that something would have been exposed at this point if it had. You know what I'm saying?
Which, puts me on the side of Brian did not commit these crimes.
Well, and he never got a chance to. The last time Cy was on, testifying, the information hadn't come back yet that he was going to say. But I think that it would have came out if it was different than what we had already seen at that point, in my opinion. So,
who made Cyril sign an NDA? I don't get that.
I don't know anything about any non-disclosure.
NDA for who, Lucy? Like the oh my God, what's the company's name that has the AT&T?
Oh, the AT&T cast that and did. She said,
why? That makes no sense.
Yeah, that
that's the thing that I picked up on about Ann. Ann knew that Cyril was about ready to put a big, old, huge dynamite bomb in the middle of this case.
I don't think
she
everybody
was counting on. I have a strong feeling that in that hearing that she was counting on him to get on there and put it all out there, and for the judge to do the right thing. It did not work out. And I think in turn that pissed Ann off. Because if you notice, you go back and look at it, her attitude toward Hitler changed after that. Because that was her ace in the hole. And when he took that away from her, that pulled the rug out from her foot. She couldn't do nothing then.
See, everybody thinks this stuff is black and white, you guys. That's why it's not. There's a lot of other little things into it that I don't even understand, which is why I don't even question this shit anymore when it comes to that kind of stuff. But sorry to step on what you were saying there.
Well, it is what it is, though, Dago. I mean, you got who's going to expose everything? The prosecutors, the whole 9 yards. And if Hitler was part of the setup too, it would have exposed his ass too.
Right. Real quick, that's what I didn't know or think about in the beginning is that Cy has security clearance, guys, for certain things that we wouldn't imagine, okay? But if you think back to what he does, of course he does. So with that aspect, he's got to protect. There's a lot of things that are under protection in that aspect. And he has, he gets, I think they just said it too, but he has access to very sensitive material and stuff like that. So
would that come into play?
Okay, but the case is over. The case is closed.
That's still all sealed though, until it's unsealed. Then, because then he would breach the contract.
He should be able to talk about the case. He should be able to say, yes, as long as whatever the data showed, this is what I saw with the data, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, but doesn't that come into play the national security that was somehow brought into this case?
Cell phone data?
Maybe what Joanne just said is the reason. Is it though? Is the case over though? You know what I mean? Maybe that's the thing. Maybe we don't know that.
Yeah, I could see them asking him not to talk because there's going to be an appeal and we need your information for an appeal. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Lucy, is a lot of people really don't understand the aspect of what he does and what's all included in that, because I didn't. I still don't 100% completely understand everything entailed in what he's involved in. That's my thing. Most
But
people
he
don't.
could go on Lana's show, and attorneys do this all the time when a case is over, like the OJ case or the Casey Anthony case, or like
Yeah.
you can go out and do interviews and talk about what you
As-
want to say. He's
long
not
as-
going to spill the government secrets about that
As long as he
NSA
doesn't bring
data
up
and all that
any of
stuff.
the sensitive material about the case, yeah, but I think that's what he's waiting on, because based on his statement, Kim, I think that's what he knows. That's what everybody wants to talk about. Like, what's this? What do you think this big? You know what I mean? Because I know that's what I want to know. I know that's what you want to know. What do you think the big deal is? Why do you think this happened? And until anything is unsealed, he probably can't touch on that at all. So it'd be a waste of time.
I would just like him to say, here's what the data showed, and Brian was in Wawa Park, and here's how I know.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, though.
Or his cell phone wasn't off, and here's how I know.
Let me put it in this perspective. I think is what the way I understood it is knowing what he does with the cast and all that kind of stuff like that. The information that he has absolute full access to. Nobody should know that. Okay. And which I believe is where the national security aspect comes into effect in some senses with him. So in turn, if he were to slip up and say something you can't, that's listed in the contract, you cannot say this, or this based on the NDA he signed, kaboom. And all that 35 years of his experience, his reputation, the things he's created and built are poof, they're gone. You know what I mean? So that's why I think possibly, like, he knows information about everything and many people, and has
and the
access.
fact, and also I can't help but to think throughout the world tour of the prosecutors that's coming out since the trial ended, Ann Taylor ain't never made a statement, a public statement. That says volumes.
Well, Ann Taylor came out and made her statement about not making her statement. If you did, I don't know if you saw that, Hemisphere.
No.
Yeah, she said that they would not be speaking publicly, that she would be continuing to defend her client to the best of her abilities, but would not be making any public statements at this point. That was her statement. So, and that's all she said since then, period. Because everybody wanted her to come out and say, hey, this is why we did what we did, and it's not going to happen. And
That says volumes to me, though. That says a whole lot.
It could. Go ahead, Kim.
Again, I'm not asking for Cy to disclose national security secrets. I think he should be able. He said in court, if I see the data and I change my mind and I say yes, Brian was in the area and I think he's guilty, I'll change my mind.
Yeah,
he should be allowed to say those things.
Probably, and I think, like I said, my opinion is that he's just going to let it all out when he can, instead of wasting time just talking on little things. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion. I don't know if that's true or not. That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody watches The Devil's Advocate, but he drove to Wawa Park. He lost cell service.
Yeah, Twiz went to Wawa a couple different times and absolutely proved the point. Had a conversation with Cy about that kind of stuff as well. It's all been, Brian was not there, folks. That's just what I'm going to tell you. He wasn't there. And I truly, absolutely 1,000,000% am comfortable saying that he was not at that house that night. He was somewhere completely different. And that's what I want. I want somebody to pick up a document and say, look, he wasn't there. That's what I'm waiting to see and hear. You know what I mean? Because
Didn't Santa Claus do that when he said we cannot place him near that house or in the house?
I think nobody, how can I say this? Nobody wants to believe that until they see something on a document, in my opinion. And then even then they wouldn't believe it until they saw flipping video, in my opinion. I think that if there was proof showing timelines written in black and white that Brian Koberger wasn't there, that could possibly bring people to the surface to say, it's time to breathe again, because they're not. And maybe that would help. But if even then, I think the guilters are going to be like, oh, no, I don't, that anybody could have done that or something stupid. You know how they are. But
I have to address Lucy in the chat. So I agree with you that the first battle is getting everything unsealed. Like I can understand he's waiting for stuff to get unsealed to like defend his position or whatever he can speak about.
Sure.
What I don't necessarily agree with is saying that like it says these like that he's going to speak about these, you know, how did you say it? They come from places that the government does not tell people about. But we've seen on Sai's podcast, he shared all kinds of cases where he used the same type of technology and how he does his thing, right? He does his thing to use locations and stuff to help solve crimes. That's all I think it is. That's just what I think it's going to be to talk about Brian, to talk about the case, to talk about if he was there or not.
Right.
I don't know. That's just my thoughts. Just my thoughts.
Completely. I get it. I do. Like I said, I still don't completely understand why. Like I'm kind of in the same boat with you about like, can you talk about other things that don't have any like hardcore security clearance or anything like that, and just leave that stuff out? Talk about the basic stuff that could prove certain things and move on. You know, I get that.
Yeah.
That's what my question was too. Oh wait, hold on. All right, let me catch this all. She said, Kim, they used Hemisphere. They used you, Hemi? I'm just kidding. It's not the tech. It is where the data came from. That is what is not understood. It is not the tech. It is where the data came from. Oh, you wrote it twice. Or I read it twice. I'm sorry. You can't speak on sealed documents, right? That's what my understanding, and Lana said that because if he speaks on something that's still sealed, that he'd be held in contempt, I guess. That's what she said.
I don't think they're ever going to unseal Ray.
I don't think they'll unseal his either. I hope they do, or at least even some of it, but I have a big doubt on that. That's what my issue is.
You can't use the Hemi.
Yeah, right.
They're using you, Hemisphere. They're using you.
You can't be using the Hemi.
The AT&T that the Secret Service accidentally deleted from January 5th and 6th, and this is the same exact access. Okay. See, that's where I get. This is the stuff that I'm not real keen on, is all the technical stuff. How does the Secret Service have the ability to delete any data from AT&T permanently? Because they're the Secret Service?
Yeah.
That's my thought process. I don't think anybody should have that access, but they're the Secret Service. That's basically a step below the CIA. That's an opinion, of course. I don't know. That's what I'm kind of asking. Why do I feel like I'm the only one that watches House Oversight?
I love you too.
You might be, because I don't watch some of that stuff, Lucy. I should, but I don't.
I think the timeline,
but they do,
is totally off. I don't think 4 o'clock. That 4 o'clock was just too convenient. Enon Harsh hears a scream. There's a DoorDash delivery. Dylan just miraculously wakes up. It was just too convenient. And I don't think Molly is the one that they're trying to protect, because she's been outed.
Well, that's a good point. Hemisphere is the AT&T partnership that Boyd Jackson, and that's who I want to hear testimony from, is Boyd Jackson. That's who I wanted the defense to bring in and put on the stand and have him say, I absolutely handed this document over to Ashley Jennings on such and such a date. Bang, bang, boom. And watch Hitler shit his pants on the stand.
Exactly. That's what I think it's about. It's just the knowing and the ability to get.
That's bingo.
Did they have the ability to get, and did they get it? Like that's it.
Yeah. And I think I don't think. I almost have a guarantee in my mind that they do have it. I think Ashley lied to her teeth. That they've had it. They had that, but they're never going to admit to it. I agree with that.
Well, you know she did because before he called Ray a conspiracy theory, the look on her face was of concern.
Yeah, I agree, and I think
and
that's why
worry.
he flipped out like he did because he knew. I think Hitler knew that they had that, and he knew what that would do. What that would start a downhill roll of a snowball into a snowman. You know what I'm saying? And it would cause all sorts of hell to hit loose. No, I agree with that too. They didn't wait till the 17th to do that dump on 4 Towers. I agree with that. There's no way. That
Oh,
would
am I
take way
too
too long.
loud? I'm sorry. I do get loud. I'm a loud
No, you're not
person.
loud. Who said you were loud?
No one said me. They said she. So I assumed it's me because I know I'm loud.
No,
And
not at all.
I also think Ray knows who the killers are. I think.
Well, how would he know that though?
Well, what didn't he say one time that he had a case that he literally pinpointed that a phone was on a trash thing or something like that? He did his since he is the one who wrote the book on this. He would know. They did a tower dump.
Right, and I agree with you on that one. I just don't think that he would actually have the information to know for what he does. I mean, he could if somebody else gave him that info, I would imagine, but I don't imagine that he would know who the people who literally had hands-on information.
I think he literally can pinpoint whose cell phone was in that house.
No,
or around that house.
That's a possibility. Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. Gotcha.
And then, you go, well, whose phone number is this? And it shows. I think everybody knows who did this.
I do feel that prosecution, law enforcement, and even hypocrite probably does know who may be responsible, but will we ever get it? No.
And
I have a feeling there's at least about 2 of them. I know 2 of them that did it.
My next question is, does Brian have any legal aspect of going, hey, wait a minute, this ain't right. I didn't do it. This is where I was. And
legal recourse?
Yeah.
Well, if there's absolute proof, new evidence that would show that, then I don't think they would have a choice, in my opinion, to not grant him a new trial or grant him the ability to display that new evidence. That's just my opinion. I might be wrong, but hold on a minute. Okay. It sounded like a tornado outside my house for a minute. Sorry.
It's so windy around here, Dago. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It sounds like the wind that brings in a winter storm.
Yes, and I live in Tornado Alley, so I get real jumpy when I hear the wings, the wind going,
Yeah.
Well, real quick here, let me read this. It says, I asked Blank if Blank had mentioned what she thought happened. It was game day, so everyone had been drinking. Blank told her she wasn't sure when Kernodle and Chapin got home. Kernodle was with Blank, and they were home before Mogan. Oh, wait a minute. What? Was with Blank, and they were home before Mogan and Goncalves got back. Blank told her she went upstairs and ate grub truck with Mogan and Goncalves. She went back downstairs to go to bed. I asked Blank if Blank mentioned seeing anybody else in the house or if anybody came home with Mogan and Goncalves. She said no. It sounded like it was just the 3 of them eating grub truck. Why have I never saw that before?
Where is this from?
Yeah, where did you get this at, Busy?
So that's saying that
Ethan and Xana were home before Maddie and Kaylee. I've never seen that before.
Got home with
Has anybody else seen this before?
And they were home before Mogan. No, I've never seen that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I asked Doc. Hold on. ISP doc.
Oh, that's an interview. That's an official interview with somebody?
Yep, double number 15. She's in there looking for that document I was asking for and probably just fell into that and found that. Is that what happened, Busy? Thank you, Super Goat. I'll go back and check it out.
I don't understand those two sentences. Blank told her she wasn't sure when Kernodle and Chapin got home. And then she turns around and says Kernodle was with blank and they were home before Mogan and Gonsalves got back. Well, you just said you didn't know when they got home.
What interview is this and who is this? The interview for Busy, pretty much, she said.
It would have to be, wouldn't it have to be Dylan? Because she went downstairs.
Number 24.
Well, there's two downstairs.
Or are they saying this is someone else at the house that's not a person that lives there?
Could be.
Because blank told
number.
her she went upstairs and ate grub truck with Mogan and Gonsalves. She went back downstairs to go to bed. Oh, wait. So it is someone who lives there. Why are they blanking out someone's name who lives there?
The same reason why they've done all the other stupid shit that they've done, because it doesn't make any sense.
So, okay, so this blows the theory right out of the water that it was one person, it was Brian, who ninja in there, because that means that's 2, 4, 6 people in the house.
So were Xana and Ethan home before Maddie and Kaylee with their doors shut and just nobody knew it? Or was it known and it just wasn't talked about?
Well, it says that, doesn't say that Kernodle was with blank.
But we know that Dylan was with them earlier that night, I believe. Or Bethany, not Dylan. Sorry.
Yeah, it says Kernodle was with, and it's blacked out, and they were home before Mogan. So that throws Bethany and Dylan's statements right out of the water.
To some aspects, sure. Hold on. I'm going to see if I can pull up this full document real quick. It is right. Come on, Dago. Maybe Lucy's right. Maybe we do need to go back over all the damn documents, Lucy.
I don't remember ever seeing that.
I don't either.
Blank.
Yeah, that was probably why I went brain dead, because of all that blankety blank stuff that I was doing. Okay, so this document here is, of course, an ISP document. Where is Eric Pacina? On November 18th, ISP Detective Sergeant Hoxie and I, Detective Pacina, interviewed University of Idaho graduate, blank, date of birth, blank of 2000. I asked blank to run me through her day. Blank stated the following, that she graduated in May and her name was still on the lease. Ashlyn Couch. That's the only person whose name is on the lease, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Ashlyn P. Couch, blah, blah, blah. Run me through her day. Blank. Yeah, and she did graduate. That's true. She said she graduated in May. Her name was still on lease. She planned on returning to Moscow for work. Ashlyn's boyfriend, blank, was living there as well. She would visit often. The last time she visited was Halloween weekend. Madison Mogan was her best friend. This is Ashlyn. And Anna Kernodle and her were in the same sorority. Kaylee Goncalves was Mogan's childhood best friend. Ashlyn said she never hung out with Ethan Chapin. The last time she spoke to Mogan was a week prior to the incident via text message. I asked Ashlyn if Mogan ever mentioned anything about a stalker. Ashlyn said no. Ashlyn asked Mogan how the house was doing. Mogan said the house and the roommates were great. They had a good system in place. Jake Stryger was Mogan's boyfriend and had been dating for approximately 2 years. Sorry, guys. Their relationship was good. They never had any arguments. She never observed any arguments between them. Sergeant Hoxie asked what room she lived in when she stayed there for school. Ashlyn said her room was upstairs on the left and Logan's room was on the right. Over the summer, she still had some belongings there because she planned on going back toward the end of July. Goncalves texted Ashlyn and asked if she could move into her room. Nope, sorry. Yeah, okay. Ashlyn told her yes because she had decided not to go back to the house and stayed in Boise. Goncalves worked from home remotely and was home most of the time. Goncalves had a roommate who was living with her for the summer. Blank blank. I asked if she knew all the tenants who currently resided in the house. Ashlyn said, along with the three involved, blank and blank, blank lived in Bethany Funk lived in Reno, Nevada. Ashlyn kept in contact with her regularly. She met Mogan in 2019 and had been friends with her since. She said Mogan was the most anti-conflict person ever. Ashlyn told her the Friday before the incident that the girls had a blank sorority formal. The formal was kept intimate. They only had people that they knew at the formal and did not get out of hand. Ashlyn described the house that she lived in as an open door policy, meaning people were constantly going in and out of the house. She was also scared of something like that happening. She would triple check the lock on her bedroom door because she didn't feel safe. Mogan would leave her bedroom door unlocked most of the time, as well as her window. There were times that she would hear footsteps in the house and would blow it off, thinking someone just had a friend over. Sergeant Hoxie asked while she was living there if there were any break-ins or she heard of a stalker. There would be times that she would wake up and would see the sliding glass door was unlocked. She thought it might have been from someone forgetting to lock the door after having people over the house the night before. I asked about other times the glass door was found unlocked or opened. Ashlyn told her a while back that they had all gone out. When they got back, they noticed the sliding glass door was open. The girls were usually pretty good at making sure the doors were locked. Most people would use the front door, only their close friends would use the sliding glass door in the kitchen. She had had 3 different run-ins with a white male who she described as approximately 5'5", fit build, slick black hair, clean shaved, possibly mid-20s. The first time was at the corner club. He approached her and called her by name. Ashlyn did not know him. Did I lose somebody up here? What happened? Hold on. Oh, no, it's okay. No problem. Sorry. Did not know him. He told her he had come back and changed his major a little while after that incident. During Parents' Weekend, Ashlyn saw the same guy at a restaurant called Nectar. He was sitting at the bar with his back to her as she was leaving. He turned and stared at her as she left. She told her boyfriend about the weird guy she kept seeing. The third time was walking down the street in town, and the male was with a group of guys across the street. He turned and stared at her as she walked by. She told her boyfriend about the guy, and her boyfriend was going to talk to the guy, but she did not let him. She never figured out who the guy was, but did remember what he looked like. That's kind of creepy. Sergeant Hoxie asked Ashlyn if Goncalves had ever talked about a stalker. Ashlyn told her about a time at Winco. We all know this story where Goncalves thought somebody was following her recently. Goncalves told Ashlyn that she took out the trash to the dumpster located across the parking lot and felt that there was a figure standing around close by. Goncalves texted her friend blank and asked her when she would be home, and Goncalves was home alone at the time. Sergeant Hoxie asked if she heard about how the girl's day had gone, and she heard about the day's activities from Ashlyn and through Snapchat. I'm sorry. Ashlyn said that they had had a really good day and had fun, and it sounded like they started at their house and went to the white apartments. She believed at some point Kernodle and her boyfriend Ethan and blank went back to the house. Why do they have their names blacked out? That kills me. Back to the house because they weren't 21 years old. Mogan and Goncalves then went to the corner club. Ashlyn told her the last text that she got from Mogan was that she just woke up from a nap and was going to the corner club. I asked Ashlyn if blank had mentioned what she thought happened. It was game day, so everybody had been drinking. Ashlyn told her she wasn't sure when Kernodle and Chapin got home. Kernodle was with Bethany, and they were home before Mogan and Goncalves got back. See, that's I don't remember that before, but that's odd. Okay. Ashlyn told her she went upstairs, or I'm sorry, I had that name wrong. Blank told her that she went upstairs and ate grub truck with Mogan and Goncalves. He went back downstairs to go to bed. I asked Ashlyn if blank mentioned seeing anybody in the house or if anybody came home with Mogan and Goncalves. She said no. It sounded like it was just the three of them eating grub truck. Ashlyn or blank told Ashlyn that she woke up around 4 a.m. to play music playing. That's Dylan then. The music playing. She hoped Goncalves would turn it off soon. Ashlyn had said she could, or I'm sorry, Dylan had said she could hear Goncalves and their dog Murphy play upstairs. Shortly after that, Dylan told Ashlyn the music turned off and heard Goncalves say, "I think someone is here." Dylan told Ashlyn that she heard someone run upstairs and run back down. Dylan said she peeked out of her room and did not see anything, but could vaguely hear someone in the bathroom. He called Haley and blank told her to come down. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Bethany then. I'm sorry. She called Dylan and Bethany told her to come down to her room after a few minutes. Dylan told her she opened her bedroom door and saw a person standing out there and they made eye contact. Dylan said he then walked out the sliding glass door. Sergeant Hoxie asked if Dylan had described this person to her. Dylan told her she felt hazy and didn't remember many details. Dylan told her she thought the person was about her height and had his face and forehead covered. Dylan said she ran to Bethany's room and locked the door. Sergeant Hoxie asked why she thought someone would want to harm her friends. She thought that it was someone who was watching. She was always afraid of that. She always had an uneasy, weird feeling at that house, which is one of the reasons why she didn't want to go back. She felt that the house was easy to get into and easy to watch because they didn't have any blinds over the windows and layout of the house. I'm sorry. Dylan had told Ashlyn the sliding glass door was broken at one point. Maddie, I'm sorry. So many names. If the door was jiggled just right, the door would unlock. If the front door was locked, you had to enter code on the keypad, but if the deadbolt wasn't locked, the door could be opened. I asked Ashlyn if there was anybody else that we should talk to. Blank that we should talk to. We should talk to blank. Interview was concluded, and that was that. Okay, so see, I remember reading that, but I don't remember that part about Dylan Xana and Ethan coming home before Maddie and Kaylee. That's odd to me. By the way, typically, thank you for joining us up here tonight, dear. I appreciate you very much, and I always love your questions and input. So thank you very much. That's an interesting. That's interesting, you guys. That's very interesting.
Yeah, that's very interesting because I didn't even know when Xana and Ethan come home.
Nobody does, Hemisphere. That's the problem. It's never actually been put out there, like documented for sure, a specific time that they did come home. So now there's that. Hey, Cass.
After 3 years of this, I still don't know what happened.
None of us do. That's why we're having these shows. So,
Like I said, that
guys, it is 12:30 a.m. here. We've been here 5.5 hours, and it's a long time. I didn't expect it. So I think I'm going to have to say that's it for tonight. But we will be back My granddaughter has a birthday party tomorrow. She's turning 9, and so I'll be at some point. I'll be in here, either before or after the party. It depends on what time it is. So, hey, Cass. Hemisphere, Diane, do you guys have anything to add to any of what we talked about? Great discussion, by the way, as always. To add to anything that we talked about or we learned or listened to or anything tonight at all?
That statement that Aunt Xana and Ethan were home before Kaylee and Maddie got, that means there are 6 people literally in that house awake. And they want us to believe that one person.
Well, you know what? Let me say something real quick here. Now that I hear that, it makes me maybe understand if we heard that Ethan was not wearing anything but socks and that Xana was in her underwear. So maybe they were home, door was closed, they were whatever, before anybody, and nobody knew that. That could explain the no clothing at that so fast. You know what I mean? So interesting. That's interesting. That's just a little thing that just clicked in my head. So I don't like Idaho either. So just something to think about. Absolutely Hydrant, thank you for joining us. It wasn't really a party, but I appreciated you joining us very much. And again, AR, thank you for joining us. Miss Kim, typically unique, thank you for being here as always. Miss Diane, it was wonderful to hear from you again. And of course, Mr. Hemisphere, as always, I appreciate your thoughts, feelings, and opinions and having you join us as well.
Thank you for having me, Dago.
Anytime and
Hemisphere. I hope everyone has a good night.
You as well. You as well. Thank you, Brandon.
By the way, maybe one of these days we can actually put all the puzzle pieces together and it can make a coherent story about what exactly happened.
It would be nice. It would be nice and very interesting. I agree with you. I do agree with you, my friend, because at this point, that is not where we're at. But we will be back at some point, hopefully. Don't quote me, but I hope that I will be back at some point tomorrow, and we will be doing what we're going to be doing. So thank you guys again for joining me tonight. I very much appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Dago.
Yes, sir. And absolutely. Thank you, Aggie. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night. I want to thank my moderators for doing what they do, being the amazing blue crew that they are. Again, thank you guys for your kind thoughts about the whole music thing in the beginning. I appreciate that very much. Anybody that may have donated to the channel in any way, shape, or form, God bless and thank you so very much. Never ever expected, but absolutely appreciate it, guys. It helps keep this channel going day after day. It looks like we hit 3 out of 10 on our goal tonight. Thank you for that. And thank you for the super stickers that we received as well. You guys are amazing. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. And don't forget to know your own worth, folks, because that's the most important part. You guys are the beautiful people. Nothing but love to you all, each and every one of you. Thank you so much for joining us. And again, welcome to the new faces and names we're seeing, guys. Much love. It's wonderful to have you all here. We will see you guys very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A